Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, here we are. Time for another show. Week-ending report. Lots to talk about, but first, a few shout-outs. Hermit Horologist Tamara Janzan, Schmegley, 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, a close fourth. Carl Schmidt, also here. And Rogerb, over on Twitch. Oh, Matt Lee hiding on the vertical chat. Well, here we are. Late start to the weekending report. Lots to talk about. Supreme Court decisions this week. Elections. The economy. And, of course, the reflecting pool. Also, some updates on AI and how things are going there. Wildfires burning across the country, Utah. Cottonwood fire spreading rapidly. State of emergency called hours ago. And heat wave continuing to melt Europe. Got updates in South America on the earthquake that happened there this week. And I'm not just talking about the geological one. A lot more, including updates on Iran and the lack of understanding. Let's start in the United States. America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yes, indeed. Earlier this week, yesterday, in fact, we're not going to cover it again, but earlier this week, the Supreme Court, on the Supreme Court, the DOJ decided to issue a memo basically telling states that you'd no longer have to abide by decades of policy regarding disabilities. Of course, it's not just disabled people or LGBTQ people or... I mean, what group isn't being gone after, actually? I was starting to, I was like, who should I... And it's like, oh wait, that's right, everybody. That's right, everybody's being gone after under the Trump administration. Well, unless you happen to fit a very particular... fashy kind of identity, I guess you might say. Now, of course, if you happen to be here in the United States under a visa, you're under threat. And this week, the Supreme Court decided that actually temporary protected status is stupid. And we don't need that anymore.
Developing this morning, the Supreme Court has cleared the way for the potential deportation of hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants. Thousands of those migrants are right here in New York City. Aziza Schuler joins us live from Midtown with more on the ruling. Aziza.
Well, Cindy, essentially what this 6-3 Supreme Court decision did was hand the Trump administration the power to end temporary protected status. Now,
immediately,
this
if
means
not
deportations
sooner,
are looming for tens of thousands of Syrian and Haitian immigrants here in the state of New York. That includes 5,400 Haitians in New York City alone. Now, TPS was never meant to be permanent. It is supposed...
Now, just to be clear, everybody, those numbers that she is quoting right now are just in New York. I don't know. I don't know the exact number, but like we've talked about it. How many Haitians have been welcomed in the United States in rural communities like in Ohio, aside from the sick, deranged, hateful right. I mean, they were helping to rebuild economies that were completely broken in Middle America, that had been completely forgotten by so many people. But they were there. But racists are like, actually, that's worse. That's worse than completely destroyed Middle America, actually. Brown people. And it's not just going to be for Syrians and for Haitians, right? It's going to be for everyone. This is just, this is just one ruling. It's just, what do you figure? What country do you think the Supreme Court would prevent Donald Trump and the Trump administration from ending temporary protected status to? Germany? I mean, what? Aside from countries that don't need temporary protected status right now, like what country do you think the Supreme Court would prevent it? I'm muted. I'm not muted. Am I muted? I see levels. I got levels. Are you sure it's not you? Not muted, says Twitch. Not muted. Thank you, Ducky. Yeah, this is a fucking disturbing situation, no doubt.
The Supreme Court decided that the Trump administration acted within its authority when it ended temporary legal protections for immigrants from Haiti and Syria. But really, this decision could have a much bigger impact. It could affect all 1.3 million people from 17 countries who are covered by temporary protected status, TPS, which allows the Homeland Security Secretary to let people remain in the United States with work authorizations if they deem it unsafe for return due to a natural disaster like an earthquake or civil strife. The plaintiffs in this case said that the Trump administration failed to adequately consider conditions in Haiti and Syria, and in the case of the Haitians, that it acted with racial animus toward them.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely racist. And it's also deranged in its hypocrisy, because at the same time, these people are, the Trump administration, Republicans are constantly saying Haiti is an unsafe place. So they're literally going against the very terms under which temporary protected status is granted. Like, they're looking at it, all these guys probably accept the fact that Haiti is dangerous, but they're like, actually, it's not too dangerous for these guys. Right? That's basically, they're like, actually, for black people, danger is not, it's an operative term, right? That we'll decide it is, it's insane, right? Like, of course, Trump is now, of course, claiming that Syria is much better, saying that Al-Jalani is actually a great guy who's doing a great job. But technically, there's been reports of all sorts of, violence since he took power, ethnic violence, right? And a lot of the people who left Syria to come to the United States are the exact sort of people who would probably be potential subjects to, some potentially subjected to that sort of violence, right? And it's wild. The clear and blatant racism, because they didn't end the program that brought in all of the the white South Africans, right? Like, actually, those guys, they're still under threat. Actually, those guys are still refugees. But people who left Syria and Haiti, they're fine. Go back. Why are you here still? But just a reminder, everybody, if you've forgotten, it is a potentially, at least according to national security memo issued by the Trump administration, it's actually problematic for you to object to that. If you object to this, you might actually be a threat to the homeland. Fuck yeah! Here's a more perfect union from yesterday. Talk a little bit about that.
Do you ever get the feeling you're being watched? An eerie sense that the deck is stacked against you by someone or something hovering in the corner of your eye?
I'm being repressed!
You're not alone. According to a recent Gallup poll, 7 out of 10 Americans oppose the construction of data centers in their backyard to power AI. But despite this incredible statistic, opposing ChatGPT and sprawling server farms could be the reason you show up on a federal watch list, according to documents I obtained and published with Wired. This is America's new surveillance regime. With the help of insider voices, we'll paint a picture of the deep state embarking on a vast new conspiracy. This time, the government's fight isn't with foreign adversaries like Iran, China, or Russia. It's here on American soil, and its alleged enemies are everyday Americans working everyday American jobs. The goal isn't protecting national security, but the profits and feelings of corporate America.
This is telling the Justice Department, the FBI, the DEA, the Secret Service, all these agencies, hey guys, we have to focus on this.
The price of gas, food, childcare, everything is going up. And to see something that characterizes class-based or economic grievances as an indicator of terrorism or a dangerous belief is really shocking.
My name is Daniel Boguslaw, and I'm an investigative reporter covering national security.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. We talked about NSPM 7 before, and that's exactly what this is about. Hold on, my browser's already being stupid right now. My browser is already being stupid. I need to try and fix this. Can we be friends? How does that sound to you? Is that a thing we could do? Is that the thing we could do, you know, and not whatever we're doing now? How about that?
Government doesn't want you to know. The clearest signpost of a new mass surveillance and intimidation campaign taking place across the country is an unassuming
5 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Columbia Regan, thanks for the gifted. Angel, the recipient of that generosity.
5-character acronym, NSPM 7, short for National Security Presidential Memorandum 7.
Can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare the list?
I'm not going to answer it yes or no.
This was the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi refusing to answer a member of Congress's question about the formulation of secret lists of subversives under NSPM 7.
Right now.
And her efforts to obscure the narrative around this program go even deeper. My former colleague, independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, began investigating the investigators and obtaining confidential documents. In response, Klippenstein had several visits from Bondi's direct reports at the FBI. So I booked a trip to Madison, Wisconsin to talk to him about it.
At this point, I've had 2 visits for stories that I've done from different FBI agents. One was from a field office in Middleton, which is like 15 or 20 minutes from where I live here in Madison, Wisconsin.
I asked Ken to take me back to the start of this conspiracy. 7 months ago on September 25th, 2025, when President Trump signed an executive order that unleashed drastic impacts and very little media scrutiny.
It's really a significant order because when it was first handed down, I think there was a lot of confusion about what it was. There were questions about, oh, this is just rhetoric. Trump says a lot of things, which he does say a lot of things that there's, you know, it's just Trump saying crazy things. But this was absolutely something that has been interpreted by the federal government as something that we're going to operationalize.
But where did NSPM-7 and the FBI's visit to Ken come from?
NSPM-7 and those visits are related to a sense of paranoia that I think pervades certainly the national security establishment as a result of some of the high-profile acts of violence that we've seen, the attempted assassination of President Trump when he was on the campaign trail, the murder of Charlie Kirk, murder of the CEO of United Healthcare, which has created, when I talk to people from these agencies, a sense of that there's an, uprising against the kind of political elite.
While the average American who takes issue with the greed of big corporations, the overreach of big government, and sky-high health insurance rates isn't about to commit an act of political violence, they're being targeted by the same powers used to target lunatic assassins.
Yes, exactly. I mean, under the Trump administration, the entire justice system is being used against the people. Not for the people, but against the people. To prop up the rich and powerful, like Donald Trump, the president, billionaire president, to prevent any kind of dissent. It is truly disturbing. And honestly, this is exemplified in the latest verdict in a case in Texas where anti-ICE protesters were given up to 100 years in prison.
A what now?
Yeah. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Shea.
We turn now to a case that's been widely seen as a test case of the Trump administration's crackdown on dissent. On Tuesday, a federal judge in Texas handed down unusually harsh sentences ranging from 30 to 100 years to a group of anti-ICE protesters convicted of terrorism charges in March. Federal prosecutors had accused the 9 defendants of being members of a North Texas, quote, Antifa terror cell for attending a protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail on July 4th of last year, during which fireworks were set off and a police officer was shot and wounded.
Among those sentenced was Daniel Sanchez Estrada, who wasn't even at the protest. He received a 30-year prison term for conspiracy to conceal documents after he moved a box containing anti-fascist magazines and pamphlets.
30 years for moving a box.
Right to jail, right away.
Good fucking God. Bob Carmody, good to see you, pal. Good to see you. Haven't seen you around in a little while. I've been wondering about you. Got Ben Fold. You're gonna get Ben Fold stuck in my head. Don't do that. That's not fair. Cali Cat first. Somehow first. Stay to the left. You guys over there on Twitch do some weird stuff. I don't even remember exactly how it started. Who was the first to decide that actually third was first and first was last? I don't remember which of you started all of this, but it really has carried on for quite a while now. First continues to be the last one taken so much, so often. A little ridiculous. Yes, exactly. Felony box moving. Immediately jail.
Illegal.
Immediately jail.
Another protester, Autumn Hill, received a sentence of 50 years after being convicted of rioting, providing material support to terrorists, conspiracy to use and carry an explosive, and use and carry of an explosive device, which was fireworks. This is Hill's wife, Lydia Koza, speaking after the conviction.
Omega 5 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Omega with the gifted. This is fucking insane. On July 4th, getting decades of jail time for fireworks on July 4th. that did no damage at all to anything. It's the most un-American thing I can think of.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
March.
Oh, wait.
Prosecutors in this case.
I almost fucking forgot to say who got those gifted subs from Omega. Potuit. Default Danos. Andromeda Alandra. Stevie. And stickers for cookers. So incredibly generous, Omega Star. My God.
Told a panel of Northern District of Texas residents with a straight face that lighting off fireworks on the 4th of July was terrorism, was a riot. I cannot think of anything more un-American than that. And I cannot think of anything more inhumane than the horrors that ICE is inflicting through its state terror on our communities.
Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche welcomed the unusually harsh sentences, writing that, quote, Antifa terrorists who attack law enforcement and federal facilities will face swift and uncompromising justice.
Yes, Donald Trump's personal prosecutor and lawyer, literally. I mean, he's not only literally acting as Trump's personal prosecutor, he is literally Donald Trump's lawyer. And even at his confirmation hearing, he couldn't even make clear whether or not he was still Trump's lawyer or whether he would continue to be Trump's lawyer as AG. That was actually as deputy AG. The confirmation hearing. Hype train, let's go.
Yeah!
That's an early hype train, Twitch. It's impressive. What, 28 minutes into the stream, we get a hype train? I believe that bodes well. But, old Todd Blanche is like, actually, Antifa, being against fascism, being anti-Nazis is jailable. Thank you, Todd.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir. Yep. That's been the week. Now, we're not quite done talking about this story, but the fact is that, like, I don't want to at all minimize this. So I just want to make this clear, because I think it's important that we understand what these people are going through right now, like what their mindset most likely must be. You know, walking around as now convicted terrorists who, I mean, can you imagine trying to get an apartment or a job as a convicted terrorist? I mean, like right now, they're almost certainly going to appeal this ruling because it's fucking insane. It first off, it treats these people who did fireworks outside of an ICE facility as terrorists worse than the Jan 6ers, right? The Jan 6ers served their sentences, like all of their sentences, many of them had a litany of charges. All of those sentences were served concurrently, right? They were all served at the same time, right? A lot of times people get convicted of a whole bunch of crimes. They're not, because it's seen as unfair, right? People are not forced to serve, usually. Sometimes they are, depending on how heinous the situation is. There's discretion given to the judge, essentially, right, on sentencing. But the fact is usually those are served concurrently, right? In only extreme circumstances are they served subsequently, where you have to serve each sentence one after the other. So if you're convicted of, 5 counts of using a firework improperly, whatever I can't remember exactly what the goddamn charge is. It's fucking ridiculous in the first place. So, I mean, remembering the exact charge might really honestly be irrelevant in this case. It's really the way it's being treated and the what that is actually being prosecuted in this case is. But it's insane to think that you would give Jan 6ers, the people who went and shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk, stormed the Capitol, caused the deaths of multiple officers, destroyed property all over the fucking, I mean, one of the most important buildings in our government. People who literally were doing militia training, were armed and had intent to do damage and harm and to overthrow the government, were not given subsequent sentences and are now all free, I would point out. Because Donald Trump thought that was not a crime. It was unfair. Unfairly, they even started a goddamn 1.6 billion, or tried to, a $1.6 billion fucking slush fund for these people. And it's still not clear if it's been dissolved yet, because Todd Blanche refuses to answer on that. I mean, it's bonkers. We live in the upside down. You know, like we said before, felony box moving and improper use of a firework on the 4th of July. Right? I mean, that's basically what we're talking about here. And people are serving 20, 30, 50, 100 years. I mean, they will appeal it. And almost, I mean, I have to believe that they will win on appeal, because it's utterly nonsensical, just according to precedent. But just imagine being those people right now as convicted terrorists who may never have those actually overturned. Their lives have been fucking ruined for a firework or for moving a box, and it's fucking crazy. Meanwhile, Jan 6ers are walking free, and Trump wants to give each one of them $1 million. And this is why we have to care more about the judiciary. Let's talk about that a little bit. With the majority report. I think this was actually from last week. I can't remember when this interview was done. Might have been the beginning of this week. Honestly, my concept of time right now from the last couple of weeks is all fucked up.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah. Let's play this clip of Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley could be heard in the background. I think it was it Blumenthal or who was it? No, it was Chris Murphy, I think, was asking this question.
Coons. Coons was asking a judge, I think it was, the question is, could Trump serve a third term? That was maybe one of them. And there were other questions about this. And so Grassley could be heard. You know, maybe it was the Biden win the election.
I think it was
one
Biden
of those three
won the
questions.
election. I feel like it was Chris Murphy. I can't remember, but it doesn't matter because you can hear Grassley in the background, who is aged and often like old people don't realize what their volume is at different times.
Sure.
Looks around to his aides and goes,
at this point, I feel like I've got at least 3 dudes in Congress who all are the same impression. Like Chuck Grassley, fucking God damn it, what's his name? Like Mitch McConnell. They're all just starting to like meld into the same guy. Like the like centenarian fucking dickbag who still is somehow miraculously alive and has not left power yet.
well, what's the problem with saying that Biden won the election? As if, dude, where have you been? And here is Chuck Grassley sort of trying to do cleanup after that exchange with Blumenthal.
When asked about the 2020 election, recent judicial nominees, and maybe others, have also given legally correct answers. Joe Biden was certified as a winner, but my Democratic colleagues won't accept that.
Jesus Christ.
And they press, and they press again for a soundbite. They don't care about the answers. They just want a clip to go viral.
You figure he knows what that means?
So my Democratic colleagues attack the...
I can't go past this. You figure Chuck Grassley knows the hell that fucking means? A clip going viral? Can you figure he can actually put into words what that sentence means? Because I have doubts, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say.
So my Democratic colleagues attack the nominees. That's the follow-up. They goad them to weigh into political controversial topics.
Political controversial topics, as in who won the presidency?
Columbia_9505 just cheered 100 bits.
Oh, God.
Giving protesters these long sentences is utterly ridiculous.
No, it is ridiculous.
It's just as ridiculous as me wishing for Bob the Xenomorph to be real. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They are both in about the same realm of reality, but sadly, one actually is somehow having a real world effect. You know, well, I guess technically Bob has a little bit of a real world effect, but it's certainly not as notable as 100-year-long sentences in terrorism charges. You know, like, I'm forced to talk about Bob from once in a while, but that doesn't have any, like, real serious real world consequences. This fantasy does, I'm afraid. I think Bob is harmless. You know, I mean, in reality, right? Bob's harmless. You know, we worry about him around here, but really, when it comes down to it, Bob isn't doing the kind of damage that the Trump administration is doing. You know, if we were to quantify it, Bob's actually, you know, coming out pretty clean at the end of that sort of scrutinization. What was I going to say? I forget what I was going to say now, because I went down this road with Bob. It's Bob Road. This is the real world implications of Bob. God damn it.
And also,
in 2020.
Also, let's point out, a hearing for a lower court.
I'm sorry, Bob. We're talking about Bob the Xenomorph, not Bob the Carmody. I don't mean to confuse. I feel like I've somehow... See, now we have some serious... It seems like Bob the Xenomorph... I feel like I'm being proven wrong, like, actively right now by my own... I'm being foiled by my own petard, is what I'm trying to say. Bob the Xenomorph is... I don't know how he acquired it, but Columbia Rican apparently has a Xenomorph pet, which he's named Bob. It's been releasing around the space station lately, causing problems. But truly not even close to the level of problems. I do feel, even after all of this, I can say safely that not even close to the level of problems of the Trump administration.
Nominee in the Senate Judiciary Committee is not what I would necessarily think of as, like, spicy internet video.
That's right.
This is not the place where everybody's like, you know what will really get me exposure? Asking a question.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
About
that's what I was
who
going
won
to
the election.
Say.
Like
it was the fucking pause. It was the fucking pause that look, where is he? This right at the very end of Chuck's statement here. Wait, go back one more.
Into political controversial topics.
Political controversial topics. Like it's like he doesn't have. He's like lost object permanence or something. Like in the middle of the sentence, he like gives up. Controversial. And they like to go away into political controversial topics. He's like, oh right, there's an end to that sentence. I forgot. Hold on.
Like, God damn it. Why are guys like Chuck and Mitch still hanging on? These guys are like, it's wild. It's wild, the octogenarian takeover of the government.
Spicy internet video.
That's right.
This is not the place where everybody's like, you know what will really get me exposure? Asking a question in a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing about who won the election. Like, the soundbite is because they won't answer the question.
Right. It's not even like a guarantee that you'll even get talked about on this show. And if it doesn't happen on this show, which basically our currency is boring exchanges from.
As something we discovered is that, first of all, Blumenthal asking these questions is basically the most exciting thing that's happened in the Senate Judiciary Committee in years, and that's saying something.
Whoa!
Is that we looked in just on Demand Justice Social, which is not like we're not like, I don't know we don't have like this gigantic social presence. Just videos of Blumenthal asking these questions, 10 million people have watched, which is, I think, says something not just about how undiscovered this part of Trump's attack on the justice system is, but also like people are just happy to see it called out. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just, people are just relieved that someone's willing to call this out. And, Blumenthal's a normie on so many things, but this is his mission now. He's really mad about this. And
okay, we can't listen to this whole thing here tonight. I got a super long list, not quite as long as yesterday, but we also ended yesterday. Like, it was 100, how many videos did I have last night? It was 139 or something. I cut out like 60, but then replaced most of those back. I got like 120. It's been a long ass week. You remember yesterday's show? We still got we skipped a fuck ton. We skipped a fuck ton of stuff, and as a result, we're gonna have to really, and by we, I of course mean me. I'm gonna have to really keep the pace on this puppy. But this is an important topic. Don't let Sam fool you. This is not a boring conversation. This is very relevant. Because it's stuff like this that has implications in cases like the one we just talked about in Texas.
In the hearings, presumably she's going to ask.
Well, she's not on judiciary, but Blumenthal will ask.
Okay, and presumably, so he's going to be asking those questions, and if this guy dilly-dallies, it really speaks to Slotkin's ability to assess what's right in front of her face.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is not an ambiguous statement, right? She's basically saying, he gave me this promise, he will be the first. There's been the first 50 judges of Trump's second term have not been able to do this. So it will actually be a huge departure if this nominee essentially declares independence from Trump, and it's going to cause problems for every other nominee. On one hand, I actually think it's very positive that she's engaging this because, before this happened, before Blumenthal was raised this, before we put out this report, no one was even talking about this at all. So it's really good that she's raising this crony problem because, frankly, this is going to come up with Trump's Supreme Court nominees. But
let's be clear, if this guy Martin does in fact say what she thinks he's going to say, there is a new baseline.
Yes,
that every other judicial nominee who comes up,
that's right.
People are going to say, "Well, I don't understand why you cannot say this when Mr. Martin said this."
That's right.
Exactly.
Why can't you say this?
That's right.
Exactly. It sets a standard. But the standard right now is pure and utter cultishness, right? That literally cult members are being put into the lifetime judicial appointments. Like, the only way to even get there is to assure, like, the Trump administration and like whoever it is, like, I forget who it is. That's been I think there's someone from the Trump administration who's been basically like coaching these guys like witnesses like ahead of time on what to say. It's bonkers. But technically, there is stuff that we can do. I forget what this. When do they can do and should be doing? You know, we don't talk about these things enough, and we somehow have to like get more organized around the smaller ball stuff, right? Like it's a lot, but we do actually somehow have to find a way to, like, you know. And I think he makes the point. I can't remember, fucking hell, what is this guy's name again? I know it's in the description of the video, and Sam says it at the beginning, but I can't remember his fucking name. But he says it at some point. I think it's him who says it. Somebody has said it recently, and it's stuck in my head. But like, Moms for Liberty. Josh Orton. That's his name.
Republican movement.
Josh Orton, his name. But the Moms for Liberty proved that like a tiny group of psychos can totally change politics at a local level, right? Just by like going like school board meetings and city council meetings and shit, and just like screaming like a psychopath about like non-real stuff, but like just making a lot of noise. And honestly, the Tea Party kind of proved it before them, right? Which is why we need to like be continuing to activate more and more on this level, right? Just democratically, you know, just engaging on at these meetings and whatever else. Like, that really is a lesson we got to learn from the right. Is that like being loud and just like just being loud and annoying to people is to some degree has some sort of effectiveness.
In the NFL, except for him. That's who he wants on the court. And I think one of the sort of unexplored sort of consequences of Trump throwing Cornyn overboard,
well, I was just
Cassidy overboard, the dynamics in the Senate Republican caucus are fundamentally different now. He's, you know, he threw Cornyn overboard and has made the Senate race in Texas competitive. I do not think he has yet faced the reality that those sort of self-inflicted political wounds that he's caused himself, I don't think he's yet understood how they would manifest in a Supreme Court nomination.
So,
yeah, no, that is a good point. Because he has made a bunch of enemies of sitting senators who he has supported the challenges of, for like singular instances of having crossed the Trump line, right? And those guys might very well push back on Trump, but it's not clear to me that we can count on that, right? Although we did see, although it's partly, there's another partly self-inflicted wound, we did see earlier this week Trump lose the War Powers Resolution vote in the Senate, something that hadn't happened for, I mean, we've been waiting how many months now? 4 months for that to literally four months to the day for that to happen. Of course, like I said, it was a partially self-inflicted wound, not related to his attacks on, that's not necessarily 100% related to that, because he also had at least one senator with him during the vote at a fucking rally in Pennsylvania instead of in DC voting. But he did lose by more than one vote. So it wasn't a fully, I mean, it was a partially self-inflicted wound. He clearly wasn't focused on it. I guess that's the main point, is that he clearly had his eye off of the fucking ball and just, you know, like, what are you, too busy congratulating yourself in Pennsylvania to notice that you're losing a vote in the Senate. Whoopsies.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
they would uphold the Federal Mediation Act, or that they would be, bona fide corporate conservatives or religious extremists. That's the type of person who I can see McConnell not necessarily coming out against, not necessarily saying anything about. But if Trump nominates someone and Mitch McConnell for a week says nothing, that nominee's fucked. And so,
it could also just mean that he's having one of his spells.
It could just be a Mitch McConnell moment.
I know you're
yeah,
looking...
I was gonna literally, yeah. I am with Sam on that one. It could also, like, under this circumstance, it's sort of a Schrodinger's McConnell situation. It's like, is McConnell? Like, if we don't hear from McConnell for a week, he could be dead. Like, who knows what? Like, I mean, like, you could just have his staff, like, like barring people from coming into the office, like a corpse behind the fucking desk, like going, like, we gotta keep this guy. We can't have a fucking special election right now. I mean, they're basically they're already weekend at Bernieing the guy. I mean, everybody remember his collapse in the halls of the Senate earlier? It was this year, right? I mean, it's insane. The guy can barely walk and form sentences, and he's still somehow in the Senate. It really, I mean, sure, there are moments of lucidity, right? Like where he is cognizant of what's happening around him, but it's certainly nothing that we can't rest our laurels on that, I don't think. Oh God.
For people to cleave. I'm just a little. I will say.
But in this instance, so we have we need 4
Turtle
to survive
cells,
a tie-breaking vote from JD Vance.
Turtles. Although actually, I feel like he kind of looks like a turtle, regardless. But the jowls are really accentuating it over the years. Like he's got it with the droopy, like the eyes. Like he's always kind of looked somewhere between like a turtle and what's it called, like a hound dog. We all know about it.
What I'm saying is that 4 months ago,
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Just an FYI, Bob escaped through the vents again. I tracked him, and he sneaked on board the delivery shuttle to Texas. The shuttle went down somewhere, but at least he isn't on the station anymore, and Bob is a card-carrying DSA member, so he might run for public office. Do you think xenomorphs can run for office?
Now you've put the whole station in jeopardy. Okay, Columbia Rican. Actually, the whole country. My God. Although I think a xenomorph would be better representation than John Cornyn. Certainly Ken Paxton. I would take a xenomorph over Ken Paxton. But of course we have a better option, technically. Rico. What office is he thinking of running for? I guess that's the question. I don't know the rules. I do think he'd probably get deported by like Greg Abbott or something.
I think I would have said, look, we're going to make this difficult for them. We think we need to be ready. We think if it's a crony, we can really make this painful for the Republican Senate candidates in the different states.
Right.
Now I'm saying there is the math that if he chooses dumbly, if he nominates someone.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I would love to see. Sorry, I didn't mean to restart the video. I would love to see like ICE try and take Bob to a detention center. Like I would pay money, good money, to watch Bob the Xenomorph and ICE and or CBP phase off. I think a lot of people would, actually.
It's probably a big money making opportunity when you think about it. Actually, I think Bob's got a chance. I think he's got a shot. When you like, I think actually they're gonna have a tough time deporting Bob. As a xenomorph, I do think he has some advantages.
In Murkowski, Collins, Sullivan, maybe McConnell. That's like a list of 7 maybes.
Right.
So I think that the lame duck could cut either way. If I'm anybody with a political sense in the White House, I'm not risking waiting to the lame duck because I just don't know how the people that I've
And plus, if you do it in the lame duck because the Democrats have taken the Senate, you don't do it if they haven't.
Of course.
And in that instance, if I'm John Thune and I'm going to ram this thing through in 6 weeks, I'm going to be a minority leader, and Chuck Schumer will be like, "Don't worry,
but
I'm going to
let's
take
be.
care of
But
you,
to be
John."
clear, even if the Democrats don't win the Senate, even if it's closer, if it's 51-49. Trump has less votes to lose, right? And so my argument from the beginning is the time that Trump has the most political leverage to confirm a justice that he wants in the Supreme Court, or 2, is between now and the November election and never after.
Well, there it is. What should people be doing right now, Josh, to prepare for this?
I mean, we have everything up at demandjustice.org. In the event of a vacancy, we're going to put up a site that basically has a whip list right away. We've partnered with Indivisible so that the moment there is a vacancy, we and Indivisible are basically going to spring into action to start looking at what are the Senate races where that we can play here. How do we basically attack the credibility of a nominee right away? And so demandjustice.org is where to go to be prepared for that. If you're in a state that has a Democratic senator, let's say Pennsylvania or Michigan, I would be calling and making sure that they know that you are watching to see how these nominees perform tomorrow. And I would also, we have on our website, 19 Senate Democrats have voted to confirm at least one of these Trump judges who will not say that January 6th was an attack on the Capitol or that Biden won in 2020. Mm-hmm. 19. And Ruben Gallego, by the way, is one of them. What? So, I would say that if you are a constituent of one of those senators, one of the problems and one of the reasons that I think they've been able to vote to confirm these Trump judges is because they think the Democratic base is not paying attention. So one of the most valuable things you can do is call your Democratic senator, because Democratic offices very rarely get calls from constituents about judicial noms that aren't from the right. So if you are a Democratic voter or vote for Democrats in elections, call your Senate Democratic office and tell them that you are watching whether or not they vote to confirm these Trump crony judges, because they don't think that people are paying attention, right. And that's why they think they can horse trade on these things.
And okay, and so for them, what they're doing is they're giving the Republicans a vote ostensibly to get a vote for something else down the road.
Yeah, there's that. The other thing is,
what are the horse trading?
So is like, look, I'm going to vote, will you vote for my U.S. attorney nominee in 2 years if I vote for this district court nominee now? I think the other thing, there's people like Chris Coons who just, their egos are such that they see themselves as bipartisan, deal makers. This is their image of themselves, is someone who can work across the aisle.
And maybe just a little bit, we could do a little bit more money for Israel. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, he's not voted for any of them yet.
One extra missile. Oh, well, good for Schumer.
I waited till you were done with the impression.
Aren't I a good guy?
I think some of them just see themselves as like, well, voting for a, I honestly think if you asked some of these Democratic senators, like, why did you vote for someone who couldn't say that January 6th was an attack on the Capitol, they would just say, it's just something they have to say. They're just, and I just think that they treat Trump and all of these attacks on our system of justice as abnormal everywhere except in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing room because they think that the base doesn't pay attention to judges. And so you can't, I'll give you an example. The week that Democrats in Senate Judiciary decided to start favorably voting Trump nominees out of committee this term was literally the week after Comey was indicted by the justice system by the Justice Department the first time. And there were Democratic senators who, I swear to God, at the beginning of that meeting were denouncing Trump's weaponization of our system of justice and his political prosecution of James Comey. And then towards the end of the meeting, voting to advance Trump nominees who wouldn't say that he lost in 2020. I mean, within the course of an hour, those two actions.
Yeah.
Unreal.
That's crazy.
Exactly. So, punish your senators with phone calls. Let them know how disappointed you are in them if they have voted for them. And or wait around like what was his name again? God damn it. Mr. Otis was saying for a big nominee, and just call your senator and say, hey, I'm paying attention. I am paying attention and I care about this. Because they think it's only Republicans who care. Because the Republicans are the ones who are loud. Okay, now, of course, you don't want to act like Republicans, but I mean, because of course, I feel like a lot of Republicans, like, if you were to look through it, I'm fairly certain, like, the vast majority of, like death threats made against Congress people and or, like, other, like, political officials are mostly Republicans, Trump voters. And I feel like that probably is something that causes a great deal of concern to people. But you can make other threats, like, I don't know, I'll vote you out of office. I'll contribute to your next primary opponent. I will literally donate my time to that person. I will literally take it upon myself to wage a political war against you from the grassroots. I will fucking pound the streets until you feel my wrath. I swear to God. You got Fetterman? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, no, you got Fetterman, you got Shapiro, you got a bunch of people you should probably call, although Shapiro's not voting in Congress. Yeah, you got some unfortunate representation, although, good God. Somehow, you actually technically have worse representatives. They're just, I think you know what I'm saying. But, like, Pennsylvania is just going more and more red, or has been in the latest elections. You're next. Yes, exactly. You're next. That's basically what I'm saying to you. Tell them that they're next if they don't do what the party wants, and stop self-dealing. Stop working with Republicans and Donald Trump. Now, there are some people who are out there taking it upon themselves to do everything they can to stand up to those people who succeeded in standing up to those sorts of people in the Democratic Party this week in the primary elections of New York. Here's the AP.
And I'm so excited to get to work and to bring all of you with me to Washington. To be fighting the fight that we have been fighting at the federal level. And I know that it won't be easy. Because fascism is on the rise, Trump is in office, and the odds, as always, are stacked against us. The odds were stacked against another young Muslim socialist.
Zohran Mamdani.
New York City. And so I'll tell you honestly, I'm not concerned about that. Thank you all.
Yes, indeed, these races in New York were the talk of the entire media apparatus this week. Most of it freaking out over multiple incumbent Dino Dems losing in primary elections in deep blue New York.
What I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. They are hungry for a politics that understands working people should be at the heart of it. And they're hungry for a politics that looks at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and understands that it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 are living in poverty. What we're going to see from the 3 congressional candidates that I was so proud to endorse and who all won yesterday in Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, Brad Lander, as well as what we're going to see from the 5 state legislative candidates that I endorsed that won yesterday evening, Iapa Saira Tupac, Eli Northrup, Samantha Katan, Abir Kawas, and Brian Romero, is a singular focus on the fight of the working person. The working person is struggling in our city to afford basic needs. And what you will see, whether it's a vision on making healthcare more affordable, on making housing more affordable, or on a vision, as Daria Lisa often talks about, of investing in babies, not bombs, is the kind of conscience, the kind of clarity, the kind of conviction that has been missing in our politics for far too long. And I cannot wait to work with them on accomplishing that.
Well, there you go. That was Zohran Mamdani speaking at the late registration for 2K applications, which is, I believe, closing very soon. So if you're the sort of person who has a child that could, benefit from this, should get in there. Child Care for All initiative from Zohran. But also speaking on these races that leftist candidates won in New York, and it wasn't just the city. We talked about a few other districts where galactically endorsed candidates won. The 23rd, the 24th. AOC winning her district again. I think technically in Buffalo, the 26th, I think a leftist DSA-backed candidate technically won by default there? I can't remember. I think, won the primary, once again. These are all primaries. But yeah. Yeah, there's some definite movement in New York that I think if all made it to the House of Representatives would represent a huge shift in the Democratic Party. Right? Oh wait, no, it wasn't that. No, it was. I think it was an assembly seat. It wasn't the House. No, I don't think this guy. No, I take it back on the 26th. Sorry, I was just double checking that while I was going to the next video. I don't think this guy's DSA. Is he? Maybe. Gotta find his fucking website. Where is it? There it is. Whatever. I'll keep looking at that. I've lost my fucking list. Where did it go? Oh, it's because I did that. Dumb. Let's go here. Democracy Now. Talk about this seismic shift in the Democratic Party.
As we turn now to John Tarleton, editor-in-chief of The Independent. The new issue of The Independent featured Claire Valdez, Daria-Lisa Villa-Chevalier on the cover with the headline, "Look Who's Next." And you didn't do that this morning.
No, this was weeks ago.
John, we were together 1 year ago.
Yes.
With the primary election of Mayor Zoran Mandani, but he wasn't mayor yet.
Yeah.
Talk about what this means. As he said, no, that wasn't the end. This is clearly just the beginning. All his candidates won.
Yes, this definitely shows that Zoran Mamdani's victory last year was not a fluke or a one-hit wonder. There is deep support across much of New York City for what he's doing. He's become, I think, a more popular mayor as he's went along. His goal to really show that government can serve the people and be an active force for good in the lives of people is succeeding. His endorsements were very powerful. And also the endorsements and the incredible energy that the DSA gave this slate of candidates. Zoran endorsed most of the DSA slate, but not all. And there were 4 assembly races where he didn't endorse, and DSA won 3 of those 4 races as well. So really, Zoran Mamdani and New York City DSA are now huge powerhouses in New York politics, and it's going to have big national ramifications. When we see Democratic Socialist Nithya Raman in a runoff in Los Angeles with Karen Bass. She finished a close second behind Bass, but you got to really feel the wind is at her sails. Kind of another case of a much older politician who's maybe lost support in Los Angeles, and Raman, offering something fresh and new. And there's more primaries to come.
Yes, and that is the big thing, right? Is that there's more primaries to come. There's one happening next Tuesday. We talked about it yesterday. Got at least one really good candidate there. Honestly, there's 2 good candidates there. Then like 6 kind of lukewarm candidates. But there's at least 9 races happening. I think maybe 10. I think there's also a governor's race, but I haven't dived into that enough. We still got at least 20 more primary elections between now and September.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Sorry for stun locking, but Hassan posted a tweet of himself at the Dari and Claire victory rally saying Richie Torres is next. 2028, he better act right, no pro-Israel crap. If not, he's gonna endorse his opponent in 2028.
Good segue. Let's go here now to the man of the hour, Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker?
Wait, Trump?
Mandami was here, as you know, twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes on people when you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida.
Wow. Trump on Mamdani. And you know what they don't say? I was 16-0 last night, but mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0.
Night for Democratic Socialist candidates last night. In the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out 2 incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement
Zohran
of Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. These people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. Communist.
Who's he talking about? Daria Lisa or Claire? Oh my God.
Is a communist, and you know what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. Mine was a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives.
Which woman? Oh my God.
Republican conservatives.
I wonder, oh my God. Trump knows of Daria Lisa's existence or possibly Claire Valdez's existence or both. That's incredible. That is, he just knows a woman one. He didn't see shit.
I don't know. I don't know the name. Very confusing names. I don't know how to say it, but the woman, you know the one. You know the one with the name that I can't say. Like this, can we all we've heard Trump try and pronounce names that are not of a sort of Anglo-Saxon like origin, right? Like, you really think he can say Daria Lisa Vila Chevalier? The great Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. She's very nasty communist.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Very nasty, basically a communist. I know a communist when I see it.
A communist.
Yeah. Donald Trump thinking about as good as anybody else, I suppose. I mean, we watched Jesse Waters last night have a real meltdown over all of this. I mean, it wasn't just him. It was most of like the media apparatus having a meltdown over it. It's a little cathartic, I'm not gonna lie. Because of course we've been talking about these primaries for months now. It's nice to see progress happening in this way and seeing the progress that's being made, triggering a certain group of snowflakes. It brings my heart great warmth. It could last through the winter. Although this winter is probably not going to be very cold because of the old El Nino. But still. Here's little news. Not necessarily related to those elections, but in a way related to those elections. Because the New York City Rent Guidelines Board has approved a rent freeze.
Yeah!
That's right. Yesterday, the board, which was partially appointed by Zoran, in a historic vote, have made living in New York just a little bit more affordable. Affordability.
Historic vote last night. The New York City Rent Guidelines Board approved a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases.
And the move impacts about 1 million rent-stabilized apartments across the city and is a big political victory for Mayor Mamdani. Christina Fan is live outside City Hall in Lower Manhattan. Christina.
Well, Cindy and Mary, while this vote is a huge win for both the mayor and tenants, it also comes with a lot of controversy. Critics are slamming that while it may be politically popular, it is going to hurt the city's housing crisis.
Oh no, the landlords are upset. It's controversial because the landlords are upset. It's controversial because, like, 0.5%. All right, I don't know exactly what percent, but it's like, you know, like 1% of the population is mad. Like the 1%, like the 1% of the population that happens to own rent stabilized housing that they are renting right now, like, or like whatever. Like, I mean, like, it's ridiculous. Oh, it's so controversial. But of course, this is CBS New York. I'm sorry, I was moving fast today. I couldn't be bothered to go try and find the ABC 7, okay? Look, listen, putting these shows together is quite a task, even though this was partially put together from yesterday. Like, I spent most of the morning after the show was done putting together, like, going through what was happening during the show, right? Like, I spent the first, like, hour after ending the show going through the last 8 hours of news that I didn't see while I was streaming last night. And then I couldn't I couldn't fall asleep for whatever reason. And then woke up late as fuck. Whole bunch of shit happened while I was sleeping, which is unfair because I can't watch the news while I'm sleeping. And to finish going through everything that I hadn't gone through from before going to bed, and all the new stuff, and then make a thumbnail. And decide, honestly, that's one of the things that takes up a huge amount of time, is like deciding what to put on the thumbnail and title. Like, what is the most relevant information? What is going to be talked about most? It's difficult because I got, especially on Fridays where we're like doing a weekending report, but honestly every single day, because I don't stray away from like any sort of really anything. And it gets weird sometimes. It's real weird. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Oh, right, because CBS New York. Look, listen. Local news. I'm still subscribed to all the local CBS channels for now. Partially because there are some localities where CBS is the only option. Not that New York is, but like if I were to just start doing it, like going down the list on like all the local channels, like I don't know, it was just, I feel like it would wind up limiting the coverage that I have available at this point. Like, I'm already unsubscribed. We don't use any CBS videos aside from local news anymore, right? Like it doesn't happen. I think I've unsubscribed from like every single one of their non-local, because they got multiple. I'm trying to think of which ones those are. I've already like put them out of my mind. But I think, isn't Good Morning America? No, that's ABC. I'm trying to think. Anyways, that's not the importance of this discussion right now. We're talking affordability. Talking affordability, which is something that is certainly hurting Trump's approval ratings right now, which have been going down this week. I saw a 30% earlier. I can't remember which. I should find the poll. So I talked about it yesterday too, but I saw a poll. I can't remember from who. That gave Trump a 30% approval rating, which is the lowest for Trump, and I think for anybody at this point in their term in history. He continues to just outdo himself in unpopularity. And a lot of it's being driven by the economy. An elusive, strange word no one's ever heard of, affordability.
They disapproved of him a month ago. They disapproved of him 2 months ago. And they still disapprove of him. I mean, the polling is quite steady despite... Ooh, let's see. This is interesting.
Hold on.
You want to see if we can...
Oh, right. I forgot about this.
I think we need...
I forgot about this. Point is Trump's numbers, they keep going down. This is a failed segment from fucking... This is a failed segment from Harry.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Terrible, Harry. Terrible. Get your board working, pal. It's like your sword. Should be working at all times, perfectly polished. Ready for battle with numbers. The battle of the numbers. Can't just show up to the fight and say, "Oh, my sword doesn't come out of its scabbard." Nope. Dead.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Fact is, he's getting paid the big bucks over there now. I mean, it's clear that CNN is really leaning into Harry. He's got the, I mean, he's got a thing. He's got it. He's got it. Of course, Trump's approval ratings are one thing, and those will most likely affect the election in one way. However, as we've been talking about, there's been all sorts of different what do you want to call it? Developments, different stories surrounding the Trump administration and Republicans regarding voting in this country. Not regarding polling and popularity, but just pure and utter voter disenfranchisement. I mean, where do we start? The gerrymandering battle that they started in Texas, which has now reached out to, what, 8, 9 states? I don't know exactly how many at this point. I've lost count. Probably should have that number in my head. But you got the FBI raiding of Georgia's election offices. You got the... I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember... what else? I mean, there's a bunch of these things. Oh, we got the SAVE Act, right? Something that's certainly been in the news this week. Something which was apparently at least part of the reason for why Donald Trump was screaming, reportedly, at Senate Republicans. Something that caused him to not sign a bipartisan bill on solving the housing crisis, which made it all the way to his desk. He said, no, not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
So I think we had a really great meeting, and we're very proud of the party. We like our leader. We like everybody really in the room. I don't like a few people, but that's okay. I think you know who they are. But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well-unified party. And I said it.
You can't tell me that the music doesn't make this 10 times more awkward. We watched this one yesterday, but we had to watch this again. Trump was reportedly screaming at Republicans in this meeting. And the vibes of Republicans are fucking hilarious. Got their hands crossed in front of them, sort of looking around, just looking incredibly uncomfortable. We got Doug Burgum and Witkoff, the cabinet in the back, also looking uncomfortable, but in a slightly different way for some reason. Like where they feel, I feel like these guys, like Senate Republicans are here, they're awkward because they just got yelled at like a bunch of children. The Trump administration officials, I think, are feeling awkward because they're watching their boss, Daddy, belittle Senate Republicans to their face. Just got done watching Daddy yell at them.
Daddy can do no wrong.
And I think to some degree they must feel at least a little bit shameful about that.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
That's okay. I think you know who they are. But I'll give you that information someday. But for the most part, we have a really well-unified party. And I said it very strongly. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the most powerful, we're the smartest, we're the most respected. 2 years ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We had a terrible group of people representing us. Every leader, I just left G7, every leader, and we had a lot of people in addition to G7, as you know, came. Everyone said, what we've done in a year and a half is a miracle. And Iran is being very nice. They're agreeing to everything that I want.
Well, there is Trump. With Senate Republicans looking incredibly awkward. John Thune seemingly not knowing how to stand. Like, you see him over here just shifting around all over the place. What the fuck is going on with John Thune? It's like his fucking suit doesn't fit him or something. It's being weird. Oh, shit. I forgot to fix the TVs and the brake screens. It's very stupid of me. Oh, I forgot to fix the TVs, the brake screens. I need to get more organized. Point is, it's one of the reasons why Trump was there was that he was mad about the SAVE Act, which Republicans in the Senate refused to pass because they actually think that it might disenfranchise some of their voters. They're not sure if it'll disenfranchise more of their voters or more Democrat voters. So they're sort of on the fence right now and have been avoiding and hoping and praying that Trump wouldn't bring it back up, honestly, from what I could tell. It passed the House, made it to the Senate, and the Senate was like, the SAVE what? Huh? We'll talk about it later. We think it's a great piece of legislation. We're going to vote on it very soon. Don't worry. And then they just sort of sidelined it. And they're like, please, sir, never bring it up again. And then he's like, actually, I'm not going to pass this bill. I will not sign it into law until you pass the SAVE Act. And so now we don't have that new housing legislation. But the real reason, which is why he ended, I think, with that comment about Iran, is that Senate Republicans failed to prevent Democrats from holding him accountable with the War Powers Resolution. But once again, it was partially his own doing because he had the senator, the junior senator from Pennsylvania, the junior Republican senator from Pennsylvania with him at a rally in Pennsylvania rather than in D.C. voting on that fucking resolution. So he really only has himself to blame. He also lost, though, by 2 votes. So I guess to some degree, I see why he's mad, but it's also just so ironic because he really truly wasn't paying any attention to that. Certainly not enough to prevent it. I mean, he was literally at this rally while it was going down. He didn't even know it was happening. And then he gets mad at Republicans. Like, it's really, I mean, it's just incompetence when it comes down to it, right? Like, you wield power, like almost unprecedented unprecedented presidential power and command just unreal amounts of loyalty within your cabinet. And you're telling me those guys, actually, that makes perfect sense. The Trump cabinet was too incompetent to realize what was going on, to let the president know what was happening, and that maybe he shouldn't bring this fucking guy to Pennsylvania. I mean, it just, it's one of those moments where it's just like truly, because we don't get enough of these where the incompetence of the Trump administration only affects the Trump administration. Like, usually it has a lot of effects outwards. Like, it ripples out, USAID canceling, like all of Doge, right? Like, there's so many examples just from that one debacle. And so I guess it's just nice to see someone other than poor people or like immigrants like being hurt by the incompetence of the Trump administration. Sort of icing on top of it is Donald Trump himself. U.S. Now this. Oh, right. I forgot what I was going to next. Now, unfortunately, we have another story this week that sort of makes this SAVE Act story a lot less great. Because once again, I still don't think the SAVE Act's going to pass because I think Republicans have made them. Maybe if they do, I mean, it's fucking. It's GG on the Jim Crow, right? Like full on. I mean, we're already really pretty much there as it is.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Got to love the incompetent Benny Hill administration.
Maybe we should have played that instead of the elevator music. I don't know. They both have their own merits, I suppose. Now, unfortunately, we have a very disturbing story regarding the elections, which we don't have a lot to get into, but is because it's not yet clear Like, it's not, this has not passed, but we have another piece of legislation now that would potentially disenfranchise millions of people only in blue states. As this latest, I think this is legislative, actually not, I can't remember if this is administrative or legislative. We're going to get into this, I'm sorry, but like this is like, I only found out about this like right before the stream started, but the USPS is saying that they won't be delivering ballots to blue states or any states that don't turn over their voter lists to the federal government in a like unprecedented move. Essentially, the USPS, the Postal Service, is being used as a vehicle to facilitate Trump policies and desires that they can't get across the finish lines, right? You can't get the SAVE Act passed? Fine. We'll get the USPS to stop delivering mail-in ballots to blue states.
This is ridiculous!
Here's ABC from yesterday.
Democrats are warning a proposed Postal Service rule could disenfranchise millions of voters. Under the proposed rule, the Postmaster General says the Postal Service won't deliver ballots in states that refuse to give the Trump administration
this is administrative.
a list of approved
This is
voters.
administrative. This is not legislation. This is administrative. This is the very thing that they're claiming that agencies, like, oh, how can agencies do these sorts of things? Act as, you know, oh my fucking God. But the USPS isn't even, oh, this is insane. This is wild.
The Trump administration a list of approved voters.
Yes,
like, literally, like the whole fucking Doge bullshit, fucking tragedy that we lived through last year, like that we were still seeing the fucking repercussions of. Like, what was the fucking point I was just making? Sorry, I just got mad about Doge instead of the thing that I was like yeah, what was I just fucking saying just now? I had a good point and I just lost. I just lost it. Oh my God.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Like that's what it was. The whole point of the Doge whatever you want to fucking call what happened last year with Elon Musk was under the guise of unaccountable federal agencies acting lawlessly, you know, as if they're legislators or something. You know, like that was the whole argument that was being made. It's like, oh, all these runaway, lawless federal agency bureaucrats that are making decisions that you know shouldn't be made by these unaccountable bureaucrats. And now you got a fucking unaccountable bureaucrat in the fucking Postmaster General saying, actually, we're not going to deliver mail-in ballots to blue states. I mean, the fucking hypocrisy is so fucking, it's beyond the pale. It's like how anybody can look at this and be like, oh, this is fine is fucking crazy.
To turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government. Will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal rule?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest.
I feel like now the Postmaster General says he'll follow
we would
whatever
tell
rule
the
is in
states
effect at the time
no.
of the election. ABC.
We would tell the states no, we need the manifest. We would tell the states no, we would need the voter rolls. We would need the information that the federal government does not have a right to. We need to facilitate for the federal government, an illegal seizure, essentially. It's coercion, right? It is fucking political coercion. Like this is beyond. If this is allowed to stand, if Republicans, sit on their hands and allow the fucking USPS and the Trump administration to play this fucking game, and they already are to some degree, all right? And I worry that they are going to do exactly that. They're just going to sit there and go, it's fine. But the fact is the this is just this is one of those fucking things that literally is not just going to, like, this should be bipartisan, right? Like, it's not just going to affect Democrats, right? Blue states still have Republicans, right? Republicans are still running in blue states, right? Or no? Like in California or in New York or wherever, right? Like, are there still Republicans in blue states or what? Like, what's the deal? And like, and then red states, like, are there any red states out there that, like, the problem is that there's already so many red states that are complying with the SAVE Act preemptively, right? It hasn't passed, but they're already doing voter ID, right? They're already forcing people to get passports to vote. And I worry that they're not going to even flinch at this. And the fact is, this got, like, no views. It's got, like, 12,000 views. It's been on the fucking internet for a whole day. This is a blatantly authoritarian measure. It's being taken unilaterally by an unaccountable bureaucracy. Literally like a Trump implant, like a fucking, a planted Trump sycophant. It's fucking deranged. This is the real steal, though. If we get to, like, early voting, like when these ballots are supposed to start getting handed out after the primaries are over, and people in blue states, the USPS does not start, like, we got a real fucking problem. That's the actual steal. That's an actual election steal. Not giving people ballots because the states won't comply with the federal government. The federal government is not supposed to have any say in how states do elections. It's insane. It's insane that I feel that I'm saying this sentence right now. Like, that I'm saying these words. All right, now let's talk about this book that's been big in the media this week. That is the book titled Regime Change by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. They went on to talk with Caitlin Collins. It's a different clip we haven't seen yet this week. Let's get into this. There's a bunch of fascinating details in here, including the strange relationship between Donald Trump and his young female aide.
Why the two of you titled this book Regime Change.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of a couple of months into the presidency realized that we weren't just covering a transition from a Democratic president to a Republican president. And in fact, it was nothing like what we covered in the first term in the way he was using executive power. The premise for the title, Regime Change, was that we're used to talking about regime change in foreign countries and covering regime change in foreign countries.
China!
It's a much more uncomfortable and challenging task to think about a regime change in our own country. And when you look at what he's done as president, the way he's used executive power, it's like nothing we've seen in our lifetimes. You can go across the gamut. When George W. Bush went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan, as flawed as the decision-making was, there was a process of getting approval by Congress, the branch of government under the Constitution that has the power to declare war. Trump didn't even talk to Congress. He just went to war. When he went and snatched a foreign sovereign head of state out of his bedroom in his pajamas in the middle of the night and forced regime change in Venezuela, he didn't talk to anyone in Congress. When he started a trade war with the whole world based on authorities which, once the courts caught up to it, were invalid, again, there's no consultation. So it's unilateral expressions of power like we haven't seen in our lifetimes. And what we wanted to do in the book was to really emphasize what's in front of our own eyes and try to dig deeper and show people how it's working in there, how this country is being run by the very small group of people that are in charge of this country.
Yeah, and you do that very effectively. New details about one of his closest aides, Natalie Harp. Maggie and Jonathan report on how she became the president's gateway to information, supplying him with positive news stories and pro-Trump social media posts. They also write how she would often read the materials out loud to the president.
This woman looks like a literal fucking Bond villain or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she dresses and like holds herself like some kind of a literal movie villain. Like, she looks like she's about to do some kind of fucking horrible, something horrible. And she's just standing there.
Trump social media post. They also write how she would often read the materials out loud to the president and later give him physical copies from a portable printer that she kept on her. According to the new book, Harp, quote, wrote Trump adoring letters that she left in his personal spaces, including one that read, "You are all that matters to me." Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, told others that she remembered thinking, "Where am I?" And that Trump had taken to telling his staff that Natalie was the only one who loved him as much as his wife and his kids, adding, "All of you will go off and make money, and she'll never leave me." I mean, Maggie, obviously those of us who cover the president...
Natalie will never leave me. She is a perfect specimen of a woman. You will all enrich yourself. She will continue to suckle at my teat. She is a loyalist through and through. She doesn't care about herself. All she cares about me, the king.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
No Natalie Harp. Obviously, she's typically by his side all the time. For people at home, though, and as you're looking at the realm of figures that are surrounding him in this second term, what does this say to you?
So a couple of things, Caitlin. Natalie Harp became omnipresent in the campaign, and we write about that. She was not one of the original people in 2021 in this very small group of people who was there, but at some point in 2022, she became somebody who was constantly with him on the golf courses when he was in Florida. Again, they would refer to her as the human printer because she had this portable printer where she would hand him pieces of positive information. What it says is that he wants to keep people around who either, make him happy or feed him information that he prefers to hear. I mean, one of the scenes that we have in the book is him demanding the quote unquote real numbers during a tariff discussion when he is being told by his own staff what the actual numbers are, and he wants Natalie to go get him some different set of numbers that just didn't comport with reality. And he is more interested in information.
Natalie, go get me the good numbers. You know which ones I'm talking about. Yes, Natalie, good job. These are the ones. Yes, perfect numbers. Natalie knows which numbers I like. I like Scott. I like Scott.
He wants to hear, and in seeking out something that validates what he believes, that he has always been interested in that. It was just harder for him to get. This time, it is much easier. And Natalie Harp is one of the people who took over posting duties to the President's Truth Social post.
She sounds terrible. Honestly, we haven't heard enough about Natalie. I'm not gonna lie. We only talked about it like one time on this stream. And I don't know how it's possible if she's been this close to Donald Trump, if she's the one person who's the most loyal to Donald Trump. how it is possible. I mean, she must be, I mean, I guess her entire personality must just be completely subsumed by Donald Trump's ego. And therefore she like there's there's been no reason, because he's just like a tumor, or like I don't know, I'm trying to, it's like a symbiote, you know. She's, oh God. Ugh. How old is Natalie? I don't know. How old is Natalie? Much younger than Trump. 35 years old. She just loves the president, okay? I don't know what you're so confused about. Just loves the president. Just making America so great. Just look at the numbers. The numbers that, you know which one, you know which ones. The good ones. 100%. 100% popularity. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I love you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Now, unfortunately, America is not saying thank you very much, I love you, sir, when it comes to the cost of living. Otherwise known as affordability.
PodSave did a little edited piece on the tremendous corruption around Freedom 250. It is amazing. And we'll get in a moment to Donald Trump's...
Trump will be dating Natalie Harp in 10 years. That's hilarious for two reasons. Because he'll be 90 and she'll be 45 years old. Like, I mean, if he even makes it that far. But also because that's a throwback to a disgusting claim that Trump said about honestly, a woman who, I mean, not a woman, goddammit, now I'm doing it, about a young girl going up an escalator who, if I had to guess, would probably be Natalie's age. In fact, I think we should do some digging. I think that girl might have been Natalie. Oh, God.
Stock trading, but look at how they have monetized every. Honestly, like, I'd be embarrassed if our podcast did half of this.
Tonight's $250,000 performance bonus in USD1 is presented by World Liberty Financial. Closed captioning for tonight's broadcast is brought to you by SharpCoins.com, the official UFC Freedom 250 special edition medallions. This bout is proudly sponsored by Truth Social, the real voice of President Trump. Download Truth Social today.
Well, I was watching that at home. That's what I was like. This is just, it's.
I don't know. We don't necessarily need their commentary, but
the money. Understand, Trump owns part of UFC.
Yes.
So he's just cycling money through and getting a cut. I mean, it is.
It's a horrible picture to put in. I'm sorry, Columbia Rican. Look, listen. I talk for 8 hours. Sometimes some of the things I say might be unintentionally gross to you. Or even sometimes intentionally gross. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It is crazy.
they sold what seats for 1.5 mil. It was on Paramount Plus.
Yep.
3 of those. What's World Liberty? That's another.
That's the
his
Eric.
sons,
That's
right?
his sons and the Lutnick's sons crypto company.
I think Trump personally has a stake in World Liberty as well. Hold on. No, not no. It just gave me fucking hell. Just gave me Elf, the makeup brand. Yeah, Donald Trump has a massive personal stake in World Liberty Financial. Is through his business entity DT DeFi LLC. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Which also is in bed, I believe, with the Emiratis. That's a part of that corruption there. It's astounding. It's astounding. It's astounding. And
what I was gonna say.
The gaudiness.
That's what I was gonna respond to, though. I got distracted because honestly, I see this comment here saying that you watched that Dean Withers Jubilee thing. I watched that clip. I watched that clip that you're talking about. I didn't watch the actual. I couldn't stand to watch the whole thing. But honestly, I'm not that shocked because I feel like to be the sort of person who identifies as a conservative in 2026 is to be somebody who just believes in self-enrichment. And would probably of all those women, at least they may not see him as physically attractive, but they see him as a successful man with money, right? And the entire conservative project is just about enriching yourself. It's just everybody doing grifts. Everybody's just doing a bunch of grifts, whether it's the president himself with his 30,000 grifts, or it's his own supporters doing their own grifts, right, in different sorts of avenues and things like that. I mean, there's so many of them. Fucking ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and all that during the COVID thing. They got, I mean, all sorts of other crazy supplement brands that are unclear whether or not they do anything, and you know what I mean? They all got grifts. It's like the grift economy over there, and doing things that are just solely to enrich yourself or to be more proximate to power, or to appease, and in fact, in the particular case of Donald Trump, to appease the leader of the party. It's all this. It's that's all the same goal, I feel somehow.
Matches with the corruption so neatly. The dirt bike tricks on the White House lawn, the cage match fighting on the White House lawn. It really doesn't get any grosser than this.
There is a part of me that enjoys that because I think the White House has always been a bit of a desecration.
Yes, so time to desecrate it back.
Right, but also, can we get Bruce Buffer to do our Sunset Lake reads?
Right, but it's not a fun desecration.
Sunset
Lake, Right. I skipped over that. But it's not a fun desecration would be a punk rock one. This is just... I mean,
it's the most honest thing I've ever seen, though, because this is so disgusting.
Use code MR20. Get 20% off all your purchases. I mean, can you imagine? Can you? I mean, but the fact is the majority of he makes a good point. Fucking majority report would never be even close to this, self-serving, just doing things specifically to make money, so blatantly just only profit seeking and self-dealing, in such a way, they do it ironically. But the Trump's doing it serious. They put on a multi-million-dollar fucking celebration on the White House lawn, built an entire fucking stadium for a fucking single night, and covered the thing in advertisements of his own companies at an event that he part owned. It's fucking not. It's just It's just wild. Every single day, we just slip further and further into this, blatant empire. We've talked about the American empire, and our imperial sort of behaviors over the years abroad. But, it's clear that the empire is officially come home in the form of Trump. And we are now no longer... citizens, we're now subjects. He's literally the emperorship or whatever you call it, has like really started to like calcify at this point, and it's just levels of emperorship that we're dealing with. Like he's just blatant open air corruption that we're not even asked to, but actually scolded for like noticing. You know, like that's bad. I mean, what? Like, it's just out of control. But some people are still trying to do the journalism out there.
To drive that big ass truck right on the lawn.
So on top of the corruption associated with the big UFC 250 celebration, CBS did an investigation showing that Donald Trump, in between obsessing about the waiting pool and in between launching a war, has had a lot of time to play the stock market.
Our CBS News investigation shows President Trump has traded stocks at a level never before seen in the American presidency. In the first 3 months of this year, Trump's investment accounts traded 3,600 stocks worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The Trump Organization said Trump's portfolio is overseen by independent investment managers. CBS News investigative reporter Michael Kaplan has been following all this for us. Michael, it's great to have you here.
Great to be here.
What do we know?
Well, this is a financial disclosure that came out last month, and it was really remarkable because you saw 3,600 plus individual trades, most of them of individual companies. And the sheer volume of this is what's extraordinary. I mean, the portfolio leaned heavily into tech stocks and the major technology giants. You had Apple and Amazon and Microsoft and Oracle as some of the most bought and sold securities. But this is sort of unprecedented in the sense we're talking about individual companies instead of index funds or sort of a larger pool.
And
trades.
many of the companies you just named, Check, have active interests before the federal government, point one. Point two, the president knows better than anyone, any utterance from him can affect the stock of one of these companies.
I did everything
Point
right,
three,
and they
this
indicted
president,
me.
more than his predecessors, has been open to the federal government negotiating share.
This is on CBS. We stopped watching this show because I stopped subscribing to CBS, so I don't get recommended any of this anymore. I don't even know if they post this to their YouTube. I don't think this is on YouTube. But look at his face. Look at his face after Major says that. He's like...
of one of these companies. Any utterance from him can affect the stock of one of these companies.
And he just sort of... He just looks at Major like... I want to respond, but I can't respond to this particular statement. Otherwise, I might lose my job. Barry is sharpening a knife somewhere nearby.
Three, this president, more than his predecessors, has been open to the federal government negotiating share arrangements, purchasing some portion of privately held companies, all of which have implications for this portfolio.
Yeah, and I just want to stipulate at the top, the Trump Organization, which manages these funds, told us in a statement that the president, his family, doesn't have any.
Sounds like he has a gun to his head.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
This is all being handled by third-party investment managers. But some of the timing of these trades is interesting. Take, for example, NVIDIA, the chip maker. The first week of January, he traded up to $1 million worth of NVIDIA stock. And the next week, the administration loosened export controls around export controls around these chips to China. So now NVIDIA has an easier time selling its prized AI chips to China. The president bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Palantir, touted Palantir by its ticker name on his Truth Social account after that. And Eli Lilly bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Eli Lilly, and the administration has been making it easier to buy GLP-1s and policies.
And historically, presidents have had blind trust where they are so far removed from it, and the actions of the federal.
Yeah, historically, Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm because the Republicans were concerned that it would somehow give peanut growers some sort of advantageous position against other. They would get like special consideration because he was a peanut farmer. You don't really hear those complaints about Donald Trump vis-a-vis, I don't know, any of the hundreds of businesses his family has started. I mean, I don't know exactly the number, but I don't know. Let's start phones, shoes, cryptocurrency, hotels, golf courses. Somebody help me. I know there's way more than that. Oh God, my brain is broken. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a peep.
As to be completely unaware. This is closer. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm just saying it is closer than we've ever seen before.
Yeah, and you know, again, the Trump Organization says the president has no visibility into this. And what's actually interesting is
understand what's going on.
No, there's no Trump branded guitars. Shut up. Don't say untrue things. GetTrumpGuitars.com. These beautiful guitars features the iconic phrase "Make America Great Again" inlaid in authentic pearl. Shut up. Shut up. No. This can't be real. This can't possibly be real. How? What? Introducing the limited edition American Eagle Guitar Series. Available in acoustic and electric. The only guitar officially endorsed by President Donald J. Trump. Order now while supplies last. These beautiful guitars feature the iconic phrase, "Make America Great Again." Inlaid in authentic pearl of the neck of the guitar and the number 45 on the headstock, signifying President Donald J. Trump's historic term as president. American Eagle Series, these limited edition guitars are numbered with only 1,275 available, you girly man. $1,250 for the $1,250 for the pleasure. $10,750 for a Trump signed acoustic guitar. Holy fucking shit. How is that a thing? Why that was a fascinating rabbit hole we just went down.
Here is this guy somehow got the short stick and had to do this investigation, and he's sitting up there like, they're making me say this, and the president's gonna get me fired tomorrow. I don't know where I'm going to go work. But I just want to remind everybody, the Trump people said they did nothing wrong. I just want to say that again.
Pants down and he's wearing concrete shoes.
Or he's hearing the gears turning of the safe that Barry Weiss is hiding in because she can't have any contact with her employees because she's so afraid of them, and they're like, she's coming. She's gonna get this fourth bolted door unlocked and is gonna come and reprimand me. I'm wondering how this even happened. I look up what CBS News 24/7 is, and it's not on TV. This is their.
It only plays YMCA though. It won't even play Lee Greenwood. Oh my god. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah. Well, CBS trying to do journalism over there and simultaneously not get fired. You know, I gotta give him a little round of applause. Gotta give him one. All right.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We have a grifter as a president. This is why we have streamers like Asmongold, Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, Critical Drinker, Timpool, and the list goes on to grift using rage baiting to steal money from their audiences. We need all these people to face justice for their criminality.
Right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
All right. Oh, well, Donald Trump and his family continue to enrich themselves to just unprecedented levels. The polls are showing that on the economy and people's financial situations, not his financial situations, on their financial situations, not good, as it turns out. Most of America. Let's go here to CNN.
Holy Toledo.
The great Harry Emden with the numbers.
I looked at thousands of polls. Your Ipsos, your Marquette University Law School, your New York Times, Siena College, your Quinnipiac, your Marist. You say it, you name it. I looked at it, looking for Trump's biggest midterm red flag. And folks, I think I've actually found it. Now, let me set the stage for you in how I found it. Why don't we just talk about Donald Trump's popularity right now? It has absolutely plummeted over the course of his second term. Trump's net approval rating, you go back to the beginning of his second term, look at this. He was on the plus side of the ledger, plus 6 points. When you can put it on your hands, you know that it means something. Plus 6 points on the positive side of the ledger. But look at how far down he has plummeted, right down into the Hudson River here in New York City. Look at this. He's 28 points underwater. That is a shift of over 30 points to the red side of the ledger.
Weak.
And the question, of course, is why? What has happened? And I had a few different theories of the case, and I want to take you through them, and I dismiss them. What's the first theory of the case? Well, the Iran war, right? It's been going on for a number of months right now, and you can see that Trump is struggling on foreign policy. Trump's net approval rating on foreign policy. You go back to the beginning of his term, 1, 2 on the positive side of the ledger. Barely on the positive side, but hey, you'd rather be barely on the positive side than the negative side of the ledger. But look at where he's fallen to now. 24 points underwater in February of 2026, just before the Iran war started. And look at it now. It's even lower. It's a little bit lower, but it is lower. Holy Toledo. 26 points underwater, nearly a 30-point shift against the President of the United States. So you might be saying to yourself, hey, this seems bad. Isn't this what's driving the negativity around Trump, dropping him to term 2 lows in terms of his overall approval rating? But then I went back through the history books, went back through my mind, and I remember an election that was nearly 34 years ago. I can't believe it was that long ago. Remember this? Remember when President Bush, George H.W. Bush, for the youngsters out there was actually a President Bush before George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush's father, he won a war, for goodness sake. They won the first Gulf War against Iraq, and his foreign policy approval rating, his net approval rating, was on the positive side of the ledger. Look at this. Going into that 92 election, plus 17 points. They beloved him. He was beloved. He was loved on foreign policy by the American public. But what happened in that election? Well, Bill Clinton is what happened in that election. Bill Clinton beat George H.W. Bush by 6 points, despite the fact that George H.W. Bush won a war, for goodness sake. So I don't really think it's foreign policy. It's not the Iran war that's truly driving Trump to record lows.
God damn it, Harry.
Then I had has been an area in which used to be, again, a plus for him, but now has become a negative. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. He was plus 7 points. It was one of his best issues back at the beginning of his second term. But then he's red now. But here's the interesting thing. At the height of that Minneapolis, all those agents going, federal agents going into Minneapolis, he fell to a term 2 low at minus 17 points. But look at what's happened. Despite the fact that his overall approval rating continues to decline, his immigration approval has actually rebounded a little bit. It's now at minus 14 points. So when you look at this, you say, okay, his overall.
Yeah, it's not those things.
Trump's biggest red flag. Look at this. It was it's inflation. Of course it's inflation. It's prices. It's the #1 issue. Look at this. He went from being trusted more on the issue by 7 points by Kamala Harris. Now he's 51 points underwater. That is a nearly 60-point switcheroo. It's a mind-blowing.
My God, the statistics are mind-blowing. The numbers, oh, they add up and they add up. Not good. Donald Trump. On the economy. Could not be, I mean, he could be more unpopular, technically. But to lose 60 points on any issue in a matter of a year and a half, is pretty incredible. I don't know if it's unprecedented. I don't think it's necessarily unprecedented, but boy, oh boy, that is quite a shift. Yes, indeed. And people are struggling to get by in this country. People choosing between food and gas, health insurance, and homeowners insurance. Rent, and I don't know, I'm thinking of another expense. Cell phone. I don't know. You get what I'm saying. People are paying more and more for absolutely everything, and the government's doing less and less to help them. And it's becoming more and more of a crisis. Probably why Trump is getting hammered so hard.
This is America, and this is a special episode on the affordability crisis in the United States.
When costs exceed incomes, people are forced to make painful trade-offs.
Stagnating incomes and rising costs mean more and more people are having to decide whether they go further into debt.
Or if they choose to give up food,
fuel, and medicine in order to get by.
Affordability is a serious challenge from one coast to the other. It doesn't matter
if you're middle class
or on a low or fixed income.
We need an affordability drop. I mean, I can work on it. I can try and find one. And until then, I'm just going to keep saying it myself. Affordability. Affordability. Everybody's saying it. Newfangled word. Never before heard of. A new concept. Democrat hoax.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Everyone is feeling the pinch. So let's take a closer look
at the affordability crisis in the United States.
For people right across America, everything has been getting more expensive. From food to fuel, healthcare to heating, everyone's feeling the pain. But if you're a pensioner or living on a low or unpredictable income, that's when people are being forced to make some very tough decisions. A mother weighing up how to feed her family with how to get to work. The elderly deciding whether to buy all or some of the medicine they need. That's the reality of the affordability crisis here in the US, but it's not just food and gas prices that have been the problem. It costs more to insure homes. Health insurance has soared, electricity bills are up. All of those factors combined are pushing people who used to have financial breathing space to the brink of poverty. Well, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding to end the war with Iran has helped ease the financial pressure just slightly, but it will still take months for prices to fall to pre-war levels. Well, we've sent our teams to 5 different states to see how the affordability crisis is affecting people. Kristen Salumi begins our special report from Manhattan in New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
New York is home to some of the most expensive real estate in the country. And it's not just the fancy high-rises on Billionaires Row. Prices are high all around the city. About 2/3 of New York households are rentals, and rents hit new records this year. In Manhattan, the median now tops $5,000 a month.
We still have some bagels left.
Forcing some families to make tough choices, even families in working-class neighborhoods who own their home.
So this is the space. We have the bathroom.
Kat Casey is a clinical social worker. She uses part of her home as an office during the week, but rents it out to tourists on the weekends to help make ends meet.
Pick out the chippies you want.
Her husband works on the technical side of the theater industry, and with 3 children, they have to get creative to make ends meet.
We have gotten smart and had to get smarter and tighter along the way with eating out and groceries. And so we've had to shift into buying bulk meats at Costco and then freezing them in smaller portions. But it is a constant consideration in our lives of
Yep, families struggling to just put enough food on the table.
hurricane insurance and flood insurance on everything but our home. Our business does not have wind insurance because that was going to be over $20,000 a year just for the wind insurance, in addition to the property and the liability insurance.
And all of this as we enter the 2026 hurricane season, with every chance another storm or storms could hit. For some people, there just isn't enough money to go round, period. It's either home or it's health, or it's neither. Perhaps Leah says it best.
We can do better.
So that's part of the story here in Florida. Let's take it over to the other side of the country, to the West Coast, and John Hendren in California.
Phil, here in California, we have the same insurance problem, but different natural disasters. Here, it's mudslides and earthquakes and wildfires. Most of the town of Pacific Palisades back there was wiped out in last year's fires. People were lucky to get out with their lives and an insurance policy that maybe covered most of their homes. Now comes the rebuilding and reinsuring at skyrocketing prices if you can find insurance at all. Life in California comes with risks and an ever-rising price tag. What draws people here? Swimming pools, movie stars, public beaches that run the length of the iconic coastline in a state that, from Silicon Valley to Hollywood, runs the world's fourth largest economy. But prosperity here comes with a price. You can see California's economy at work here on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, where the well-heeled go to cover them. It's a good life for those who can afford it. The median home price statewide, over $900,000. With rising inflation, even those who earn well above average strain to pay that. People like Allison and Matt.
I make close to $200,000.
I make about $100,000 a year.
Our housing is, $36.50. Like electricity, all like the major bills that come together as a whole, probably around $600 a month. And the grocery bill was never this, though. This is next level.
The state is home to luxury sedans and sports cars that would look at home on a racetrack. Those prices are driven up by higher taxes, tighter regulations, and the Iran war, which is hurting middle and lower income drivers hardest.
I pay more for my gasoline for my car.
These are really very slight, and it's kind of ridiculous. It's not the only reason that California pays more for gas. Oh my God. That claim is so fucking stupid. It's a tiny tax. It's like 11 cents or something like that. Doesn't account for the massive spike in prices over the last fucking 4 months. It's somewhat laughable to even suggest it.
Jobs paid well, people lived in a thriving community. But the plant closed in the 90s because it couldn't keep up with cheaper steel from overseas. And now, nearly a third of people living here are in poverty. And their struggles are only getting harder as prices keep climbing.
Where you going?
It's the first week of June, time for the Civic family's monthly reunion of grandparents, siblings, and the newest grandbaby.
We always all get together, go out to eat, we go out for ice cream, go shopping together, and spend time as a family.
The family is surviving on disability payments from the government. And now it's even harder for them to celebrate because they're all chipping in to buy baby Maya's supplies.
As a family, we all have to pinch our money together and afford to put towards diapers and wipes for the baby.
I help my daughter with her baby. I buy her diapers, wipes, whatever she needs. And it's just rough.
It wasn't supposed to be like this in Johnstown. Donald Trump had promised people here during his last presidential campaign that he would lower prices.
We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again.
That message resonated, and 70% of voters in the county sided with him, helping to deliver the pivotal swing state of Pennsylvania.
I think the people that live here have seen a lot of hardship, and I think that they believed what he was telling them. And they really wanted to believe that he was going to change things and make things better.
Yep, except things aren't better. They're worse.
But since then, the economy has further declined, pricing already poor people out of gas and groceries. 1 in 5 people in Cambria County receive federal food aid. About 2,000 are losing that help after the president insisted Congress cut the program's funding in order to offset tax cuts. Non-government charities like this one that gives away food to school children say they've seen a surge in need.
We have a 63% increase from last year at this time. So we're serving a lot more families, and we're just so thankful between food donations and community donors and the support of the community.
At this emergency shelter for families who've lost their homes, the staff has had to make resources stretch.
It's a struggle, and I try to the best of my ability.
Yep, millions of people across the country are facing the loss of food stamps, cuts already being made to these programs. Some states, especially blue states, have supplemental, but that doesn't make up for the loss of federal dollars. And it's affecting huge portion of America.
Miriam Flores is sacrificing a lot to keep her kids happy, not hungry.
I stopped eating myself so I could feed my children or save food for someone who didn't have enough.
For the 42-year-old mom of 7, this community dining room run by the Society of St. Vincent de Paul in Phoenix has become a lifeline. She's one of nearly 500,000 Arizonans who lost SNAP benefits, also called food stamps, in the past year, according to data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. That's roughly a 50% drop in enrollment, the steepest decline in all 50 states. That followed President Donald Trump signing H.R. 1, commonly known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, last year, which restricted who is eligible for benefits. Arizona was one of the first states to quickly roll out the new SNAP guidelines, and experts say it's been hard for the state to keep up with the changes. They also warn other states could soon see bigger drops in enrollment.
Yes, it's hard. There are nights of crying, nights of not sleeping. And I lose sleep at 2 a.m. doing the math.
It's fucking disgusting that we live in a society where billionaires like Donald Trump can, never have to think about where they're going to get their next meal or how they're going to pay for, a roof over their head. And you got people like that woman who's lost her benefits as a result of the billionaires who are in charge of this country, whether it's Elon Musk or Donald Trump or all the Republicans with all their billionaire donors, passing that fucking bill. But it is fucking wrong. In the richest nation that this can happen, and that Donald Trump himself can be so wealthy and simultaneously so disdainful of people with less than him. And that he can continue to use the presidency to enrich himself and use taxpayer dollars for personal vanity projects that fall apart, literally. Yes, of course, it's time now for the reflecting pool. Something which I believe cost taxpayers $15 million. Was done in a rushed fashion, according to reports, so that it could be done in time for Trump's birthday party. And as we've seen over the last 3 weeks, that reflecting pool has returned to its previous state, if not much worse. The entire refinishing of it falling apart in front of our very eyes. That American flag blue floating its way to the surface, along with a bunch of algae and other gunk. But Donald Trump has now been asserting this week that actually it's not due to incompetence or just nature, like ducks going in the pond, which they've been spotted doing, because they're ducks and it's a pond. No. This is some sort of coordinated effort at scuttling his beautification of DC. Some kind of leftist anti-pool vandal squad of some kind. Unfortunately for the president, it doesn't seem to have any evidence of, well, actually we'll get into that. We'll get into that. But, all week we haven't been received any evidence whatsoever. But in fact, multiple people have been arrested this week for even getting close to the pool.
Algae filling the reflecting pool here in Washington and peeling paint are leading to vandalism claims from the president and criticism from Democrats. Trump is now threatening vandals with a 10-year prison sentence for defacing the newly renovated landmark. Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley took his critique to social media, saying, quote, after railing
something about that footage of the Capitol police officer galloping on the horse, all I could hear was cartoon music in my head. Here she comes to save the day.
About waste, fraud, and abuse, the Trump administration spent $14 million on a reflecting pool reno that's now peeling and chock full of algae.
Just cheered 100 bits. It's my party and I steal if I want to, whine if I want to, swamp if I want to. You will cry too when it happens to you.
Oh. It almost sounded like the song. It's pretty good. Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the bits. I just realized I haven't been keeping track of this, have I? Just a reminder, everybody, we're 2.5 hours into the stream. We've made some serious progress on the galactic content goal, but it's not yet completed. All sorts of great ways that you can contribute to the production of the stream and that content goal I just mentioned. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. Wait, not Throne. Well, maybe whatever. The traditional ways. No YouTube, of course, still demonetized, unfortunately.
I'm pressing to get answers for this embarrassing waste of resources.
President Trump says the reflecting pool will probably need to be drained again and work will begin immediately. This to fix what some consider just to be a really bad repair job. He says it is vandalism. Several people were arrested over the weekend for allegedly vandalizing the pool, including a 3-time U.S. Olympian. The president claimed that some of them were pouring toxic chemicals into the water. They say they were just touching the paint at the bottom.
Okay, this is America last behavior, okay? Arresting an Olympian for touching the pool?
Right to jail, right away.
Peeling off. Want to get right to CNN's Tom Foreman. Tom, I know you spent a lot of time there over the last few days. I'm glad to see you are not in federal custody. You're here to report on what you have seen.
Yeah, talk about money literally down the drain. They're talking about draining this thing now. I guess kind of starting over to repair what happened. What the White House and other officials are claiming is that people went in there and at some point slashed or started pulling up this material from the bottom down there, this hard sort of plastic material that's all this blue. You hear it called paint. It seems to be more of a true liner that was sort of formed there. Nonetheless, it is coming up in some places. We don't know how many really. And they're fighting the continuing algae problem. And if you listen to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Columbia. They are pledging to use the full weight of the law to go after anybody who's messing with any of it. Listen to her.
And there are several citations that have been handed out to individuals, and these are cases that will be prosecuted to the full extent.
It's a crime to touch the paint on the pool. This is fucking deranged. This is fucking deranged, dude. These people are just mad with power. They talk about weaponization of the justice system. Touching the paint of the reflecting pool is punishable by jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Oh my God.
Illegal.
It's just crazy. By the way, this is ABC News touching the paint here. Is ABC News going to jail?
If there are more serious products that are put into the reflecting pool to create more algae or a bigger problem, then we'll consider more serious charges.
Oh my God, we're considering more serious charges. Oh wow. What, terrorism against paint now? Jesus Christ. Yes, felony paint touching, felony box touching. A lot of crimes. A lot of crimes happening here in the United States, apparently. These are the serious crimes that we need prosecuted here in this country. Not the Epstein files. No. No reason for us. Remember the Justice Department said that actually we don't need to do any prosecutions. There's nothing in those files. Oh my God, I just remembered something. How did I forget to do this? Oh my God. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. There was a ruling from a federal judge. Oh, we got to get into that one tomorrow for sure. Epstein files wise. Oh boy. God, I'm hungry. I didn't eat before the stream. That was a very stupid idea. What time is it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I have food? Anyway, yeah, Trump keeps saying that the Trump administration, Janine Pirro, Donald Trump himself, saying that there's some sort of pool vandalizing syndicate and arresting five different people for supposedly vandalizing the pool.
With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. If these people, as they say, were touching floating paint pieces in the pool, is that really a crime?
Well, if that's indeed all that happened, John, then no, there is no federal crime for merely touching federal property. There is, of course, a federal law that prohibits people from destroying or damaging federal property. And by the way, if you want some instances where that's been easy to apply, look, for example, at January 6th. Dozens of those rioters were charged with destroying property at the Capitol. Or, more recently, look at examples of anti-ICE protesters who were charged and convicted for destroying government property if they destroyed government vehicles or damaged government buildings. In this case, it's all going to come down to this in all of these cases. If these people were leaning into the reflecting pool and ripping up or tearing up that lining, then yes, this law could apply at its lower levels. But if all they were doing was leaning in out of curiosity and touching the lining or touching floating paint, then no, there is no crime to that.
So the line meet.
No crime for touching paint, according to Ellie Honig. Thank you, Ellie. All right, let's go over here to this guy.
A communist.
Hassan Parker.
Oh, wait. I take it back. First, I forgot. Before we go to Communist Hassan Parker, we have to go to France 24 for a truth or fake segment. I love when France 24 does these truth or fake segments, Because it kind of gives me like a barometer of what sounds the most outlandish to people outside of the United States. Like the truth or fake ones are hilarious to me, especially when they come to Trump. Where it's like, is it true that Trump is blaming vandals for his failed reflecting pool? Yes.
Vedika Bahel joins me here in the studio. Good evening, Vedika.
Hi, Monty. Good evening.
So tonight we're talking about the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. It's set to be drained again despite a recent multi-million-dollar renovation. Donald Trump is blaming vandals for the peeling paint and the algae, but hasn't offered any proof. What can you tell us?
That's right, Monty. It looks like the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool is set to be drained again. It had just recently undergone a renovation costing upwards of $14 million. And on Monday, Donald Trump blamed foul play for the blooming algae and the peeling paint, although he didn't provide any evidence to back up that point. Now, Trump seeks to turn the monument, what he calls American flag blue, in time for the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up on the 4th of July. Now,
That's not accurate. He wanted it ready for his birthday, which was on June 6th, or 15th? What day was it, 14th? God damn it. I can't remember what fucking day the president is born. Actually, that's not important information. The important information is that he wanted it ready for his goddamn birthday on like 2 Sundays ago. Not the birthday of the country, which is in a week from now. Jesus, is it 1 week now? Oh my God. Oh God, for freaking. Oh no, it's gonna be all America all week. Oh, it's gonna be painful. Oh, it's gonna be painful. It's gonna be the worst parts of America, celebrating the worst parts of America. All week. Anyway, France24 felt it necessary to do a truth or fake segment about whether or not President Trump was blaming vandals for destroying his shitty pool and also redoing it again. It's not even his pool, right? It's America's pool, and he's molesting it at this point. Just leave it. Just leave it as it was, which was fine and not blue. It's never going to be blue. And if they spend another $15 million on this fucking thing, that will be $30 million spent on this fucking catastrophe, which will almost certainly result in another green pool. And you can't arrest everyone for just going over and looking at the pool. It's part of our national monuments, and people are gonna go to the pool. Not even just Americans, right? Like, just like people visiting the country, just checking it out.
I served 2 tours in 2026 in the reflecting pool, brother. Shit got out of hand. Sometimes we had to arrest grandmothers. Those are the most vicious ones, okay? I'm sorry. It's fucking amazing. It turns out, you know how earlier today Donald Trump said that someone, a vandal with a knife, cut through the pool, which we all know is bullshit, obviously. Because, like, what's going on now is, like, obviously the pool has gained a lot of attention. So liberals are going to the pool, to the reflecting pool, and taking a look at what's at the bottom of it. And maybe some of them are pulling out the chipped paint particles. Okay? Obviously, that the chipping is not happening because someone is cutting with a knife. But it turns out Donald Trump, I guess, knew ahead of time that someone might try to vandalize it with a knife. And
let's not forget, really quickly, about who and what was done. Like, who was enlisted to do this and what was done, right? Because the fact is that this thing was painted not with paint, but with pickup truck bed liner, right? Like, I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about right now, but there's like pickup truck guys like to put liner in the back of their truck to prevent it from getting scratched up, and when they put their tools in there, and it also looks cool, you know, because it's like a different fucking texture than the paint. You know, it's cool, even for guys who don't use their truck for work. And it's not pool liner, is what it's not. It's not pool paint. But this guy, the one who Trump hired to do this job, he apparently had some extra pickup truck bed liner and figured, what's the difference? So he paid $15 million for extra pickup truck bed liner to be put in the pool. And now people are getting arrested left and right for just looking at the pool, which is just falling apart, which I think anybody could have told you was probably going to happen.
What he had to say back in May 4th, 2026.
This will last for at least 50 years. You'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber.
Are the contractors who...
That's so funny. I don't know why he brought up the knife. Like, I don't know why he was just tempting fate with that, where he was like, even if you had a knife, I mean, you couldn't even cut it if you tried to. Well, it turns out now he's claiming that someone with a knife actually did cut it, which of course didn't happen, by the way. That's not, I don't believe that at all.
The initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it
No,
the
no, we had
vandalism?
vandalism.
Yeah.
Vandals.
It's a bunch of liberal agitators came in and chipped away at the paint with a knife, or the fucking hydrogen peroxide started eating away at the dog shit paint.
Yeah, it's not paint once again. And that's it's not supposed to be. They're using it on the wrong surface, right? Like pickup trucks are metal. The pool is cement. like it's just fucking fiasco. But that's the problem with the Trump administration, right? He is an emperor ruling an empire, not a democracy right now. But he blames his subjects for any and all mistakes that his administration makes, right? The regime is incompetent, as we know. But it's like anybody like anybody who notices those mistakes are the ones who are blamed for them. It's fucking ridiculous. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta plug something in. God damn it.
You know, we have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that? Do you have any proof of this?
I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Do you have proof of that? That they
Yeah,
used the knife?
we have
You have
proof.
photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of
All
it.
you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. Or see the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently.
He deported all the
Very
competent blue guys.
violently.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Also, third world.
They went in there in broad daylight. They cut it violently.
Violent crime.
Illegal.
For the Gucci Bell shit. This is literally, bro. This is the type of shit that American foreign adversary authoritarians are suspected of doing. Okay? Like this right here, this entire saga, this entire chaotic saga, albeit very comical, is exactly what we envisioned happened in like Stalin's Russia and is happening under Xi Jinping's leadership in China. Okay?
Charlie.
Plainclothes officers making arrests
so
of people
stupid.
trying to get a lick, trying to just fucking get a funny TikTok video, dude, claiming that this is vandalism.
Oh my god. This is so painfully stupid. The crime of observing. How dare you illegally observe the failures of the president? The emperor's clothes are beautiful and exist And how dare you for noticing that they don't exist? That they do. I would point out it's a crime to say they don't.
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
Literally, we are literally living. The Emperor has no clothes every single fucking day, and it's just getting worse and worse. I can't remember. How does that end again?
Oh my God. Oh my, the National Guard is here. Thank God. Thank God, bro. I feel so much more comfortable. I feel so much more comfortable now. Now that I know the National Guard is here with their fucking Polaris vehicles, I was really worried that this crazy liberal woman was actually vandalizing the reflecting pool by taking a TikTok video and looking at the chip paint. Dude, he works for the National Park Services. Like, you don't have any shame.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The deployment of Meal Team 6 for touching the water. What's next? Beheadings on the court square? Jesus, this is embarrassing.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that's next. You know, I mean, what are we to think? Yes, the pool is ensafened, thanks to the National Guard. They're here to protect it.
At all?
Protect it from TikTokers. On the social media.
Like, you don't feel even remotely ashamed of what you're doing? Is this what you thought your job would entail? Serious question for the guy. Did you think that you would be doing this? Because, like, if you're working for the National Park Services, you're like a fucking fun-loving, you know, forest-loving tree hugger, right? Like, that's what I thought. I can't believe even the MPS has chuds now. How is that possible? What, defending the homeland? Yes, defending the homeland from Iranian terrorists.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I served 2 tours in 2026 in the reflecting pool, brother. Shit got out of hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes
That's awesome shit.
we had to arrest grandmothers.
I was in the shit. The reflecting pool, the literal shit. It's filled with duck shit and algae. And people, TikTokers, taking videos in vertical format. Can't imagine the carnage that I've seen. Green everywhere. Sometimes so thick you can't even see through it. On a cold day in the fall, mist descends on the pool. That's when it gets real scary. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous that we would have the fucking National Guard come to protect the pool from TikTokers. It's one of the most nonsensical. I mean, we were told that the Trump administration was going to usher in an era of unprecedented efficiency, I believe was one of the words used quite frequently over the last year and a half. Question: is it efficient to paint a pool twice and to deploy the military to protect the pool? Not even a pool. It's not even a pool. It's not even a wading pool. It's not meant for humans. Like, it doesn't have to be clean, right? Like, it's for ducks. It's literally a duck pond and not a pool. We just call it a pool. Humans don't go swimming in it. And it's just fucking crazy that we would mobilize any branch of the military or government to protect the pool from TikTokers. It just seems like an inefficient use of resources.
Those are the most vicious ones, okay?
Am I the only one who thinks that that's an inefficient use of resources? I mean, even the National Guard.
They got the National Park Services.
They don't seem to be taking it that seriously.
They have Capitol Police. Everyone is dressed up in tactical gear to arrest a clearly libtarded TikToker. What the fuck is happening? Bro, this is literally what we think is happening in Pyongyang. This is unironically what Americans think they're doing. This is the timing of Pyongyang, okay? Americans will sincerely look you dead in the eyes and be like, this is what happened in North Korea, and it's bad. And when it happens in America, it's good. Thank God we're these fucking vandals. Oh my God, it just keeps growing. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Is this the
more the camera zooms out,
unprecedented
the
efficiency and the lack of government waste? I'm to understand. Is this the lack of government waste? A dozen fucking government officials for one TikToker at the pool, the waste of $15 million on the pool. This is the government waste I was told we were gonna get rid of. What is the what exactly is the purpose of all of this?
Just keeps growing. Oh my God. Oh my God. The more the camera zooms
Cut
out,
out
the
the
more
bureaucracy.
there are soldiers and cops.
Exactly. What happened to that? What happened to cutting out the goddamn bureaucracy? Why do we need 12 guys here suited up for this one fucking TikToker, dude? It doesn't make any sense.
Cops around. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, God.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Ironically enough, the whole beautification initiative for Trump was so that people could go and look at the reflecting pool and be like, wow, my president actually beautified Washington, D.C. With this level of law enforcement response, people are going to be scared to go near the reflecting pool. It's going to defeat everything. It's going to defeat the purpose of even, trying to implement a beautification initiative. Now, he's not succeeding anyway.
Exactly. The Jan Sixers are free, and it's still not clear whether or not there's a $1.6 billion slush fund for them right now in the works. Meanwhile, doing TikToks at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pond is a crime punishable by jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Oh, even more serious charges potentially coming, said Janine Pirro earlier. I mean, it's fucking deranged. Oh my God.
So I guess the less people see how green the fucking pool is, the better for Trump right now. But I mean, what are we doing? What the hell is going on? Operation Reflecting Pool.
For fuck's sake. Oh no, that broke me. Oh God.
He's sending BORTAC units.
Immediately,
He's sending
if not
BORTAC
sooner.
units in there to fucking figure it out. Oh my God. They're gonna ban Forrest Gump and label it terrorist propaganda. Chris Hayes interviewed the Olympian who was arrested for touching reflecting pool.
Mr. Hearn, am I right that you were detained for 5 hours after this arrest?
Yes, I was in the lockup at Haynes Point Park Police Jail, and I didn't know how long I was going to be held. I was held. After an hour, I was told that it was going to be a cite and release, so that led me to believe that I might not be there that long, but then it dragged on. I was photographed, and they put me back in, fingerprinted, put me back in, and I had not been able to allow.
Look at this monstrous criminal. He touched the reflecting pool. It's like he touched our reflecting pool. Oh,
Illegal.
swap the word reflecting pool for E. Jean Carroll, and it's not so funny, is it, libtard? Okay, some Republican is going to make that argument, actually. Now that I said it out loud, oh my God.
Jesus Christ, Hassan. How dare you?
I can see Republicans making that argument. This is how we're operating. This is the frequency we're on nowadays in America.
Okay. Yeah, we're arresting Olympians. We're mobilizing the military and massive resources to arrest individuals near the reflecting pool. Apparently, Apparently, this is a fascinating clip from TMZ. Hold on. I gotta get to this one. There we go.
They're in DC guarding the reflecting pool. What?
Why do you do it?
I was yelling at the Oklahoma State troopers.
Why?
I was yelling at them.
I know, but why were you yelling at them?
Because they're here.
But
The Oklahoma State troopers.
I know, but why would you be yelling at them? Like
Why
just
would
because
you
they're
be?
here? I'm just trying to have a better
I
understanding.
thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought this was
Beast mode.
America.
Beast mode.
How about the TMZ reporter's too fucking stupid to understand the premise? He's like, the Oklahoma State Troopers. Why are they here in DC? Right? Not Oklahoma. It's like, how are you confused? Like, it's pretty clear what he objects to. It's like some random other state, fucking state police being in a DC park. Like, what? Since when are they DC law enforcement?
I think this guy was just trying to understand like why you were yelling at the Oklahoma State Troopers. Bro, this needs to stop. We are absurd. This country is absurd. It's not even funny now. It's just disappointing. No, it's pretty funny. I mean, what can you say, man?
Well, I'm afraid we can say more because there has been more developments on the Reflecting Pool saga in the last 24 hours. Do we need a recap? Just to recap. 3 weeks ago, the Reflecting Pool is finished in American flag blue using truck bed liner. It almost immediately, even before Trump's birthday, turns green, starts falling apart. People start noticing this fact more and more over time. And we now have at least like a half a dozen people arrested. The attorney, the U.S. attorney for D.C., Janine Pirro, former Fox News host, saying that we're going to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law regarding the fucking pool. And one of those people who was detained was a goddamn 3-time U.S. Olympian. But the National Park Service released a disturbing video showing one of the perpetrators.
I mean, what can you fucking say, dude? I mean, what do you say to this? Why the fuck are there Oklahoma State Troopers?
Shut up, Assad. Yes, exactly. You get it. All right, hold on. Let's go to the fucking... This is so stupid. Prepare yourself. Oh, God. Six ABC Philadelphia. Action news on the story.
An investigation is underway into alleged vandalism claimed by President Trump at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. U.S. Park Police released this video of someone reaching into the pool last Friday. What they're reaching for.
Columbia _9 505 just cheered 100
Illegal.
bits. We can now label the Trump admin as Star Wars movie titles. For instance, Trump Wars, The New Dope. And then the sequel Trump Wars, The Algae Strikes Back.
Trump Wars, The Algae Strikes Back in theaters near you. Oh, God. A woman put her hands in the pool. Oh, this is disturbing video.
Reaching into the pool last Friday. Now, what they're reaching for.
Look.
We don't
Oh,
know.
she went
Authorities
into
have
the
not
pool with
said
her
if the
hand. Oh, it's a crime.
Illegal.
Putting your hand in the pool is a crime punishable by death.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So yeah, that's the bombshell. Footage released by the National Park Service of a young woman putting her hands in the pool and taking them out. Oh no, a crime's been committed. Oh no. CNN some of the water to a lab. That's true. They did send some water to a lab. I saw that. I think we saw that on stream. What was it? Yesterday? No. The other day, though. I think it was like over the weekend or something. We were talking about this. Yeah. Now, the Trump administration is taking... Honestly, the story could not be more farcical. And yet, I have one more clip. Okay? And this is for good reason. We have a serious development in the security of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. I can barely get this one out. It is so fucking stupid. I cannot believe. Like, I'm utterly beside myself over this next story, which I almost don't feel like I need to say anything about. I'm just gonna direct your attention to this. Yeah. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see now? Oh my fucking god. Why? Why are we doing this? If you can't see, if for whatever reason you're unable to see, I'm here for you. I will describe to you now what we're all looking at. We're looking at an image of a suited up, geared up, I can't tell if it's National Guard, but some dude who looks like a soldier in Iraq or something like that, in front of a fence which is in front of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. That's right. They haven't elected for barbed wire yet, that I can tell, but they are surrounding the reflecting pool with a fence so you can better appreciate the pool. I wonder how much we're paying for the fence guy.
I got you, bro. I got you.
This is ridiculous!
Actually, I think that these guys are National Park Service. I just saw the NPS on the back of this goddamn hoodie. Oh my god. So the National Park Service is now putting up a fence around the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Something that is really... I feel like it's much harder to appreciate when it's behind the fence. But hey, that's just me. Maybe I'm just not getting it. This is so stupid.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
I mean, the National Guard doesn't even look like they're taking it all that seriously. They're just sort of standing here, just aloof. Oh, this guy's on his phone. This guy's looking at whatever is on this guy's phone. I mean, they're just sort of standing around. I mean, it's kind of incredible. Here protecting the pond from ducks and people who might want to do a TikTok and put their hands in the pool. Or from Olympians. Or rogue vandals that we still have no evidence of. How they stop the ducks? That's unclear. It's unclear, Bob. You've noticed a serious flaw in the security. Yeah, you've blown it wide open, Bob. Oh, wide open, pal. Gotta give you some credit for that. They should have enlisted you in this whole project before taking it on, because clearly the ducks will not be prevented from entering the pond. And as we've been saying for a while now, it's mostly the ducks. It's got to be almost 100% ducks right now that are causing all of this. And of course, well, to some degree, the Trump administration themselves, the incompetence, the use of the truck bed liner rather than pool liner, something meant for metal, not concrete, pouring who knows how much fucking peroxide or whatever they put in there. I can't remember what they put in there, but like ammonia, or I can't remember. They like not ammonia. It was peroxide, I think. But ammonia would have just made it worse. But they get the hyper bubbler going or whatever the fuck that thing was called. Like, why can't they just give up? Like, why can't they just be, like adults about it? But now we have the National Guard deployed to the reflecting pool with the goddamn security offense that I'm fairly certain by next month, by July, by July we'll have like barbed wire on it and like netting for ducks, because they're gonna figure that one out at some point. Somebody's gonna notice that the ducks are still getting past it. I don't know how long it'll take. The ducks are leftist vandals. Yeah, leftist ducks. Yeah, hordes of leftist duck packs, flocks of leftist ducks have been descending upon the Lincoln reflecting pool and pooping in it. It's just what they do. They're ducks. Yep. Your taxpayer dollars at work, Space Vams. All right, I did the math on the galactic content goal. I think we're about 50% of the way through it. A little bit more. I think closer to 55. A little bit. I didn't do I did the rough math in my head. But we were doing pretty good. Doing pretty good here. But we are over 3 hours to the stream. So do consider contributing one of the many ways we have available to you. Keep the space cast alive. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Links in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. All right. Well, while your hard-earned taxpayer dollars are being used by the federal government to either do Trump's special pet projects of a Mar-a-Lago-fying DC area being misused for a whole host of other things, including enriching of himself and his buddies, hosting his own birthday party bashes on the front lawn of the White House. And, of course, the entire government is being used to benefit certain groups of people, while everybody else gets repressed. Crypto czars, tech oligarchs, and other sorts of despicables are being enriched. Here's Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at MAGA Inc., the name of a new report by CorpWatch looking at what it calls Trump's world of crypto czars, tech titans, and prison profiteers. The report examines how many of President Trump's allies are profiting from his second presidency. We go now to London, where we're joined by Prothap Chatterjee.
I'll be right back.
Director of CorpWatch. Prothap, thanks so much for being with us. Tell us what you found. Describe MAGA Inc.
Thank you, Amy. What we've discovered, taking a deep dive into the businesses that profited from Trump, you can group many of them into these categories: the crypto czars and the tech titans and the prison profiteers. The crypto czars are companies like World Liberty Financial, which is actually a Trump family venture between his sons and the sons of Steve Witkoff. And what they're doing is they're cashing in on the cryptocurrency boom, together with companies like Tether. And what they do is they sell stable coins and decentralized finance. So these are schemes by which you can move money anonymously around the world, something that drug dealers, gun manufacturers, or gun dealers and criminals love. This is the sort of business that is now benefiting the Trump family. So this is the first aspect. He himself and his family have basically taken a cut of those proceeds and literally doubled his fortune from probably $3 billion to about $6 billion purely by taking a cut out of these proceeds. The second group of people we're looking at are the tech titans. So these are the OpenAI, companies like OpenAI and companies like Oracle that are running vast databases. And they have been, their data is being used by companies like Palantir. And so Trump, the day after he was elected, brought Larry Ellison and Sam Altman of OpenAI to the White House. And he said that he would be helping them get energy for these data centers. And one of the key things that you need for a data center is an uninterrupted supply of power. So this means that he is giving contracts to people like Kelsey Warren, who runs energy transfer pipelines, and they are supplying gas to data centers in Texas, in places like Abilene in central Texas, in Amarillo, in San Antonio. And this is extremely profitable, but it also has a huge impact on local groundwater supplies. We're talking $250 billion worth of gallons of water being used by by data centers across the country, and it's going to double. So this is a huge, huge problem. But not only that, the data that they're using and vacuuming up is going to companies like Palantir, another big Trump supporter. And Palantir is using this data to help ICE round up people throughout the country and to provide to the Pentagon to use for things like Project Maven to target people in wars in countries like Iran. In fact, the Minab strike, the girls' school that was hit early on in Operation Epic Fury, was a result of Palantir's data data analysis.
Yeah, it's truly disturbing how many like Trump adjacent sort of like businesses and individuals are enriching themselves vicariously through the Trump administration. It's really, the list is so fucking long. And it's because everybody with money knows that they can wield power by giving money to the president or by favoring the president, right? Depending on what we're talking about here. But like, he's a very transactional individual. Everybody's figured that out. And we're living in a world where like people are like just making like turning government into like a business transaction.
To the DAPL pipeline in North Dakota, and they have sued them because Greenpeace, of course, has deeper pockets than the local tribes and the local activists, and won a lawsuit against them in the courts in North Dakota, which is a real problem. Greenpeace now looks to having to pay a fine of $345 million because they protest against the environmental impact of the Dakota Access Pipeline in North Dakota.
Exactly. I mean, this is the story of the Trump administration. And the second Trump administration has been very effective at this, enriching its allies and targeting its enemies, right? If Trump doesn't like what you represent, they will use the entire force of the federal government to go after you. And if Trump does like who you are, what you represent, I mean, he'll use the entire force of the government to enrich you and to help you out with whatever the hell you want. You want a pardon? You want $1 million for doing that insurrection? I mean, want me to invade Iran for that $350 million? Sure. But everybody's just started to realize that that is the playing field right now. There's really no law aside from the law of Trump. And if you attach yourself to the right horse, you can enrich yourself. And kind of just skirt, you know, the legal framework supposed to keep our society from falling apart that Republicans have for so long claimed is of utmost importance to them and America. Now, while Donald Trump has, you know, vast stake in World Liberty Financial and in his own sort of, all of his own ventures, Trump Media, publicly traded company. Also, the Trump sons. Not just Trump orbiters, but the Trump sons have been enriching themselves in all sorts of places. Don Jr., right? I think it's Don Jr. One of the boys, heavily involved in, invested in, and working in the space of, what are we calling it again? Prediction markets. I always forget what it's called because really it's just gambling. And there's a big scandal now coming out surrounding Polymarket. And what some are calling a scam.
Today I talked to two journalists who ran two massive investigations you'll hear about almost nowhere else. The Wall Street Journal, Politico, both talking about how Polymarket has been running deceptive ads. They're hyping up the odds of your success,
Illegal.
many times not disclosing that they are paid to do so, and even worse, a lot of the trades are completely fake. Not only that, these investigations heavily imply that Polymarket knew and facilitated a lot of this deception, even going so far as to create a fake website for these people to put their fake bets on. It's a bombshell allegation, and I really was like, well, why aren't more people talking about it? And then I realized, oh yeah, because so many people are on the take from the prediction market industry. They aren't exactly unbiased sources. They're making money from this industry. They have a vested interest in making it look as good as possible. You have huge celebrities like Rick Rubin, like Timothy Chalamet. You gonna hear about it from the news? Oh, sorry. Well, CNN actually has a prediction market partnership with Kalshi. You gonna hear about it from Fox News? Oh no, actually they have a prediction market partnership with Kalshi once again. Are you gonna hear about it from the Wall Street Journal? Well, actually yes, but the Dow Jones is actually partnered also with Polymarket. This is a fun fact that was brought up to me by one of the journalists who wrote the story as a line of disclosure they had to make, actually.
My name is Caitlin Ostroff. I'm a reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and we just did a piece on how Polymarket is paying for deceptive bets to be shown on your social media feed. And even the Wall Street Journal are...
Buckle up, Space Fams. This one is wild, okay? Boyzilla, I think is the only way I would have found this. And boy, oh boy. I mean, this is some blatant corruption. And like, I mean, what some people would probably call fraud, seemingly going on here over at Polymarket to increase users' engagement or interest in the platform, just like for marketing purposes, right? It's fucking crazy what is uncovered here. The level to which this apparent scheme went and is perhaps still going. I honestly, it's not clear to me that they're done doing it.
Current company Dow Jones is a partner of Polymarket. So like, you know, that is a fun line of disclosure that we get to put in literally everything we do.
In fact, now that I think about it, now that I think about it, I mean, I've watched so many fucking stories today. Now that I think about it, I think it's actually more clear that they intend to continue and have almost no reasons to stop. Who's going to stop them? Donald Trump? Don Jr. is a big investor in Polymarket.
It's the highlight of my day.
Yeah, what a disaster. You run this incredible piece of hard-hitting journalism only to find out your parent company has a partnership with that company. Now, credit to them for reporting it. It's a huge bombshell. Obviously, Polymarket is probably not happy with it at all. And basically, the central finding is all around not only fake bets, but all these videos that were going out showing people making a ton of money. It turns out it was happening a lot of the times on a fake website that Polymarket set up. So I'm gonna have you watch a few of these videos and notice the URL.
Bro, what? Will Trump say April Fool's this week? 4%? Bro, what the?
Want to be accused of April Fool's?
Yes! Trump say McDonald's in January?
Good deal as usual. But in the old days, McDonald's...
Yo! Now, there's a lot more videos just like those. The general format is they make a long shot bet, get paid out a ton of money. Isn't that so wonderful? And if you look at the URL, it very clearly says Polymarket, or at least, that's what I think that says. I'm zooming in. It looks like Polymarket.
It sure does. And this is where the thread starts to unravel. Must pull a little bit on this polymarket.com URL. Oh boy. I just want to say thank you to the dono over on PayPal. No name put in the message. No message at all, actually. Just $15. Generously donated by TB. Thank you very much. Remember, if you want to be shouted out, just put your name in the message when you donate on Cash App or PayPal. That gets us at like 90%. We're like making big strides on the Galacticon. Like 85, 90%. Something like that. That's big time. Making huge progress. Oh, it's right after this. Okay.
Ireland.
We have spoken to people who have told us that Polymarket created this website. That this website, Polymarket, was made by Polymarket.
Wait, you said I didn't just have an aneurysm. I just heard Polymarket. What?
This
what
is
are you
at least
talking
what
about?
we have called it. This is the so. Polymarket has created this program where they have told college-age creators to film content promoting the website, and as part of that, they should film themselves making trades. Now, to film these trades, Polymarket, our reporting shows, created a fake website called Polymarket, or at least that's what we are calling it, but it's P-O-I-Y Market. And when the I is capitalized, it looks exactly like the real thing in terms of the URL. But when you look at the actual website where the trades are being placed, there's a bunch of discrepancies that we found, which led us to realize that a lot of these bets that are being placed weren't actually on Polymarket's websites. They're on this fake website that Polymarket gave creators access to go and make what looked like real bets.
Guys, to state the obvious, I don't know who thought of this. 1, diabolical. 2, I mean, dude, I cannot tell. I spelled, by the way, one with an I, one with an L, but I forgot which one I spelled with an L.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. I mean, this is clearly an attempt to obfuscate what like the reality of this shit. Like, it's beyond obfuscate. This is a fabrication. This is fucking wild. Like, this is a fairly sophisticated way to trick people into thinking these bets are fucking real. Just give people a fake platform that looks exactly the same as the real platform that you'd have to do a bunch of investigating into to realize that it wasn't real.
I literally looking at it right now. I just wrote this. I can't tell the difference between the two. Those are not the same URL. And that was the cheat code they were basically using, was giving the creators the one where it looks like, you know, when you're taking the cell phone cam of your browser, it's going to show the actual browser. And so it looks like, oh, Polymarket, you're actually at their secret polymarket.com, where they were running a simulated version of the website to do fake trades for fake bets. So it looks like they could get rich. Which is fraud, by the way. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I mean, I don't think you can just deceive people into thinking, oh, that's a real product video when it's a complete fake. Oh, it's so easy to get rich like all these guys trading. Look at all these college-age people like you. Get in our app early, right, while you're young.
Mm-hmm. It's fucking wild. This whole thing is just completely fucked. I can't, this seems like just so deeply, deeply corrupt.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Honestly, Polymarket may have called their name Polymarket for this very reason. This may have been in the works from day one and we now are catching the scheme.
I mean, that's crazy to think, but it's possible. But what's incredible about it is that you have the president's son enriching himself off of a scam that's tricking the nation's children into becoming gambling addicts on random world events using fucking crypto, another industry that he and his father, the president, are invested in. It's fucking insane because, of course, you can't bet on Polymarket without crypto because it's not. I don't think it's still technically legal. I think it's still technically illegal in the United States. Kalshi is the legal one. Polymarket, I think you can't. I think there's still like some fucking, or is it Crypto.com? I can't remember which one it is. I think it might be Crypto.com. Fucking hell, there's too many of these fucking fuckers. Might be both. But it's insane that like we've created this fucking casino for real world events and is being like marketed, because we talked about this in the past, but it's like being marketed to children, like, and to young adults in college and stuff. It's an easy way to make cash. You know, it's like, oh, things are tough, you can't get a job, kid, here. You could make a life-changing amount of money on Polymarket.
Predict, or they're trying to. You've got the president's son. I believe he's some type of advisor for Kalshi, which the CEO of Kalshi was actually asked about. Like, why
That's
would you
also
actually
true.
bring on
It's
this guy?
both.
What?
I believe it's both. I'm pretty sure Don Jr. is both invested in Polymarket and an advisor to Kalshi. I think it's part of the joke, like the South Park was making earlier this year, is that like Don Jr. is like on a bunch of weird boards and like other sorts of random positions in places that just like are clearly only because he's the president's son.
Does he bring? And the answer there is pretty priceless.
Why did you guys make Donald Trump Jr. a strategic advisor?
We have a lot of advisors, and they span across the board, across different functions. But really, this is all about growing this industry, the prediction market industry that a lot of people really believe in.
What kind of advice does he give you?
So it really is, again, about growing prediction markets.
Does he come to meetings? How much do you pay him? What's his role? I mean, this is the son of the president.
We have a lot of advisors.
He's not just any advisor. He has a direct line to the White House.
We have a lot of advisors.
Yeah, the reality is people are going to do anything to grab as much of this market as they can, which is essentially like casinos, but legal in all 50 states and on your phone. I mean, that's basically the pitch. There's obviously going to be a lot of money, and people are willing to kind of do whatever it takes. But of course, that begs the question, well, if that's the case, then we need to rely on regulators in order to stop the excesses of people trying to grab as much money as possible. And, there are rules in place, as Maya, the reporter, actually talked about. There's the FTC guidelines. You are not supposed to promote something and not disclose it. Of course, that's what a lot of people have done. So I wanted to know, like, do these reporters believe that something's actually going to happen here?
We did ask the FTC about what we found. We presented a summary of our reporting and we asked, is this something that would fall under their rules? And they didn't respond to any of my follow-up emails. So my indication is I really don't have that much insight into what they're thinking about this, if at all. Generally, these agencies, if they do have investigations, they're not confirming those to reporters while they're open. But the silence, I think, was pretty deafening when we reached out to them.
Honestly, no idea. It's really weird being a journalist these days, and really at any point in history, because you never quite know what the public reaction will be. I mean, we haven't heard anything specific from the CFTC, but also generally government agencies don't comment on if they were going to do investigations into much of anything. So, if they want to investigate, that is their right, but we haven't heard anything.
Well, at least they're honest. We don't truly know what's going to happen, although personally, I'll just give my opinion. I don't think they're going to be investigated for this. Poly market, I don't think, any of these prediction markets are really going to get meaningfully regulated.
Yep. They're just going to keep acting as, or effectively, casinos, no matter how much they claim not to be. Making wild claims in marketing, paid marketing, like sponsorships that are undisclosed from online creators, as well as from fucking major news networks. It's pretty fucking crazy. And it really is incredible to me that they can create this facade, defraud all of these people, and trick people into basically gambling away their life savings. I mean, the vast majority of people who apparently get involved in Kalshi lose money, and that Voidzilla went into the math of it, and apparently if you did all of the trades that these people claimed to have done at the times that they did them, you would have actually lost $160,000 rather than having made any money. You would have just gone broke. Or I guess, I don't know how much money any of these people necessarily have to start off with, but you would have been greatly harmed by this horrible facade. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know why. All I could think of was this scene. With the fake fruit. I don't know why. I'm not going to watch it, because I'm just going to get hit for fucking copyright. You know what I'm talking about, when James Franco's in North Korea and he realizes that the grocery store's just the front. Okay. Because in a way, it is like an authoritarian regime with a completely fake narrative, or at least it's a son. Is Donald Trump Jr. not just an extension of the Trump administration? Is Ivanka and Jared, are they not extensions? I mean, Jared's been out there fucking doing negotiations on behalf of the United States in the vast majority of diplomatic efforts that have happened in the last year and a half. You can't tell me these people aren't the veritable extensions of Trump and of the White House. No matter how much they want to claim to be separated, there is no evidence of that. All right. Well, I just figured I'd pepper this one in here. After that fake grocery store clip, Donald Trump had this to say to a room full of farmers in Washington, D.C. Yesterday.
Opening markets to the American exports, and all over the world we're opening up markets for the farmers. We have another one, a new market coming up, and that's called the lovely country of Iran. It's a beautiful place. Would anybody like to go there? the Islamic Republic of Iran. They're having a hard time with food, and we're going to be taking some of their money and we'll spend it, and we're going to be buying wheat, soybeans, and corn, a lot of it. And that process is going to be starting pretty soon. It's going to be.
First off, I was struggling. It was a struggle to understand exactly what Trump meant by this. But this is my interpretation of what Trump just said. The United States invaded Iran, blockaded Iran for 4 months, and prevented any ships from going in or out of it. Or going, right? Which has caused a serious problem for them. And that we're going to send them food with their money. We're going to take and I don't know if he has like a go-ahead from the country of Iran or not. That much is not clear. But what it sounds like is he's going to do an impromptu U.S. aid, a USAID mission, but funded by Iran, I guess. So he's going to buy agricultural products from farmers and do the job of USAID in a piecemeal fashion with regards to the country we just invaded, blockaded, and he claims to have just won a war against. This is a fascinating shift. Didn't we just get rid of a program that was supposed to do things like that? Aid and such? It's just so strange. Because that's literally what USAID used to do, is buy products from farmers and then distribute them to countries around the world that needed them. And now we're going to do it again. But instead, it's going to be Trump doing it. So he'll get the credit. I guess that's the big difference. And I guess probably effectiveness. Now, it's not even clear that this will happen. And also, I think the biggest hang up in that claim is, once again, Iran, and whether or not they're on board with this plan. Yes, perfectly stable genius. There's no way it can go wrong. You infer that he's going to steal frozen funds to buy U.S. food to sell to Iran? Oh, that'll be fascinating to watch. Trump has been making a lot of strange, erratic economic moves, which have caused things to be unaffordable for Americans.
Senator Warren, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding today's hearing on affordability. It's only Tuesday, and our committee's already had a big week.
We have indeed.
Yesterday, the Senate passed our 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and now the House is on its way to passing it too. This is the biggest housing bill in more than 30 years. It will help build more housing, bring down costs, and for the first time ever, stop private equity from snapping up homes that families are trying to buy. And your leadership helped make that happen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our housing bill is an affordability accomplishment that everyone on this committee can be proud of. But it is not nearly enough to offset the economic policies of President Trump and the devastating impact that they have had on American families. So let's set a baseline. When Trump took office, inflation was down to 3% and headed down. The first thing he did was slap tariffs on nearly every item from nearly every country. These tariffs will cost the average American household more than $2,500 this year. Now, the Supreme Court struck down these tariffs as illegal, and the administration has not lifted a finger to give consumers a refund on the very high prices that they pay. Then came Trump's illegal war with Iran, which caused energy prices to skyrocket. The impact of the war continues to jack up costs for every single sector of our economy. Families have spent $43 billion more on gasoline alone than they would have if Trump had never started this war. Trump spent billions to cut renewable energy projects. You know, the kind of energy that would actually lower utility costs. And Trump and Republicans have sent health insurance premiums soaring, with next year's premium hikes already on track to rival last year's record-breaking increases. In between these disastrous policies, it has been nonstop Trumpian extravaganza of corruption and incompetence.
Yes, Senator Warren is absolutely right. Everything Trump has done has made things financially worse for most Americans, and it seems like most Americans are starting to wake up to that fact. Realizing just how bad their financial situations have become under Donald Trump in less than 2 years. Let's run the numbers. The great Harry Emden. This is from yesterday.
Affordability. The president seems to think the housing bill is not important. Has the affordability issue just gone away?
You know, if I was a Republican member of Congress and I'm listening to President Trump, the only words that enter my mind are, oh, God, no, what are you doing? And that is because the issue has not gone away at all. Google searches for affordability. Look at this, up 500% this week versus the pre-2026 average. In fact, Johnny B, they reached, you have it going across the top of your screen, reached an all-time, well, I couldn't get the pen. There we go. All-time high this week. So no, the issue of affordability isn't going away. There's a reason why Republicans wanted this legislation not just passed, but signed into law by the President of the United States, because this is the issue, of course, that got Donald Trump elected in the first place, and they want to be able to give their voters something, their members of Congress something, so that the voters perhaps, don't vote him out of office come November.
Affordability at an all-time high for searches
On
this week?
all-time high.
An all-time high. That's right. Up 500% this time last year. Sadly, prices are also up 500%. Kidding. Not quite. More like 4%. Was it still? It's a lot. And it's 4% from the prices that were already really high last year. Prices that were higher than the high prices from the year before. Thank you, Harry, for the numbers on the affordability. All right, back to the Senate. Elizabeth Warren grilling a Trump a witness. The Senate, which committee was this? I can't remember what the fuck. But this is regarding credit card interest rates. Trump claimed that didn't even claim. He asked credit card companies to cap their interest rates earlier this year, or last year? I think it was last year, actually. Senator Warren has some questions about this and whether or not it's been followed through on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad that we are holding a hearing about President Trump's affordability agenda, and I'm glad that my Republican colleagues don't seem to agree with President Trump's claim last week that, quote, affordability is a fake word made up by Democrats. In fact, I want to ask our witnesses about that. So raise your hand if you agree with the president that affordability is a hoax made up by Democrats. I'm giving you time here. Okay, no hands up, and I assume that means none of you, Democrats or Republicans, agree with President Trump that the affordability crisis facing American families is a hoax, and that seems right to me. President Trump's agenda has driven up costs so that families are putting more of everything, from groceries to gas, on their credit cards. Trump's own top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, recently bragged that, quote, credit card spending is through the roof. He's right. Over 100 million Americans have credit card debt now, many of them putting groceries and gas on their credit cards just to be able to make it to the end of the month. And delinquencies are at the highest level since the crash of 2008. So let's talk about affordability. In January, President Trump promised to cap credit card interest rates. He politely asked the biggest banks to put in place a one-year 10% cap by January 20th. Now, Ms. Johnson, your organization represents some of the biggest banks in the country. We are more than 5 months past Trump's January 20th deadline. Which banks have implemented the one-year 10% cap on credit card interest rates that President Trump promised to deliver?
So thank you for the question. There's a couple of things I'd love to say. One, banks offer 0% APRs today.
I'm sorry, I had a specific question. Donald Trump told the banks that they should lower their credit card interest rates to 10% by January 20th. He said that's what he would deliver for the American people, promised it to everyone in America. And I just want, which banks have actually lowered their credit card interest rates to 10%? Can you give me their names?
There are definitely options that are low-cost APR
I'm sorry,
options.
which banks have lowered their credit card interest rate to 10%? Are there any that are at 10%? Can you name one?
I can tell you that there are options today.
Can you
They
name
don't have a
one
cap at
bank
8%
that
that they
has
will offer.
lowered its credit card interest rate as President Trump
And no bank wants to
politely
cut off
asked?
credit to
Has there
people
been one?
with below 800.
Has there been one?
Including advocates
Has
who
there
say
been one? One?
there are options in the marketplace for sure, but
So not a single one has followed through on what President Trump told them to do. So President Trump and the big banks, they don't provide the 10% cap on credit cards. Ms. Johnson, how much more have Americans paid in interest on credit cards than they would have paid if the cap the president promised had taken effect? What's the number?
so again, I want to go back to
What's the number?
The rate. So we have not done that calculation.
I'll bet you haven't done that calculation, but here's the thing I have. It's $57 billion in credit card interest rate above 10% that of Americans have paid since January 20th. By the way, if you just do the math, that's $368 million a day. Now, President Trump promised he was going to make banks lower interest credit.
That's $1 a day for every American, including children who don't pay credit card interest rates. So it's certainly higher than that. So you're talking about for half a year, it's like $170 or more, 185, whatever, how many dollars that is, including kids, once again, per person in the United States paid in extra interest rates, interest costs because of the fact that these banks have not done what the president so nicely asked them to do.
Interest rates for families by January 20th. And so far, families have been paying $368 million a day for Donald Trump's broken promise. Now, we know that families have less money to spend and are falling behind on their bills thanks to Donald Trump's economic policies. Dr. Morgan, if you can tell me very briefly, how are people coping with these tighter finances?
I mean, families are really struggling. As I said earlier, 1 in 3 are skipping meals. They're skipping medications that are prescribed by their doctors.
Omega5 just cheered 100 bits. Someone needs to step up and do some Fight Club shit already.
Omegastar, thank you for the biddies.
With these tighter finances.
I mean, families are really struggling. As I said earlier, 1 in 3 are skipping meals. They're skipping medications that are prescribed by their doctors. They're skimping on healthcare services, and they're turning to debt. I think it's important to know that's a both and, right? We're seeing people both cut back on the things that they need to live their lives and also put their expenses onto high cost debt, both credit cards, buy now, pay later, paycheck advance loans.
Thank you. President Trump may love inflation, but it's killing American families. Congress needs to work together to fix the president's failed economic agenda and to make life more affordable for all Americans.
Yeah. Things continue to be less and less affordable for Americans, including the cost of filling up their tanks. And some gas stations in California are being accused of using an AI price rigging software to artificially inflate their prices. Here's KTLA5 from 2 days ago on that story. Oh, by the way, hold on. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to the person over on PayPal who just donated space dono for our galactic creatures, StreamLord. Thank you, RH. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it on the galactic content goal for today. We've achieved greatness once again. Ensuring that we get all the sweet, sweet content that I have planned for us tonight, and there's still quite a hefty amount of that, to say the least. Speaking of which, I gotta start moving faster. I'm moving very slowly right now, and hopefully I'll be able to do that soon. But, I'm struggling, so I say. 4 hours, almost 4 hours in, but we finally completed the galactic content goal. It's beautiful, it's great. Alright, no more confetti. We gotta get back to this situation. I gotta finish the U.S. news so I can get on to everything else. I'm moving woefully slow. KTLA5.
A lawsuit claims AI was used by hundreds of gas stations around the state to not lower prices, of course, raise them.
Yeah, and at the center of this particular story is there collusion among gas stations to bring pump prices higher? And whatever you might think about that anecdotally, there is a new lawsuit now that is alleging that a half dozen gas station operators here in California have in fact done just that. They have colluded to drive prices higher. So this proposed class action lawsuit alleges that AI is being used to violate the state's antitrust law, which...
Yep, and this is very similar to the, what's it called? Not Red Book. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it now. But there was a real estate... There's like a number of different... We've talked about a couple of different programs like this. One for like renter, for like landlords. One for like grocery stores. And it basically just... It's just AI. It grabs up all the data and it figures out what the highest prices that the stores can charge. And then those stores then get all of that. All of these same stores get the same information and then act accordingly. And effectively act in conjunction. Or as some might call it, collusion.
Illegal.
Yep. But it's not just, it's not just gas prices and things like that that AI is being used for. Of course, it's also being used to eliminate jobs in all sorts of places. Amazon, one of the biggest employers of robots.
A lawsuit
in
claims
their warehouses. Something that certainly helps them drive up productivity and their costs down, while simultaneously endangering workers. Let's take a look at the Amazon Robotics Lab in Massachusetts. The latest innovations.
So
this is our Proteus robot. It is the first of its kind for us. It is a collaborative robot that can exist in the same space as humans, because in the past we've always had to have a fence separating where the robots go and the people go, unless you're using some fancy security and safety protocols like a vest that broadcasts a stop signal. These don't require any of that. No additional training required, no additional technology. They are autonomously safe and certified by an external vendor.
Oh, nice. An external vendor is certified that they're safe. Oh, good. I'm sure no Amazon workers will be endangered by these robots, even though Amazon warehouses have a much higher worker injury rate than any other in the industry. I'm sure these will be great. And they get to take the fences down now, too, so I'm sure the workers will be even safer with less protection. Meanwhile, apparently Oracle, the data center company, database guys, have apparently shrunk their workforce by 20,000, instead opting to use AI instead of human beings.
Oracle's total workforce declined 13%, or about 21,000 employees in its fiscal 2026. It says the cloud computing giant continued restructuring its business, partly driven by the adoption of AI across its operations. The company had a total workforce of 141,000 as of May the 31st, down from about 162,000 as of the same period last year.
Now, of course, Oracle is the exact sort of place where AI job cuts are the most likely. It's a place where nobody cares if these jobs are done poorly, or, or if, it's just, it's that they literally are the data center guys, right? Like, the fucking empty warehouse people filled with fucking computers for AI.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. This may sound like a joke, but these billionaires are literally bringing the birth of the very AI overlord Skynet. When we see Terminator-like robots obliterating us, well, at least the billionaires made a profit at the end of the year.
Indeed. Thank you for the biddies, Columbiarican. Much appreciated. Midnight Tracker with the follow on Twitch. Now, as a result of the AI boom, memory prices have been skyrocketing, apparently, and Apple has been raising its prices, apparently, or announced the raising of its prices, blaming the cost of memory. RAM, if you will.
Apple is hiking prices as the cost of memory chips skyrockets. Its lowest priced laptop will jump from $599 to $699, with iPad prices also rising. For now at least, the iPhone is unaffected. Apple says it can no longer avoid passing on rising costs to consumers. The price of memory chips jumped by around 98% in the first quarter.
Oh, God, Apple can't afford to not pass on costs to consumers. Oh, God. Oh, God, they must be losing money hand over fist. Wait a second. No. I take it back. I take it back. They've been making billions of dollars in Q1 of 2025 alone. I'm sorry, in Q1 of 2026 alone, excuse me. Or at least reporting their last quarter, $42 billion in net profit. And they can't afford to keep prices down for consumers. Making billions of dollars every, like tens of billions of dollars every few months. And it's not enough. We have to raise prices, don't you see? We have to raise them by 13%. We can't afford to be making this much money. We need to make more money. 42 billion? That is not nearly enough. That's not revenue, once again, that's profits. Profits are, of course, always calculated after interest in the taxes and deductions, after having paid your employees, all the manufacturing costs. Like, I feel like people don't quite understand that concept for some reason. Like profits, like when these companies talk about profits, we're just talking about extra money. Like they've done all the R&D and all the stock buybacks and whatever else the fuck they want to fucking do, and operated their business, and now they have an extra $40 billion after 3 months. And like we accept this premise that they need more money and they have to pass the cost off for the fucking consumers. Are you kidding me? What a fucking joke.
Give me a joke.
And while all these companies are throwing money at AI, the thing that's effectively raising the costs of things like chips, RAM, they are currently continuing to just lose money hand over fist. Sky high valuations on all these AI companies, but they're not making any money. They're losing it, in fact. They're spending more money than they are making. Big time. On weird shit.
OpenAI apparently is also planning an IPO this year. I noticed they moved from not profit to profit, which just as a side note, I was contacted by a reporter from The Atlantic some time ago saying that this show has been scrubbed, about 11,000 episodes of our show. It's been scrubbed by a series of not-profit AI institutes, which they do to avoid having to theoretically have any monetary compensation responsibility. Then they get all the information they want out of our show and others, obviously. And then they use that on their as they convert to a for-profit enterprise.
Right. I mean, with that, that is just the nature of their BS training. They just steal from everyone. And what's funny is, well, don't know if I'd call it funny for you, I guess, is it's still not enough. They still don't have enough. Even if they took every show on the...
That's EBITDA? Isn't EBITDA when you add it back? I could have sworn the EBITDA was adding back. What is it again? Interest, taxes, deductions. What's the A? Amortizations? I thought that was after. I thought that was added on. I thought that was like a way for businesses to. What is it? Like, what's the? I can't remember the concept of why they do this, but like they add those expenses on top of, like back in, like to the after net profits. Like on top of net, right? Like, or like take them out of net profits to like figure out like some sort of like this how the business is operating. I can't remember exactly, but I feel like we're saying the same thing and we're just talking past each other, because I'm not saying because like when I'm talking about profits, have those things deducted. It's like the very like bottom line of the business. But so I'm distracted. I just want to go back to this, what was just being said. One thing I will point out is that actually, I think it was earlier on Friday or maybe Thursday, sometime this week, it was like in the last like 48 hours, I think OpenAI and Anthropic, who were just mentioned, that were supposed to be doing IPOs this year, are signaling that they may postpone their IPOs until next year. For whatever reason. I think the reason for that partially is due to the fact that we're seeing some real implosions of AI-driven stocks. Especially with the seriously, some would say, rather failed IPO of SpaceX. I mean, it's still worth $2 trillion, so it's hard to call it failed, but since the initial like 48 hours of it being on the stock market, essentially it has plummeted like 35%. More than that, actually. How much is that? 216 to 150. It's a fuck ton. It's a metric fuck ton. It's like an Olympic pool filled with $100 bills worth. It's like multiple Olympic pools filled with $100 bills, I feel like, worth of money just evaporated.
Internet, every document on the internet, everything, they don't have enough because there's no proof that there's actually enough data. They fed basically the entire internet into these things and they still kind of suck. They still hallucinate because hallucinations, so authoritatively stating something that isn't true or just doing something different than what they were asked, those are mathematically certain now. OpenAI themselves said it. So it's this kind of losing game where they just burn as much money as possible in the hopes that something will change, but nothing changes, which makes them burn even more money. It's like a classic degenerate gambler situation.
You've gotten your hand on, I guess, a financial audit of OpenAI. There was a couple of things where you wrote like, I'm just going to leave this here and allow others to make. Give us an overview as to what you found that others might look askance upon.
So last year, OpenAI spent about $34 billion to make about $13 billion. And they ended the year with about $22 billion in cash. They lost about $21 billion. Now, they do some accounting below the line hocus pocus to move numbers around to try and pretend it's not that bad, but that's how much they lost. And what's crazy about this is they spent $5.73 billion just on sales and marketing, which is complete lunacy. They spent $19.18 billion on research and development costs, which is also crazy. But what's funny about that is these numbers do not neatly line up with what's being reported about how many people work there. So I can't speak to it. I truly do not know. The documents I've seen did not state, but they could be putting engineer salaries in research and development. I've seen companies do that before.
Yeah, and we know, of course, they're doing all sorts of other financial wizardry with alongside like Anthropic, or not Anthropic, Oracle and Nvidia, like OpenAI. Like it's gotten into all these weird fucking incestuous deals with them, where basically the three companies just sort of hand off money to each other. Essentially, just we're effectively like nobody's actually technically benefiting from it, like aside from being able to pretend to investors that in fact there's all this extra money coming in, but you're paying the guy who pays the guy to pay you that money. It really doesn't amount to anything on paper. It's just like a weird way to it's like an accounting, like he said, like an accounting trick to make it seem like more is happening, but in fact more is not happening. And as the AI space becomes more and more focused on profit and actually trying to wring out the money from the market that supposedly exists, the more it becomes clear that actually there may not really be much of a market at all of actual consumers who want this product, unlike other innovations in the past. Let's go here. Democracy Now! From yesterday. Cory Doctorow of the EFF, the Electronic Foundation, Frontier Foundation? I can't remember what EFF stands for now. Speaking with Amy Goodman. Here to explain to all of us how to think about AI.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Earlier this month, Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire when his company SpaceX went public in the biggest IPO in Wall Street history. SpaceX is space flight, satellite internet, social media, and AI conglomerate. The value of SpaceX initially soared, but it's since fallen as part of a global sell-off in tech stocks. On Wednesday, Bloomberg reported that Musk had lost his status as a trillionaire, at least temporarily. This all comes as fears are growing of a possible AI AI bubble that could collapse, triggering an economic recession.
We're joined now by Cory Doctorow, acclaimed tech activist, journalist, science fiction author, has worked for the Electronic Frontier Foundation for decades. His latest book, The Reverse Centaur's Guide to Life After AI, How to Think About Artificial Intelligence Before It's Too Late. His previous book titled, let's see, how should I say it on a broadcast? Embleepification, but that's not really the title, Why Everything Suddenly Got Worse and What to Do About It. We want to thank you so much for being with us, Cory. And also, I want to congratulate you. You have talked publicly about your cancer diagnosis and also put it in the context of AI, what's good and problematic about it. But congrats on feeling better.
Thank you very much. Yes, 6 days since the radiologist told me that I am cancer-free. So let's hope the next time I go in for a scan, they reaffirm that.
And yet you have really shared with people your concerns about AI. When it comes to radiology, talk about how medicine is using it.
So, you know, in my other life, I'm a science fiction writer, and people sometimes think science fiction is about describing a gadget. And I think what science fiction is really about is exploring who the gadget does things for and who the gadget does things to. And that's where radiology comes in. We've heard some pretty credible stuff about how AI can be used to spot solid mass tumors that sometimes humans miss. And, you know, if there was a sales call right now at your local hospital where there was a pitchman for an AI company telling the hospital administrator, here's what we're going to do. Right now, you have 10 radiologists. They cost $3 million a year. They review 100 x-rays a day each. And I tell you what, I'm going to sell you a chatbot for $1 million a year, and it's going to sit in the shadows, and a couple of times a day it's going to tap your radiologist in the shoulder and say, why don't you take another look at that one? I'd be very happy. That would seem like a real advance on medicine, but that's not how the pitch is going. Now, radiologists have a lot of market power, so I'm not saying that this is where they're going to end up, because right now they're in short supply, but what the AI companies want to sell you is fire 9/10 of your radiologists, save $2.7 million a year, split that between the hospital shareholders and Sam Altman, take that remaining.
And Cory here is like, he's spitting hot fire this whole fucking time, saying a bunch of shit that I feel like I've been trying to say, and I think he definitely says it better than I do. But the fact is, I've been saying this the whole time. It's like, look, the AI may never achieve the fucking things that the people selling it are claiming it will do one day, right? We most likely will probably never reach the singularity or AGI or whatever it is. But it's the promises that they're making to people on the sales pitches that are important, right? It's the path it's the path that they were leading us down in the direction of this sort of, you know, this like dystopian tech future, the sort of Oz of the billionaires, like AI Oz. We're just walking down the golden brick road right now, the primrose path that's been set out in front of us by the fucking tech bros,
Zuckerbucks,
and the path itself is effectively the danger, right? It's like, it doesn't matter if it actually achieves the thing that they're claiming it will achieve. It's just that while we're walking along the path, we're losing jobs. We're losing, you know what I mean? Like, we're losing effectiveness because the AI is not achieving the thing that we want it to do, right? Like, you call in to solve something and you no longer get a human, and instead you get an AI chatbot that insists that it's like you don't need a human, right? Because they don't have any humans for you to talk to. They've replaced them all. Or they're replacing 90% of them and then asking the last 10% to make sure the chatbots are doing a good job.
Radiologist and put them in charge of marking the AI's homework, put them in charge of clicking OK 100 times a minute for the radiology reports that are coming out of the chatbot. And then when it misses something and someone dies, blame that guy. Make him what Dan Davies calls the accountability sink for the AI. And you know, right now, the way that we're using this extremely interesting and impressive technology is to replace humans in jobs where we don't care if those jobs are done well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty awful to be living through. I wrote this book because I got...
Exactly.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Sadly, AI was more useful making videos of cats waking up their owners with musical instruments.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what I've been trying to say, though, right? Is like this road towards this weird dystopia that they so genuinely want. Like, a lot of these guys are like steering us towards that. They think that's good, right? And like, but like the fact is like, whether or not we ever get to the place where the fucking robots, the AI can actually be better than humans, it doesn't matter, because they're going to implement it in places where it doesn't matter, or it won't matter enough to have them see any real repercussions to it, right? Like, especially like I've mentioned, like customer service a lot, because it's the place where it's being rolled out the most, but you're seeing it in all sorts of places, right? They're especially trying to use it to like amplify worker productivity and things like that. Because consumer facing, nobody fucking wants it, really. But like the fact is, like Corey just pointed out, it's going to go to the places where we don't care, right? Or where we care the least about whether or not the robot is effective. Or where we just don't have the time to like complain about whether or not the robot is effective, right? And that will save businesses money, right? Like, you can extrapolate that over a whole bunch of different scenarios. In some cases it may work, in other cases it may not. But the point is that, like, even if it's only 60-70% effective, right? Well, they just replaced 70% of the workforce. They can get 30% of. They can just use 30% to make sure the robots are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's a slippery slope. Like, we wind up one way or another, whether or not we ever actually get to AGI or like fully functioning AI. If we allow this to continue to go in the direction we want, at least we still get a fucking techno dystopia, right?
Sick of people demanding that I talk with them about AI because it's just not important enough that we should all be paying attention to it. Massive miscalculation, because now I have to go everywhere and talk about AI.
But if you could comment, the example of radiologists, and radiologists, of course, also play a big role in the early detection or the detection of cancer when it's already there. Now, there are a number of leading cancer specialists that increasingly view AI as a vital transformative tool in oncology, principally for augmenting, but absolutely not replacing medical personnel. Scientists, radiologists, doctors, surgeons, etc.
Totally. I mean, look, I think we need to understand the material roots of the bubble to get at what's going on here. The industry spent $1.4 trillion on AI so far. It's doubled in the last year. When I wrote the book a year ago, it was $700 billion. So it's another $700 billion in the last year. They're global revenues, right? All the money all the companies make per year. They claim it's $60 billion a year. It can't be more than 50, because 10 of that $60 billion is the money that Microsoft gives to OpenAI, and OpenAI gives back to Microsoft. That's not revenue. Speaking as someone who writes books about, thrillers about accounting fraud, that's not even accounting fraud. It's just a really dumb trick. So they've got $50 billion a year. They're spending $1.4 trillion a year. What do they think they're going to do, right? How are they going to make up the money? It's not like they're going to make it up by adding more customers. AI has very bad unit economics, which is how economists describe what happens when a business sells another one of its widgets or adds another customer. You know, the early web lost money, but every web user made more money for the web companies. Every time they used the web got more profitable. Every generation of the web is more profitable. AI, every new AI customer loses more money for the AI businesses. Every new use of AI loses them more money. Every new generation loses it. So I think we look at the labor story.
It's a totally unsustainable business model. It's fucking insane. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, the consumer facing stuff, like all the Sora stuff, I mean, Sam Altman realized very quickly that Sora was just losing them fuck tons of money. And it's really about business facing. This is what I've been saying the whole time. The money is not actually in like the fun stuff, right? It's in the selling of this stuff to replace labor to businesses, right? It's a business. Really, it's always been a business facing. It's just needed us to interact with it, and so they've allowed us to play around with AI for free for a while, and to get some of us to get on board with the plan. But it's not gonna be free. It's actually gonna become incredibly expensive for all those fun little things you've been doing with it. You know, they were originally they were just giving it out for free. Then they started credits, and now it's like, oh no, okay, now you can pay $50 for however many. Like it's getting out of control really quickly.
And what we see is what they ultimately want to do is fire high-waged workers and replace them with substandard algorithms, and then make us accept substandard products. And that's where they're going to realize the return on this gigantic investment.
So talk about your title, The Reverse Centaur's Guide to Life After AI. What's the reverse centaur?
Yeah, this is not the first time we've had automation and labor come into conflict. There's a rich literature study.
All I could think of when I looked at this horse is BoJack Horseman.
Yeah, this is not the first time we've had automation and labor come into conflict. There's a rich literature studying the way automation and labor work together. One of the things we know is that when labor drives automation, it's usually in service to making the product better. And when capital drives automation, it's usually in service to making more of the product, increasing the throughput, because they bought an asset, right? And that asset's depreciating off their books. They want to maximize the use of it before it's used up. And so the person who is in charge of using the machine is exhorted to use it as quickly as possible, which is where we get centaurs and reverse centaurs. A centaur is a person assisted by a machine. So think of a human head on a horse's body. The horse is tireless. It can run faster than you. It's stronger than you, but you are directing it, right? So you ride a bicycle, you kind of look like a centaur, but you use a spell checker, you're a centaur too. A reverse centaur is the reverse. It is when a human is conscripted to do the task the machine directs. So an Amazon bus delivery driver, an Amazon warehouse worker, and reverse centaur is a terrible thing to be, because you're not just being used by the machine, you're being used up by it. It works faster than you. It can work longer than you. So it is working you to exhaustion at the limit of your capacity, which is why the most advanced automation we have in warehouses in America, and Amazon warehouses, results in 3 times the injuries relative to other warehouses. That's not a coincidence. There's a causal relationship. Because they're so automated, they also have more injuries, because that automation is being driven by capital, not by labor.
And do you think, I mean, sorry, just to go back to the radiology example, because that's relevant to what you're saying, right?
Yep. Unfortunately, this is the techno dystopia that I worry we are slipping into very, very quickly. And you add in we don't have time to talk about it today. Holding off on that one for tomorrow. Like, I got it in a separate list. But
with drier weather settling in across the islands, the
ma'am, I need you to shut it. But you got like the Kids Safety Act or whatever, not COSA, but like the Kids Act or whatever it's called. Taylor Lorenz just did a fucking piece on this thing. Just passed the House. It's basically the same thing as COSA. It's like a COSA rebrand. I do feel like we are rushing towards some sort of a terrible techno dystopia. Like we're already in the early phases of it somehow, like a crab in a slowly boiling pot. Oh, God. Vincent Adultman. Yes. Vincent Adultman. Very much not three kids in a trench coat. I almost had three trench coats and a kid. Definitely not 3 kids in a trench coat. Very much a man who likes doing business transactions and other adult stuff. Like spending time with his girlfriend, Princess Caroline. A very serious adult relationship. Because once again, definitely not 3 kids in a trench coat. Can't make that clear enough. All right, that's enough silliness. I guess we can have more silliness right now. We're going to take a quick galactic intermission. 4.5 hours into the stream. We still got environmental issues and other news left to cover here today. But first, a quick break. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Did you know that you get a free Twitch subscription with your Amazon Prime membership? That's right, every month you can be taking money directly from Jeff Bezos and giving it to me. And helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. We've also got Cash App and PayPal for direct donations. Throne, if you prefer to know exactly what your money goes to physical items which would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon. $3 a month, a whole bunch of sweet pennies. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
So hot right now. 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 So hot right now.
This is ridiculous!
So hot right now.
All right, everybody, we're back. That's right.
This is the very definition.
Jesus Christ.
Totalitarian.
You've all lost your goddamn shit. Collective shit together. Which is truly beautiful to see the Space Fams coming together in such harmony. But, wow. It's a lot of Twitch alerts. Anyway, stream's about to get going once again, so get those butts back in those seats.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No! By the way, did anybody notice that I fixed the TV? Look, I fixed them. I fixed this TV, and I fixed the bar TVs while you weren't looking. Oh, Space Fams. Sneaky, sneaky. Almost knocked that over. Cannot go there. That cannot go there. Jesus Christ. I believe you've underestimated the sneakiness. All right. Now to this portion of the stream where the world is on fire. The whole thing. Okay, not quite, but most of it. It's either on fire, or it's underwater, or it's literally melting from the goddamn sun. Ah!
This is ridiculous. That's hot.
Starting here. Hawaii. Wait, no. How dare you? This is rude of you.
How rude.
This is the wrong one. There we go. Now we're on the same page. All right. Starting in Hawaii, which is basically right in the middle of the El Nino ocean heat, expecting a potentially longer and more severe wildfire season. With fire departments preparing for the worst, here's Keihan 2 News from 3 days ago.
With drier weather settling in across the islands, the risk of wildfires is on the rise. Emergency officials say the steps you take now could make all the difference if a fire breaks out.
Nathan Shinagawa reports.
Damn you.
As the temperature gets hotter,
Damn you. You have no sound.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take 2.
With drier weather settling in across the islands, the risk of wildfires is on the rise. Emergency officials say the steps you take now could make all the difference if a fire breaks out.
Nathan Shinagawa reports.
as the temperature gets hotter, the risk for wildfires grow. And this year, the wildfire season could last longer than normal.
One thing we're watching this year is the potential for drier conditions later in.
Young Z with the resub on Twitch. 2 months. 2 beautiful months. Thank you for the resub, Young Chris.
Year due to the El Nino. So even though we often think that risk is high right now, as in the summer, it's going to continue throughout the year.
During a fire, the smallest ember could grow into something much larger.
The embers that come off of a fire can blow like up to miles away. And if that ember gets close to your home, you want to make sure it doesn't burn. So anything that's dead and dry, any dead and dying debris is what can turn that ember into a larger fire.
Yep. The fire department's asking local communities to do what they can to help reduce the risk of fire. This season it is needed. With record heats expected and severe droughts across almost the entirety of the western United States, it's not just Hawaii who needs to worry, I'm afraid. Nope. At least 70 major wildfires burning in the West as of Tuesday, or Monday, I guess this was. It's WWL-TV.
All right, thank you, Peyton. We now know at least 70 major wildfires are burning on the West Coast, fueled by extreme heat and wind gusts.
Yeah, dry, gusty winds there. Evacuations underway too this morning. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti with the very latest from Los Angeles.
Dry fuels and gusty winds are fanning dangerous flames in Nevada tonight. 2 out-of-control fires are burning south of Caliente, where rugged terrain is complicating firefighting efforts. The blazes there have consumed over 20,000 acres. In central Utah, firefighters are taking advantage of calmer winds. The wind-driven iron fire is threatening homes and ranches in the evacuated town of Eureka.
At this time, 0% contained means we are not confident in the line being super secure.
And along the busy Florida Turnpike, a massive brush fire briefly shut down the highway. Heat-related injuries are also a concern. This weekend, authorities confirmed 3 elderly hikers died while traversing the Grand Canyon's inner trails.
Yeah, it's been a deadly start to summer. massive heat and drought, fires all up and down California's coast. Utah getting especially hammered. We'll talk about that. Because that iron fire, not the only one going anymore, as it turns out. That was 4 days ago. You'll be shocked to hear the things that have happened in the last 4 days across the goddamn country. Now, we briefly talked about this fire, I think, happening... What is that? Oh, puppy treat. Yep, puppy treat time. Thank you, Dark Sparkle. Treat for like a... we were talking about not a wildfire, but a fire at a warehouse in a Los Angeles neighborhood, which is just pumping out toxic smoke, some sort of like refrigerated facility, and the surrounding area, as you can see, houses all over the place.
For nearly a week, the noxious smoke has billowed across the Los Angeles skyline, choking nearby neighborhoods as firefighters struggle to contain the blaze.
It impacts me a lot. I've been in the house coughing. I've had headaches.
It's believed the fire started in solar panels on the roof of the sprawling cold storage facility. It quickly spread to the building's thick insulation and the 35 million kilograms of frozen food inside.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. And apparently, finally, this was from 3 days ago. So this was Tuesday. Earlier today, and by today I mean Friday, I think California officials have allowed the owners of this facility back onto the property, and I think effectively declared the fire completely under control now, finally, after over a week. It was like a week and a half. That shit was just burning and billowing out putrid, probably toxic, very toxic black smoke into the surrounding neighborhoods of, you'll be shocked to hear, middle to lower income like people. It's Saturday here. Okay, look, I know it's Saturday here. That's why I always try to make clear what times of the weekend or day we're talking about as best I can. I feel like I'm fairly adamant about it, just so people get like a sense of things and like the timeline of stuff. I know sometimes I fail. I know that. Let's talk about some of the other stuff that's been happening on the West Coast since that story regarding the number of fires. More fires have popped up. Like a brush fire burning along the 405 freeway in Mission Hills.
We are following some breaking news right now. This is along the 405 freeway.
On Tuesday.
Ileana Moreno overhead in News Chopper 4. Ileana, what do we have here?
Colleen, what we have is a big rig fire. This is right here northbound 405 at the 5 in Mission Hills. Let me push in here on the actual big rig. You see that it was actually able to detach from the trailer, and it's the trailer that is on fire. But as I widen out the shot, you're going to see what happened here. We're right up against a hill, and the fire started to make its way uphill and is now burning into
Yeah, unfortunately, as we've talked about in the past, fires like to go uphill. You might not know this, but heat rises. And as a result, fire does too. And if you got a bunch of fuel upwards, that stuff is going to get lit on fire even just from the heat itself. The flames don't even have to touch it. At an angle, like a steep angle like this, stuff like this could just like catch on fire in an instant just from the residual heat coming off of the flames before it ever even touches the fucking trees themselves. So that was, I'm sorry, that wasn't Tuesday. That was Wednesday. Now, that was the day that the earthquake happened in Venezuela, and Mendocino residents felt a +6 magnitude earthquake themselves. So I will quickly talk about this one since we're in California.
Well, damage from the quake is leaving some businesses at a loss. Our Teresa Stasio continues our team coverage right now. She's in Willits, that's in Mendocino County. What kind of damage are you seeing there, Teresa?
Hi, Justine. We are seeing a lot of damage up here in Willits. We've got a lot going on. It's been a kind of frantic morning for a lot of people who live up here. We've got some video that I gathered in the past couple of minutes as I got into town so we can show you what a lot of the residents and businesses are facing. So here's what you really got to know. The Safeway out here was hit hard. There's bottles all over the place. This is the liquor store that is next to Safeway. Hundreds of bottles are on the floor, glass and liquor spilling out everywhere. It smells so bad in that store. I felt so bad for them.
Yeah. Now down to Arizona. Not to a fire, but a horrifying environmental situation where the state of Arizona had to close a lake, or it might have been the local government. Someone was forced to close this lake after an entire fish population just died suddenly. Yeah, the whole thing. Here's 12 News, right? Yeah. 12 News Arizona from 3 days ago. This one's Tuesday.
An Arizona lake remains closed after low water levels killed all of the fish in it. The San Carlos Reservoir is about 160 miles from the valley. It's been closed for almost 3 weeks now. But now 12 News journalist William Pitts is learning the problems are being caused by more than just the drought.
San Carlos Lake has gone down quite a lot, but take a look at these before and after photos. This is 2023 when the lake was in pretty good shape, but look what happens when I show you 2026. The lake almost disappears. The water level has gone down to almost nothing. Video of the lake from the Gila Herald shows what's left. Those aren't rocks. Those are all dead fish.
Jesus
washed up on shore from what used to be San Carlos Reservoir.
This last winter was catastrophically horrible. I mean, we've had some bad winters in the last 20 years, but this past winter was the worst we'd ever seen.
Rhett Larson is a professor of water law at Arizona State University. Why are we talking to a lawyer about dead fish? Because the issue at San Carlos Lake is both environmental and legal.
It's been a really bad winter. There's a lot less runoff, so it's a bad drought year. But there's also a legal component of it, which is there's required legal releases from Coolidge Dam.
Yes, unfortunately, long ago, when they first made this reservoir, they promised a certain amount of water rights, first rights to the water, to large landowners in the agricultural sector. Are you starting to get the picture here? That's why the law is getting involved now, because just a few people got all the water. Everybody else got none. Well, not none, but you see what I'm saying. Now they've run out of water, and it's caused a massive environmental catastrophe. Already have a fucking drought in this region, I would point out. Arizona is one of the states experiencing severe drought, according to the National Drought Survey, or whatever it's called. Oh, we need to reorganize our goddamn priorities in society a little bit. All right, let's go over to, this is New Mexico, where 2 different wildfires broke out. I think it was 2 different ones on the same day, Tuesday. Here's KRQE.
A fire burning in eastern New Mexico continues to grow tonight. The Canyon Venado fire burning along I-40 east of Klein's Corners has burned more than 500 acres. It tonight is 0% contained. I-40 eastbound at Klein's Corners is back open right now. Another fire called the Osita Draw Fire was reported in the same area. That fire has been contained.
And to the next clip now, same day.
Tonight, crews working to contain a wildfire burning east of Klein's Corners. Agencies from across the state racing to keep it away from structures in the area and a wind farm nearby. The Torrance County Sheriff's Office says electricity is being shut off east of Klein's Corners because the fire is near electrical lines.
Here we go. Wildfire season. Very early wildfire season, getting some pretty crazy fucking numbers all over the place this year. Now up to Utah. Right? Isn't that what's next on my list? Yeah. Up to Utah. KSL News, Utah from 2 days ago. I mean, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, we're only in Utah. And actually, there's wildfires not just in the United States going on right now. And we already talked about the Iron Fire briefly, which was the largest fire, most horrifying environmental situation happening in Utah up until a couple of days ago. Really, I guess the last 24 hours. But 2 days ago, a new fire broke out, the Cottonwood Fire. Just blowing up in size very quickly.
News specialist Alex Cabrero is on the ground in Beaver. And Alex, Governor Cox says this could be record destruction for our state.
Yeah, that is definitely a sobering thought. The governor told us that this could be the most devastating wildfire in Utah State.
By the way, I forgot to mention it. The Iron Fire, which we were just talking about, has apparently burned already 40,000+ acres. And as of the latest report that I've seen, the Cottonwood Fire has already doubled that in size, approaching 80,000 acres.
Perhaps not in size, but in the number of homes, structures, and cabins lost in the fire. This is what the Cottonwood Fire looks like right now. It is still burning, and this is just a small piece of it. As for the last mapping, the Cottonwood Fire is at about 70,000 acres, 0% containment, and no word on the number of homes lost. It could be in the dozens, maybe even hundreds. And the thing is, this fire is still moving and moving fast. More firefighters are on their way to help fight it, but at this point, even the governor says they won't know the full extent of the damage until crews are able to access those areas.
We know that there are hundreds of cabins on this mountain, hundreds of condos, and I can't speculate. All I can say is that this fire did not act like other fires, and it was almost impossible to protect those assets. So we'll get in there and see this, but
I wonder if it would help to have a functional Forest Service, or FEMA, or any of the other sorts of agencies that have been dismantled in the last year and a half. Prevent this sort of thing from happening. Doing the pre-fire management and things like that. Prescribed burns before the season even starts. Raking. But yeah, Cottonwood Fire continued to grow over the last 2 days. Still at 0% containment as of 10 hours ago, according to ABC4 Utah. Crews expecting rapid spread due to very heavy winds in the region.
The Cottonwood Fire in Beaver County is now the largest wildfire in the entire country. It has burned more than 70,000 acres and rages on without any containment.
That's where we find ABC4's Brian McElhatton. He joins us live from Beaver County this afternoon with more. Brian, how's it looking out there today?
Hi there, Matt and Alyssa. We warned you last night that the winds were going to pick up today. A particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning. That's a special kind of red flag warning we have never seen before here in Utah. The winds have picked up, and now we're seeing the effects. Let me show you what we're seeing up on the mountain right now. Folks, the fire is exploding as we speak. That smoke has been...
This thing looks like a fucking volcano. It looks like Mount St. Helens or something. Look at how much goddamn smoke is coming off of this. This guy just said this is the first ever red flag warning that's ever been issued in the state of Utah for a wildfire. This is, suffice to say, bad. You got 2 giant wildfires competing to be the worst wildfire happening in the state of Utah right now.
Up just in the past few minutes, and if Dan can zoom in as far as he can go, we are seeing active flames move up the side of the mountain. That thick black smoke, that big column of smoke, that has all been generated probably within the past 20 minutes as the winds have really begun to pick up. We've got
Utah killed Charlie, who carry the flame. God. It's been raining a lot here in New Mexico for the past few days. That's good. Hopefully that's helped. Fires-wise over there, but unfortunately in Utah, things still bad. State of emergency still in place. Six hours ago, NBC.
Tonight, devastating wildfires creating a state of emergency in Utah. Thick smoke and an orange glow seen for miles.
This is likely the most destructive and costly fire in terms of property damage that the state has ever seen.
The Cottonwood fire, now more than 70,000 acres, turning building after building like Evan Stapley's cabin to ashes.
I cried. I've got too many memories.
The National Weather Service issuing Salt Lake City's first particularly dangerous situation, a red flag warning similar to the one given before last year's deadly LA wildfires. Utah's governor now banning most fireworks ahead of July 4th. He says the current drought, combined with a forecast for high winds, make conditions ripe for disaster.
Those trees there, they look the same as they've looked every other year, but they're not. They're dying inside. They're Roman candles just waiting to be lit.
Why are they dying inside, Spencer? Why are they dying inside? Because what I would love is if guys like this, like the fucking douchebags, like Spencer Cox or whatever his fucking name is, governor of Utah, would admit that climate change exists in public. Like, have some fucking balls, man. Like, I know this guy must know. Because the government knows. The military fucking knows that climate change exists. There's like billions of dollars the military is having to spend right now because of climate change and because the military accepts that climate change exists. There's no way this guy doesn't fucking know that it's real. But all these fucking douchebags are cowards and refuse to just admit reality to the voters, the deluded fucking voters. But that's what's happening, everyone. This El Nino season, which is about to get worse, dramatically worse. We're just getting started on that, by the way. That's going to extend into 2027. Probably for at least another 7-8 months. And we are going to continue to see, the only reason that El Nino is going to be as bad as it is because of climate change, right? Because the oceans were already hotter than ever in recorded human history. We're going to see extreme weather events on both sides of the weather systems. If you've ever heard high and low pressure, you ever see those bands on the Weather Channel or whatever? One side of that band, we're going to see extreme heat, fires, droughts. And on the other side, we're going to see extreme rains and storms, tornadoes. Tornado season's still going. Speaking of extreme storms, an incredibly rare derecho hit Oklahoma on Tuesday, causing widespread damage. Here's KFOR, whatever it's called. Oklahoma News 4 from 3 days ago.
The National Weather Service says it was a derecho that slammed Oklahoma, spawning at least 3 tornadoes as well. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kevin Ogle. Allie Meyer is off tonight. Chief Meteorologist Mike Morgan and the forewarned storm team were tracking it for you during the overnight hours. But first, we're going to start with News 4's Tanner De Leon. He's live to explain this unique weather phenomenon. Tanner.
Well, we've all heard of the phrase, the perfect storm. And for a derecho to happen, that's exactly what's going to happen to occur, okay? Now, experts that we spoke with say for this to happen and for this to go on, the severe storm, the power that comes with these storms, it has the potential to cause the same or even more damage than a tornado. A Choctaw police officer's body camera was rolling as he moved a tree limb, snapped by overnight storms that the National Weather Service in Norman now says was a derecho.
This may be a new term to some. We don't have a lot of them around here, but it's essentially just a very severe line of thunderstorms.
Forewarned Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Mike Morgan says weather conditions have to be just right.
You're basically combining early summertime heat and thick humidity with a jet stream that looks more like early May. You get those two together, you get an energized complex of storms.
To be labeled a derecho, a storm must meet certain requirements.
It has to be a near solid line of thunderstorms, which the one that we had definitely checks that box. Has to have at least a 250-mile long path of damage, which our squall line, our line of thunderstorms that came through, definitely had that. And somewhere within that damage path, there has to be at least 5 reports of 70 to 75 mile an hour wind.
There you go. Insane fucking conditions here earlier this week in Oklahoma. The storm declared a derecho, which means apparently a number of different horrifying conditions, including high winds, size of the storm's damage path, shit like that. Meteorologists trying to make slang they're never going to be cool. That's sad. Aww. That makes me sad because sometimes I feel like a meteorologist when I'm talking about all these weather shit stuff, things that we get into. How should we do this? All right, we're going to go up to Canada real quick, and then we'll come right back down to the United States. Because we got to talk about the weather in multiple provinces in Canada. I don't feel like doing like a up and down type of thing, so we're going to go from Western to Eastern Canada really quickly, starting at global news. Where they are dealing with fires and floods. Both of them.
East of Edmonton, the town of Tofield, Alberta, has turned into a lake.
In my entire life, I've never seen this much water here. Spent the last 2 nights pumping out my sister's basement. There was about a foot of water in her basement. The water system just couldn't keep up. Everyone's basement was flooding.
A weekend of heavy rain putting the town's stormwater and sewage systems under so much strain, a state of local emergency has been called.
Why are all severe weather events called in Spanish? You got El Nino, you got Derecho, you got, what else do you got? I feel like that's it. Are there other ones that I'm not aware of? Tornado.
one of several communities in the region on alert.
We are dealing with a lot of ground coverage and groundwater. There are isolated flooding areas, and we are doing everything we can to mitigate that and support those that are being affected by it.
Experiencing the city's second wettest June on record, Edmonton residents are being asked to avoid all unnecessary indoor water use, with the city's stormwater system at capacity and more rain on the way. The soggy situation in stark contrast to the dangerously dry conditions to the west, where a wildfire near Lytton, BC burns out of control.
We currently have 150 BC wildfire personnel along with Lytton Fire and Rescue. We have 53 structure protection staff, 10 helicopters, and our incident management team has been assigned to this incident.
With more fires anticipated in the coming days across the province, with the temperature set to soar.
Yep, Canada on fire and also underwater too. Meanwhile, all this extreme weather causing issues for migratory bird species. Let's go to Toronto. Talk about the issues being seen here as a result of some of these heat waves in early spring.
Tourists and locals alike have been flocking to this Toronto park in hopes of seeing migratory birds. But researchers here have recorded a troubling decline, including Shane Abernethy, the bander in charge at Tommy Thompson Park's Bird Research Station.
The station exists to monitor the migratory birds passing through Toronto. We're at the center of a major migration highway, and peninsulas like this are a great way to sample them.
Abernethy starts his mornings checking these woven mist nets for ensnared songbirds. On a typical day, the station logs up to 150 birds, with peak days pushing it past 200. But data from the station's recently published 2025 annual report highlights a worrisome shift, a significant drop in spring and summer banding totals compared to historical averages.
Oh, there you go, historical averages. Well, I mean, bird populations well under historical averages. Here, this 2026 spring summer season, migratory birds, many of which go to Canada for the summer where it's cooler, return south for the winter. For some reason not showing up. Breaks me. We are not doing enough. Even close. We gotta do more. It's just getting worse and worse. And it's not just for the birds. You know, in fact is we need the birds, but it's not just them. Okay? We need other stuff too. And all this inconsistent weather is hurting other things that definitely are going to cause humanity some problems. Things like agriculture, food production being greatly affected. Here's We Are Local Iowa 5 News from Monday.
Inconsistent weather is taking a big bite of our state's strawberry crop output. Most farmers say weather plays the biggest role in whether it's going to be a good crop year. With Iowa not seeing consistent weather, growers like Paul Rash of Wilson's Orchard say that's really hurting the plants.
We had a very mild end of October, and into November we still had leaves on everything, nothing was dropping, and then all of a sudden the temperatures came crashing down for a couple of nights, and that really set things back. And
Winter is coming.
It's this undulating temperature that really causes us so much trouble.
Rash also says it's a spooky year for strawberries all across the Midwest. He says growers he's spoken with in Ohio and Michigan are experiencing a similar trend.
Oh, that is disturbing. Who here doesn't love fucking strawberries? Well, it's gonna be bad. High prices. We were already expecting higher prices this year because of the lack of access to fertilizer and their higher fertilizer prices. It You know, we were already trying to figure out exactly how much, but there was certainly some effect that was going to be had here, felt downstream as a result of the increased cost or lack of access to fertilizer. And then you have weather events on top of it because of climate change. Also now driving down food production simultaneously. That seems like a bad combination. Meanwhile, we're seeing very sort of immediate effects of climate change. One man witnessing it firsthand over the weekend. Actually, this might have been I'm sorry, this is last week? Whatever it is. This shit was fucking wild. I found it earlier this week. This is in Illinois.
Bro, there's a tornado outside right now.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my gosh.
So that was a man who was originally in a house who's now in the outdoors. Happening very suddenly here in Illinois. This is actually last week, but I figured I would put this one in here as I only found it a couple of days ago in the weekending report. Oh, we're talking about all this fucking crazy weather. Can you imagine? Actually, hold on. There's more to this video. I'm going to let you watch the rest of this. This shit is fucking crazy.
Oh my gosh. What in the world just happened?
His house just got completely torn to shreds is what happened. It's laying out on the yard here. And in his neighbor's yard. And I think some of his neighbor's yard is in his yard now. Sorry, too soon. But there are more tornadoes in Illinois throughout the last week. Seen in this video here from AccuWeather. This is from Sunday. Jesus Christ. Look at the size of those tornadoes. Oh my God. That is ridiculous. Oh my God. It's immense. That is disturbing. Yeah. Like I said at the very beginning of this year, we're probably going to have a bad storm and fire season for a whole bunch of different reasons. Climate change, El Nino, different factors like rain, drought conditions. They're already being seen over the winter time in some places. Also, there's other places where there was like a ton of precipitation that are now experiencing drought conditions, which will almost certainly see fire problems soon once all of that foliage and such starts drying out. Sadly, rain can be also a fuel to fires, just in a slightly circuitous way. Now, apparently 2 people died due to storms in southern Illinois, according to the sheriff. Here's ABC 7 Chicago from Monday.
Summer's officially here, but it feels more like spring with cooler temperatures and rain falling across the Chicago area. We're not expecting any severe weather around here tonight, but there are some flooding concerns. There have been several tornadoes reported in southern Illinois with at least 2 deaths, several people hurt, and some significant damage. This is video from Jefferson County near Mount Vernon. Meteorologist Greg Dutra is here with the latest track on those storms and the flooding in the Chicago area. Greg.
Yeah, it was a bad afternoon and evening for central and southern portions of Illinois. Now it's a bad evening for extreme southern Indiana.
Yeah, all right, that's all we need from that report. 2 dead in Illinois over the last week. At least 2 dead. There could have been more. It's unclear. As a result of tornadoes there. Now, down in Louisiana, floods left people trapped in their homes. I think that some of this is the residuals of Tropical Storm Albert. Arthur? Whatever it was.
One neighbor in Pass Christian told me that this is the worst it's been in years. Another said that water was at least 2 inches away from getting inside their home.
As Rick Fortich clears out the rest of the standing water from his garage, reminders of the weekend's flood still flow feet away.
The water started coming up Thursday night.
Fortich lives off of Magnolia Drive in Pass Christian, only feet away from the Wolf River. While his part of the road wasn't underwater Sunday afternoon, the same couldn't be said for Friday and Saturday.
About 2 inches from getting in our house, so we're the lucky ones. The neighbors on each side and across from us got hammered.
These pictures show Fortich's home from the road. Water could be seen surrounding this camper. The impact still seen Sunday afternoon as his family helped stack ruined wood.
Yep. As we often say around here, if it's not on fire, it's underwater. It's crazy planet that we are currently living on. That we are not stewarding properly. God. And we haven't even gotten to the heat waves in Europe yet. Which apparently are just getting worse. Nope, we gotta talk about a couple of fires. A new wildfire ignited in Miami-Dade earlier this week. There's been fires burning here for over like a week now, I think. Southwest of Miami.
We've been tracking those wildfires that have been burning in West Miami-Dade for more than a week now. Some of the flame video that we've been showing you, but right now we're tracking a new wildfire in Miami-Dade. It's called the Corrections Fire. It's actually right next to the Everglades Correctional Institution. That's near Southwest 177th Avenue. It's 305 acres and is about 15% contained so far. Firefighters are gaining control on those other wildfires burning in the same county. The Coptic fire is completely out. The Well and Quarry 2 fires are nearly 100% contained. The wildfires burned nearly 30,000 acres combined. Smoke from the flames drifted inland over the weekend. We've been talking about this. You certainly could smell it. We also saw some falling ash that was visible on cars and nearby properties. A local airboat captain caught up close video of the firefight.
This close to the city, it was the biggest one I've ever seen in my whole life. There was times you would be like trying to cover your mouth from it.
Miami-Dade Fire Rescue says that you should limit your time outside, especially if you have respiratory problems. Road closures because of the thick smoke that we...
Okay. Well, let's go down to the Dominican Republic, where I think over the last weekend, a massive fire broke out, engulfing an entire resort in the island nation. Oh, wait, before we do that, I gotta go to Philadelphia, Allentown.
We continue to follow breaking news in the Lehigh Valley. Crews in Allentown have been working to get this massive 6-alarm fire that tore through a commercial building and spread under control.
A huge inferno there. Much of the area lost power for hours, and authorities asked some people to evacuate.
Yeah. Shit's crazy out here.
Insoportable, mi gente, aquí. Insoportable aquí en el vivo. Mire, mire. Sacamos pila de cliente, está durmiendo para allá atrás. Mire, mi gente. Todo, mire, todo se está quemando, mire, todo.
Yeah, that was last week. I've been waiting to have like a chance to talk about all this stuff, so I just sort of stuck it all in here together. I should say, last like week and a half has been pretty fucking crazy. Let's see. Yeah, let's go to Europe now. Talk about the heat wave, which is still ongoing there. And of course, while everybody on the continent itself is very hot, the coastal waters off of places like France are also seeing a huge jump in temperature. This is France 24 from 2 days ago.
A dip in the sea to seek refuge from the heat, but it's barely working, according to these beachgoers in Marseille. On the sand, it's 35, and the water 25, and that's not normal for this time of year.
The water is simply too warm. It's hot and intense. We're not getting any relief.
I've never seen anything like this. Over the past 2-3 years, the water's been reaching 28 to 29 degrees.
This snorkeler says that even below the surface, the water is abnormally warm.
Usually when I go underwater, I feel a temperature difference right away at a depth of 2 to 3 meters. But now I feel it less and less.
25 degrees, that's the average water temperature in this part of the Mediterranean. That's 3 degrees higher than normal. And it's 21 in the Atlantic instead of 18.
Yep. We got record ocean temp. We were blasting through the record ocean temperatures across the planet. It's not good. It's really bad. Now, of course, at the end of last year, we had A23A, the world's largest iceberg, the iceberg that the 90s, the early 2000s, I can't remember when it first came out, the day after tomorrow was loosely based on a massive chunk of freshwater ice that eventually made its way out into the the Atlantic Ocean from the Antarctic. Had been sitting there for literally 30 plus years. And now that's all melted. I'm not saying necessarily that this is the direct result. All of what we're seeing is the direct result of that. Because, of course, that is the direct result. That is just the result of other human activity, right? Like, it's the only reason the A23A ever made it out there is because global warming was already happening. So I can't say that, that particular thing led to it, because the oceans are already getting too warm. It led to the conditions. for these sorts of events to occur. All right, let's go now to Channel 4 News from yesterday. See how people in the United Kingdom and the rest of Europe are dealing with this extreme heat.
Years ago, the heat was different, but the heat today is so intense and it seems to go right into your body.
Kathleen is 78 and like the other residents of this care home in Bristol, she's struggling to get used to Britain's new extreme heat waves.
And I think England got to change. We've got to adapt to this weather because this is what we're going to be having now.
As temperatures soar, they're using ice baths and ice creams to keep the residents cool.
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah. It's hard enough getting the elderly to drink water at the best of times, but manager Sarah says even more so in this heat.
The challenge is getting them to drink enough because, you know, although the ones that have got more capacity will drink, the ones that have got diminished capacity, it's very difficult getting them to take on board any sort of fluids. That's why we normally turn to ice cream, because everybody likes ice cream.
83-year-old Pat says she knows what's to blame for the rising temperatures, even if others are not convinced.
According to Trumpy, it doesn't exist, this climate change. They should have listened to Charles years ago. Definitely. Forgive me, King Charles.
As temperatures soared over 36.4 degrees, the Met Office declared today the hottest June day on record, surpassing the previous peak reached only yesterday as an unprecedented
Sorry. I'm sorry, but I see somebody in the chat asking for money right now, and I gotta ask you to stop doing that. Since I'm not able to vet one way or the other on the fly while I'm streaming right now, whether or not what you're claiming is true, I just can't allow this to be happening in the chat. Yeah, I know I'm muted, thank you. No, I didn't realize I hit that. I'm sorry. Like, if in fact what you're saying is true, I genuinely wish you the best, but I can't verify that. I can't make, and I can't have the chat turn into this situation. Like, I just don't think it's good. Because anybody could just jump in a chat and be like, hey, send me money right now. I just don't know how I feel about that.
heat wave fueled by climate change brings life-threatening conditions to the UK, which finds itself utterly ill-equipped to cope.
In extreme weather like this, there's a massive health impact. The more vulnerable people are young children, babies, older people, people with chronic illnesses, pregnant people. So we've got to really take the extreme heat alerts really seriously.
After the London Ambulance Service yesterday recorded its highest ever number of life-threatening emergencies, today NHS doctors reported machines used to treat cancer had stopped working, with one doctor saying hospitals with no air conditioning were dangerously underprepared for the extreme heat. Schools too were struggling to cope, with more than 1,000 closed. Analysis exclusively shared with Channel 4 News of more than 19,000 schools in England found that nearly three-quarters were operating in temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius, while one teacher in northwest London recorded a temperature of over 37 degrees in their classroom.
London is one of the worst affected areas in the red zone, and we're not just talking air temperatures. Greenpeace used thermal imaging cameras to measure surface temperatures, including right here outside our studio in London, where the pavement measured 60 degrees. And up the road, a train platform in Islington was 62 degrees.
That's hot.
And the granite slabs surrounding King's Cross Station measured 54 degrees, all examples of the extreme heat people are facing in urban centres where concrete and tarmac and glass and, crucially, a lack of tree cover are turning streets into sweltering heat traps.
Did I mute myself
The
again?
Mayor of London visited a fire station in Islington today where they showed him new equipment especially designed to fight urban fires like those that hit the capital 4 years ago.
I don't know if everybody heard me just now, but 62 degrees Celsius is 143 degrees, 143.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That is insane.
So, Mayor, London hit 40 degrees in 2022. If that happens today, tomorrow, this week, next week, is London any better prepared to cope?
Well, I think this shows that climate change is real. Man-made climate change has consequences. One of the consequences of man-made climate change is more frequent and more extreme heat waves. And this should be a wake-up call for those who are delaying taking action on the climate emergency, those who are wrecking those of us taking action on the climate emergency, for us to, wake up, adapt, be resilient, mitigate, but also reduce our emissions, but also recognise the consequences of decades of inaction.
Decades of inaction that's left the UK dangerous.
Look, I'm sorry I had to time you out for 30 minutes, but I literally just told you to stop suggesting people to donate to you in the chat, and then you did it again. So I feel like you left me no choice.
Vulnerable to extreme weather, with infrastructure, housing, schools, hospitals that's built for a climate that seemingly no longer exists.
Well, let's go to Anya Pop, who is in Stratford-upon-Avon. Anya, it looks pretty hot where you are. How are people coping? How are you coping?
Well, it is very hot, you're right there. It may be causing chaos, climate anxiety and discomfort elsewhere in the UK, but right here in Stratford-upon-Avon, we've heard none of that. People at this holiday park can't quite believe their luck. They're getting Mediterranean weather, but without the cost. One woman we spoke to today dubbed it Costa del Stratford. People have been basking in the sun all day long, and one difference between the people we heard earlier in the programme and here may well lie just over my shoulder, the River Avon. You can still see people at 7 p.m. enjoying the water. I mean, we can't wait to jump in ourselves.
Well, there you go. Everybody is aching, melting across Europe. And the fact is, this heat wave would not be possible without climate change. That's not me saying it. It's scientists.
It's science.
Here's the Associated Press from
We found that in the last 50 years,
yesterday,
since a previous heat wave affected Europe in 1976, that the chance of a heat wave like this has gone from almost impossible to something that we'd expect to see every couple of decades. And as the climate continues to warm, we will see events like this increasingly frequently. And in a future climate, this may be something that we expect to be commonplace. We know that in Europe, thousands of people die due to extreme heat every year. We know that the contribution of climate change to that is very strong. In general, we tend to put it at about a 2/3 increase in the number of deaths. So about 2/3 of the heat deaths that we see tend to be attributable to climate change. There are two main things we can do about climate change. We can reduce our emissions and stop the problem at its source, and we can adapt to climate change. We know that climate change has happened. We know that it's continuing to happen very fast. We need to adapt our societies, our infrastructure, our behaviors to these new temperature extremes. We need to expect them to happen. They're only going to become more frequent in the...
Yep. Scientists confirming this heat wave would not be possible. These consistent year after year heat waves being seen just would not be happening if it were not for human caused warming of the planet.
So this analysis has found something that is not particularly surprising, which is that global warming has really increased the intensity of the heat wave that we are currently experiencing. And actually, Europe is one of the regions of the world that is warming fastest, faster than any other landmass on the planet, apart from the Arctic. So what we found is that similar heat waves in June would have been about 3.5 degrees cooler than this just 50 years ago. And in 2003, when there was that massive heat wave that everyone's aware of that resulted in such significant loss of life, similar heat waves would have been about 2 degrees cooler even then. But this heat wave and reaching these record-breaking temperatures that we've seen in the UK and France and that we may still see over the weekend in other parts of Europe, this would not have been possible until very recently without human-caused warming.
Well, for more now on the heat wave currently sweeping through France and much of Western Europe, I'm joined now in the studio by our international affairs editor, Philip Tell. Good to have you with us, Philip. We saw just there a report about how difficult it is for, in particular, older people to cope with these extraordinary temperatures. More widely speaking, how are people coping with these temperatures that...
Wait, how did I mute myself again? Dude, my software is doing some dumb shit. Because I definitely wasn't muted 2 seconds ago. How did I get remuted? I don't understand. I need to plug the on-air light in? Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I just don't understand how that happened.
Lots of parts of France are topping 40, 41, 42 degrees Celsius.
Well, I think the best way to sum it up is hot and sticky, and most people are trying as best as possible to survive. Now, focusing on old people, there is a problem as far as old people are concerned because many of them don't feel the heat, like they think it's not as hot as it really is. They don't dehydrate properly, they don't drink enough water. And for example, one elderly guy who I went to see the other day at a retirement home said in the room that must be about between 25 and 30 degrees, they give me a ventilator, but I don't want it on because it's blowing too much air at me. So he's sitting there in a very warm atmosphere saying, I feel okay. So all of these are negative factors for elderly people, and which is why they are more vulnerable, like small children. So they need to drink lots of water and to keep cool. It's a situation in France, I think, that we never really see. This is rare. There are people trying hard to keep cool. Many French homes are not equipped for this kind of heat, like 35, 40 degrees. The maximum that France usually experiences is 25 to 30 degrees, a little bit more than that, but certainly we're almost 10 degrees over that. It's going to get worse tomorrow. I think 40 degrees is what the French Weather Centre is saying. 54 out of 96 mainland departments are now on the heat wave red alert list. That means about 39 million people in France are affected by the heat wave. And just to sum that up, 40 people have drowned over the past 24 hours in rivers and lakes attempting to keep cool by going for a swim. But of course, this is unguarded areas where they're swept away by currents. 2 children dying yesterday, having been left in a car that overheated.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know exactly how many people, but it's got to be like approaching like 100 people that have died in Britain, not in Britain, in Europe, broadly speaking, from like different reasons as a result of the heat wave, like people drowning, some old people overheating, and homeless people dying. stuff like that, and people, like kids being left in cars. Also, just people without AC, because there's a lot of them, especially in some of these very old cities in Europe, where buildings were built way before the invention of the compressor. And what may make the difference is having a strong community. Supposedly, countries where people are more likely to know their neighbors and know what their neighbors normally do. And having relationships where you see people on a regular basis. Make it more likely for people to check in on those who might need it. Meanwhile, in Spain, it's not just the heat wave, as wildfires broke out in the Huesca province yesterday. Here's Guardian News. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Wait, nope, that's not it. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Yeah, I mean, has the point been proven yet? Entire planet, it's on fire. Or underwater. One of the two. Yes, Green New Deal, it is hot. All right, final environmental news story here. We made a lot of progress through the list just now. Like 6 hours into this puppy. Finally, I've made progress. Just try to blast through that as fast as I could because we got so much other stuff to talk about from this week, not just the planet burning down. Let's see. Wait, these are in fucked up. I have these in the wrong order. How did I do this? What the fuck? This should not be here. Okay. Does that fix it? Yeah. All right. Last environmental news story. Kinda. In Taiwan, where torrential rains passed through, shutting down much of the region of Tainan. People mopeding through the streets, wading through knee-high water. Waist high, I suppose, for some. This guy's trying to... This lady's about to bike through on a little moped. Multiple mopeds just sort of floating here in the water. These guys just boating through the street. Tropical storm Makala expected to approach western and eastern Japan over the weekend, apparently. I will be keeping my eye out for that. Now let's go to South America. To mostly bad news. In fact, only bad news, I'm afraid. Multiple elections happening. Over 2 elections, although one we've talked about way more. I've been concerned about the direction of Peru and Colombia. And unfortunately, 2 terrible candidates winning in both races. Let's start here with Reuters from 4 days ago. Why is this not playing? Oh.
I appear before you tonight to announce the most important news of my life.
La noticia más importante de mi vida.
The Colombian people have entrusted me with the supreme honor
Me ha confiado el honor supremo
of serving them as their next president of the Republic of Colombia.
de la República de Colombia.
The preliminary vote count conducted tonight, something we recognize as data that is not yet official or binding.
Yep. And now this guy had a big support. Not Cepeda, but what's the other guy's fucking name? God damn it, I can't think of it now. It's long as shit. Abelardo de la Espriella. Right wing. And with supposedly the support of Donald Trump and his sort of acolytes. Accusations of voter fraud in Colombia, apparently. And corruption.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Colombia, where the right-wing Trump-backed candidate, Abelardo de la Espriella, has clinched a narrow victory in Sunday's runoff presidential election, defeating the leftist Senator Ivan Cepeda. An initial ballot count shows de la Espriella received about 49.7% of the vote, while Cepeda, who's an ally of current Colombian President Gustavo Petro, trailed by only some 250,000 votes at 48.7%. The results must still be verified with a final review of the ballots. Thousands of people reportedly took to the streets of Bogota and Cali Sunday night, some denouncing U.S. meddling in the election. Cepeda spoke last night, called on Colombia election officials to scrutinize the initial results during the ballot verification process.
Oh, by the way, I almost didn't notice this. When did this happen? An hour and a half ago. So sorry. Thank you for the dono, Anonymous VA. The initials, $10. Really appreciate that. You're all very helpful in keeping us alive around here at the Galactic News Network, keeping the show from going off the air. I've been honestly worried about everything with the YouTube being shut down, and it's nice that we've been able to make it through what, over 2 months now, without having everything completely fall apart. Knock on Spacewood.
This message for his supporters.
Nuestro más sincero
We extend our most sincere, profound, and heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the 12.7 million Colombians whose support at the polls reinforces our conviction that profound democratic social change in Colombian society is entirely possible.
Iván Cepeda is a prominent human rights defender who'd vowed to continue Petro's progressive agenda and to negotiate peace with Colombia's armed groups. His father was assassinated by right-wing U.S.-backed paramilitary groups in 1994. In contrast, De La Espriella is a millionaire businessman and lawyer who ran a fear-mongering tough-on-crime campaigns, promised to build mega prisons inspired by El Salvador's authoritarian president, Nayib Bukele, to bomb narco-terrorist camps, quote-unquote, and to abandon Petro's peace efforts. De La Espriella's reported victory is also a win for U.S. President Trump and his administration.
Honestly, this guy gives me big time. Fucking, I forgot his name just now. El Salvadorian president vibes. Nayib Bukele. He gives me big time Bukele vibes. And it's not just because he has the same beard trim guy or whatever.
As his administration intervenes across Latin America, waging an intensifying so-called war on drugs in which even Colombia's current president, Petro, has been a target of after he faced false accusations and threats from Trump. Following news of De La Espriella's victory, Trump wrote on social media, "He won big," unquote. Despite threatening to, quote, disembowel the left throughout his campaign, De La Espriella shifted his tone last night.
He won, all caps, big. What a douche. Hate this guy. And Tuesday evening, I think it might have been actually Monday. What day was this? I've lost my place. 3 days ago, France 24 reported protests erupting in Colombia. As the news of this broke,
in the Colombian capital, Bogotá, thousands of demonstrators came out to protest against the expected victory of far-right presidential candidate Abelardo de la Espriella.
Let's stay mobilized by defending hope while we wait for the election results.
Similar scenes in the southwestern city of Cali, where protesters clashed with riot police. The narrowly defeated left-wing candidate Iván Cepeda called for calm on Monday.
Should any protests take place, whether in support or against any situation, they must remain calm and peaceful. Though I want to make it clear, we are not encouraging such demonstrations. Above all, my message is for everyone to remain calm.
Yep. Cepeda effectively telling people that, to hold off and stay calm. But supporters still pretty upset about this situation.
This election shows how polarized the country is. There are two totally opposed ideas being defended in the race, and such a tight vote count shows that you must listen to the other side.
Meanwhile, Trump-backed lawyer Abelardo de la Espriella claimed his victory in a triumphant speech on Sunday.
Yeah, and this feels like a steal to me. Like, he's coming out and declaring victory before the votes were all counted. Right? This feels very Trumpian to me. And I got weird vibes about what's about to go down here. Since this guy has the full backing of Trump and the U.S. government, who have been threatening to invade Colombia for a while. And have been murdering Colombians out in the Pacific. Suffice to say, it's a little concerning. Yeah? Let's just take a look quickly at Abelardo de la Espriella. He is a Colombian lawyer, businessman, and far-right politician who is supposedly the president-elect of Colombia. He is the founder and leader of the Defenders of the Homeland Party, established in 2024. Oh, God. Yeah, how old? He's 47 years old. And has defended political figures accused of having allied themselves with paramilitaries, some of whom had been close to him since childhood. Who's got the backing of paramilitaries in the country and of Donald Trump. What's fascinating, though, is that De La Espriella is apparently served as a legal counsel to Alex Saab, who was, that Alex Saab, the one who was indicted, the Colombian-born Venezuelan businessman, who was indicted in the United States on charges for money laundering. Fascinating. You also believe he had enough support? It's entirely possible. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But the disturbing victory in Peru, one we've been talking about now for a while, results we've been waiting for 3 weeks. I'm trying to think. How long has it been? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Did it happen on Trump's birthday? It was either 2 or 3 Sundays ago. Peru went to the polls, voted, and then the waiting began. In the race between Keiko Fujimori, far-right leader, and center-left candidate Roberto Sanchez. Keiko Fujimori being declared the winner, celebrating an election win as Roberto Sanchez alleges election fraud. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
On the campaign trail, she was called the daughter of a dictator. Keiko Fujimori has run for president 4 times, and this time achieved success. Peru's final election results have not yet been certified, but the right-wing candidate's lead is now considered unbeatable, her law and order message resonating with Peruvians.
She's not just called the daughter of a dictator. She's literally the daughter of a dictator, Alberto Fujimori, who was the former president of Peru, who was then convicted of human rights atrocities and imprisoned for his dictatorial behavior as president from 1990 to 2000. She's one of his 5 children or something like that.
Our country is preparing to face 2 major challenges. The first is to address the problem of delinquency and crime. The second relates to intensifying warnings about the possible arrival of the El Niño phenomenon, which also compels us to focus on crime prevention efforts.
Keiko Fujimori is the daughter of the controversial former president Alberto Fujimori, and she served as first lady of the country following her parents' divorce. While her father brought inflation...
That's another one of those really weird, and I somehow forget it every time, but her father made her the first lady as like a teenager or something, I think. Like after her mother died. It's fucking disturbing. Like what? She's the first lady now? That's a position for the wife of the president. And it felt like deeply or like vaguely sort of incestuous. Just sort of gross. It'd be like if Trump had made Ivanka the first lady. If she weren't my daughter, I would, I think you know what I would do. I'd probably be dating her.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Ay, ay, ay. Now, not far away, a different earthquake happened. A real one, not a political one. In Venezuela earlier this week, as we all, I think, know, horrifying 7.4 magnitude, 2 or 1, depending on who you ask, earthquake happened, causing just an incredible amount of devastation. A search for the missing still ongoing. The last time we spoke about this yesterday, there were at least 40,000 still missing. That's people. That's human beings. Not missing bags of Skittles. 40,000 people trapped in the rubble beneath their former residences and or grocery stores or whatever the fucking else, whatever building they happened to be in at the time. Give you a sense of what it was like if you haven't seen it already. On the ground at the moment that it happened. Here's Reuters 18 hours ago. Yeah, and we got a aerial view of some of the destruction here from The Guardian. Easier to see just how vast it is from the air. Just entire buildings completely gone. Flattened. Certain areas of Venezuela are starting to resembling that of Gaza. Just completely demolished. What were probably beautiful seaside apartments and who knows what else. You're all gone. Look at it. Looks like a war zone. And the death toll continues to climb higher and higher. And solidarity with Venezuela. Global solidarity. Search and rescue teams preparing to help out from places like Colombia. Other countries sending aid. The wake of this devastating
We're here at the National
disaster.
Logistics Center of Colombia's Disaster Management Unit, where the personnel are getting ready to move towards Venezuela. They're going to leave early on Friday, and they're part of a major international operation. Let me come with me. I'll show you a little bit what's happening here. Operation of relief to try and reach the areas of Venezuela most affected by the earthquake. We can see here one of the personnel that is preparing all his material, both in terms of clothes and kits and everything they need for the rescue operations once they reach Venezuela. The leadership has told us that this will happen in phases. They will arrive there, coordinate with the Venezuelan authorities. They will be told what will be the emergency, but the first thing that they will do will be to try and save as many lives as possible.
Yeah. And there's still tens of thousands still believed to be missing. The international rescue teams doing everything they can, including Venezuelan authorities, to try and help rescue the people trapped. People still left alive. Unfortunately, U.S. policies under Donald Trump are making the aid efforts slightly more complicated. Here's France 24 to talk about that.
Well, first of all, the airport right now is the asphalt is buckled, so planes can't land there.
Wait,
so they have to
this is
bring the aid in other ways. Use airports outside, far outside Caracas, or helicopters. U.S. Southern Command has parked its hospital ship, or will soon be doing so, off the coast of Venezuela to help treat Venezuelans who have been injured by the earthquake. But there's another issue here too, which is the Trump administration early last year dissolved or eliminated the U.S. Agency for International Development. Those were a group of professionals who were development professionals who were stood at the ready to assist in humanitarian crises the world over. They would have been ready with food, medical supplies, potable water, and the like, and they would have known how to get that equipment and those materials into the country. They no longer are there. Right now, the Trump administration has to coordinate a multi-agency effort, when in fact an agency that already existed could have done that much more efficiently, much more quickly, and would have had the supplies on hand. So that.
Oh, wait. We could have been more effective and efficient if we had just left the agency that already existed to remain in existence rather than letting Doge, the supposed government agency focused on efficiency, to destroy it and have no plan on how to make up for it later. Great. It is so farcical how the most meritless people that we have available are the ones in charge of our government right now. Like the worst human beings available are the ones we've given all the power to.
This is ridiculous!
Alright, now to the international aid effort. The multi-country group of aid workers coming to try and save Venezuelans.
Vengan, colóquense detrás. Usted va para allá.
Yep, people mobilizing here. Try and help the tens of thousands of Venezuelans now trapped in the rubble. It's like we got 2 Gazas now. It's, alright, not quite, but you get what I'm saying. Just a massive human toll from this fucking earthquake. Of course, Gaza is still a larger human toll. But, I mean, we don't know exactly how many people are going to be dead at the end of this fucking thing. Right now, I think the last number released by the government was like, I think it was 700 or something like that on the number of dead. There's still thousands missing. And it's just quite horrifying to witness all of this stuff. But all these rescue teams started arriving in the last 24 hours. the dead of night. That's no problem because people are still trapped. Time of day, really irrelevant.
Bolivariano juntos, de la mano, teniendo informada a toda la opinión nacional. Entonces,
desde que se supo la noticia, inmediatamente los equipos.
Ever since the news broke, the rescue teams in the state immediately showed concern. This guy is from the Dominican Air Force. What was it? Dominican what? Dominican Air Force. Countries always do when these kinds of things, these situations like earthquakes occur, those sudden events. The worry is that nobody is prepared to deal with a situation like this. Well, the United States would have been, like that previous individual said, if we had not, instead of dismantling the USAID program, which had been around for, 60 years, helping people across the planet, rather than doing that, we could have just left it the way it was. So it was doing the thing that it was supposed to do. Alright, this next one's from 22 hours ago, France 24 English. More on the search for survivors.
This young child has just been rescued from under the rubble of a collapsed building in Venezuela. 2 huge back-to-back earthquakes devastated parts of the country, flattening entire blocks, leaving many trapped and thousands more still missing. It's a race against time, and the number of deaths is expected to rise. This resident lost her mother.
I have no words. No words.
And this man lost his young niece and nephew.
Horrible. We've seen way too much. We fought to get the kids out alive. We got one out alive, thank God, but they were 3. We could not save all of them.
Venezuela's interim president was in La Guaira, one of the hardest hit areas, promising as much help as they could offer.
We're here in Macuto in La Guaira state, accompanying in the search and rescue for people who were trapped under structures and buildings that collapsed as a result of the earthquakes. We are supporting the families and they have our solidarity. We hope to recover as many people as possible alive.
Yep, and the fact is, you'll notice that there's no... yesterday we talked about how Marco Rubio said that the United States was mobilizing efforts to come help Venezuela. I don't see any U.S. aid workers on the ground. I wonder if that's because we have to put them all together, because we no longer have an federal aid agency. Almost certainly the reason. Some really rough scenes.
Ahí está. Grandeza de Dios, papá. Hijo, qué grandeza de Dios, papá. Vente, bebecito. Sí, aquí te ponemos afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda, vamos. Joda. Mi vida, ahora tú, mi amor. Dios es grande, no jodas.
Oh, we've seen too many babies pulled out of rubble. It's wearing down on my soul. Oh, God. Although some people aren't lucky enough.
Horrible. Hemos visto.
To even be pulled from the rubble, I'm afraid. At least pull out alive. I mean, just look at this image. I don't even know what to fucking say. How many times are we gonna just... Why? 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 There's so much suffering right now, and unfortunately, this one is much less human caused. Although there is some evidence that, you know, climate change and global warming is increasing the number of earthquakes or likelihood of them to happen. But this one's a little different than a fucking bomb. You know, there's no one to really blame. It's just more suffering added on top of the already existing very much human-caused suffering. I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of trauma to deal with in Venezuela after everything that's happened there in the last year. President kidnapped. Now this. It's a lot, I think, for one country to get through. Another country going through is a lot of different stuff. Really a political upheaval happening here. Across the Atlantic in the United Kingdom. A lot of stuff going on here. We had prime ministership. Is Andy Burnham the official prime minister now? It's not clear to me yet. I haven't checked on it in the last like 24 hours. We've had that whole situation. Keir Starmer resigning, new prime minister incoming. Of course, we had a lot of other political things happening there. Protest movements being repressed. United Kingdom continuing to help Israel's genocide. Anti-Semitism claimed the main problem of bigotry in the country. Meanwhile, Islamophobia completely ignored. Talk about that. We got Owen Jones here from yesterday.
Two attacks, two very different responses. Now, the attack on Golders Green, in which two Jewish men were stabbed, produced a firestorm of media coverage. It was everywhere. It dominated newspapers, broadcast, and it dominated the political response as well. We had a Cobra meeting, and it became, you know, the absolute focus of what politicians were talking about in big, broad brushstrokes about the threat of anti-Semitism, which is obviously extremely real in this country and growing. And then there was the attack this weekend.
We still don't know how many are really dead in Gaza. Yeah, I know, because there's still, who knows how many people are fucking trapped under the rubble. The Lancet, a year ago, suggested that it was well over 100,000 at that time. What do you think it is now? 250,000? Not to be crass, but it's about another year. Israel's continued to murder people every single day. Continue to starve them and leave them in a state of depravity.
In Scotland, in Leith, in which several people were stabbed by someone who was yelling Islamophobic bile. Many of the targets were Muslims, and indeed, based on his statements, it seems that his intent was to attack people who are Muslim. The response has been very different. In Lincoln, you'd miss it, frankly. In terms of the broadcast coverage, in terms of the newspaper coverage, and in terms of the political response. Now, I'm really delighted to talk to my next guest, brilliant guest, Faisal Hanif, who is a media analyst at the Centre for Media Monitoring, who has been crunching the numbers. So this isn't just, this is what we think. It's not vibes, it's statistics. It's great to speak to you. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Thank you for having me.
I just want to start, okay, with the analysis of let's start with the media in terms of the articles, newspapers. So there were 35 articles about the Edinburgh attacks. There were 782 articles about the attacks in Golders Green. So that's the equivalent of 9 articles a day for the Edinburgh attacks, 196 articles, not 196 articles for the Golders Green attacks. So that's 22 times more. And it just
must there be anything else said? I mean, this is utterly insane. It's just blatant racism and the diminishing of the experiences of a particular group of people. Oh, it's disgusting. How could there be even this much difference in the amount of coverage on this sort of thing? It's because they only see one of these as an actual problem. Anti-Semitism is a problem, but Islamophobia is not a problem. I remember hearing never again, thinking it meant all people. You know, when I was younger, that was my interpretation of it, at least. Now, a revolution has apparently started in Albania, being dubbed the Flamingo Revolution. One which was started by the genesis of was the insistence of the Trump family, Ivanka and Jared, to buy an island and turn it into an Epstein-style hotel/resort.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Here's an update on all of that from 3 days ago out of France 24 English.
Iris decided she had to be there amongst her friends in Albania. Her husband Benjamin would also join.
My blood was boiling and I felt I needed to be here. I told him I wanted him to be next to me in this historic moment.
After witnessing daily demonstrations in her birth country of Albania from her home in France, she bought her plane ticket to Tirana. Just like thousands of others in the Albanian diaspora, all coming back to make their voices heard.
I'm deeply moved. I wish my parents and grandparents were here to see this day, this moment when everyone is out on the streets. I think of them and all of those who are unable to witness this day, despite all the suffering they've endured.
The start of construction of luxury hotel complexes in a protected area in the south of the country at the end of May unleashed a wave of protests. The development project has been linked to U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his wife, Ivanka.
That is such a weird way to put it. Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his wife, Ivanka. That is not how I would have said it, but okay, France 24. It seems a like weirdly... Is that patriarchal? I mean, because, I mean, in which case, which patriarch do you defer to? The father or the husband? We'll go with Jared. We'll go with Jared, says France 24. It's more relevant that she's the wife of Jared Kushner and not the daughter of Donald Trump. Okay, if you say so. Okay. There's been some fascinating developments and the Russia-Ukraine war over the last week. First in the most interesting, or at least first on the list of the interesting developments, was this: Poland stripping President Volodymyr Zelensky of Poland's top diplomatic award, or whatever. I can't remember. Maybe it's not diplomatic award, whatever you want to call it. After a spat over particular military unit, I believe.
Ukraine's president has returned a state decoration he received from Poland amid a diplomatic spat. Poland stripped Volodymyr Zelensky of the award after Zelensky renamed a military unit in honor of the World War II-era Ukrainian insurgent army. The insurgents were involved in massacres which Poland considers a genocide. 2 former Ukrainian presidents and other senior officials also returned awards in protest. Our correspondent Emmanuel Shaz reports.
Yep, all of a sudden, on Sunday, over the weekend, Volodymyr Zelensky and Poland's president, fucking hell, or prime minister, fucking hell, why can't I remember? Why can't I remember their name? I suck. Whatever, getting into a spat over this naming of a... It just seems like a crazy thing to fucking do. But like to name an active military unit after an old, like a historical unit that is accused of committing genocide. It would be like Germany, like renaming a fucking like renaming one of their military units like the SS or something. Like I'm trying to think of a good, but it's just like, wow. It's just like it's a little too recent, I think, to be recalling that, you know. So Poland clearly objecting to that. Multiple Ukrainian generals returning their medals. Then Zelensky refusing to show up to the summit in Poland, which happened 2 days ago, which was literally there to help raise funds for Ukraine. This is a reality. This is a real thing. France 24 English yesterday.
It's typically a gathering where Volodymyr Zelensky is expected, but this year he won't be leading a delegation to a summit on Ukraine's reconstruction in Gdansk.
It's important to maintain a constructive approach in our relations with Poland, and I'm grateful to all our partners, everyone who stands with Ukraine, and to all those who have prepared substantive contributions for the meeting in Gdansk.
At the heart of the spat are tensions brewing with Poland's president. This after Karol Nawrocki revoked a state honor bestowed on Volodymyr Zelensky. Warsaw's nationalist leader was irked by a decision of Zelensky's to name a military unit after the Ukrainian insurgent army. They are accused of killing over 100,000 Poles during World War II. However, over in Ukraine, some praise the group for having fought the Nazis and the Soviets in the quest for a Ukrainian state.
Yeah. Yeah, some of this toxic nationalism, I feel like, is starting to bubble its way up in Ukraine right now. It's not looking great. It's not looking great. And the fact is Volodymyr Zelensky's been getting a bunch of pats on the head from Donald Trump recently. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he feels emboldened, Volodymyr Zelensky specifically, to sort of snub, like, close EU, NATO allies. Like, they're like, of course, Ukraine's not in NATO, but like Poland is like an important, like a very important ally in theory to Ukraine. It's rather shocking. that this all took place this week, or that they would even do such a thing. And I guess now that I think about it, it would be more analogous, or at least more correct, if it was like, if they renamed like the police service the SS in Germany or something. But it's just crazy. I just don't understand why you would do it. Like, there are still people who are alive that witnessed those atrocities, and you're like, let's rename this military unit after these guys.
A what now? You're a moron.
Now, while things are getting all weird between Ukraine and Poland, things with Russia are also getting a little bit weird vis-a-vis the stock market, which has been having a tough time lately, apparently, according to Channel 4 News from yesterday. Nope.
He has no choice now, because of the budgetary crisis and the shortage of people, but to declare mobilization, to call it a war, to invoke the spirit of Mother Russia.
No autocrat, especially autocrat like Putin, can show weakness because he thinks that the party unite and take him out.
So if it's a choice between escalation and suing for peace, it's escalation.
He would go until, from my point of view, until the very end. He is the Putin of absolute victory or death.
In a worst case scenario, we are sliding into something far more serious here.
All right, I'm not going to bore you all with this long-ass discussion, but suffice to say, the Russian stock market has been having a tough time. The, what's it called? The MOEX had an okay day today, but over the last year, it's down pretty significantly from its highs. I'm sorry, not a year, less, what was it, 6 months? God, my brain just broke. It's just March, isn't it? From March to here, you're down quite significantly. 700 points down to the bottom here from the top. 2,900, that's like 25% in a brief period of time. Some of it has to do with the fact that oil prices have been coming down, like around here, but that's not the only reason. Because that started coming down as oil prices started rising, technically. With oil prices back down, Russia's ability to fund its war machine are being hampered. Meanwhile, Ukraine seems to be, at least in my estimation, making a tactical decision, cutting its losses vis-a-vis Ukraine. It's not like Volodymyr Zelensky or the government of Ukraine has come out and said as much that they've given up on Ukraine. Or like returning it to Ukrainian territory. But recent events in like the last week or so, we've seen an increase, I've been seeing at least an increase in events of Ukrainian targeting of Russian-occupied Crimea, of infrastructure that would be vital to running the state of Crimea if Ukraine were to ever take it back. But once again, this is, like I said, the sort of thing, in at least my opinion, that you would do if you were kind of giving up on the territory. And you were like, well, we have to, decide what we can and can't have right now. And see where we can do, change some tactics as a result.
These satellite images are part of a Ukrainian operation, one to methodically isolate Crimea. In recent weeks, Kyiv has launched a multi-pronged campaign to effectively siege the peninsula, which was annexed by Russia in 2014. Drones have targeted bridges, fuel depots, railway lines and ports, cutting off almost all supplies to the territory and prompting Russian-installed authorities to suspend petrol sales to residents.
We'll assess the situation. We'll walk if needed.
Now, this is vaguely a war crime, probably. Because it's certainly civilian infrastructure, although it's also being used by Russia for military purposes. But this is certainly veers into the territory of war crime. Targeting civilian infrastructure, not just bridges, but sort of taking a page out of Russia's book. I think power plants have also seen targeting in recent weeks from drone strikes and other sorts of energy infrastructure. And, you know, this is certainly is a very... It's quite a dramatic shift in Ukraine's, because for like 10 years now, they've been saying Crimea is Ukrainian territory, and that it, you know, is the intention of Ukraine to return it to Ukrainian, the state, like the sovereign state of Ukraine, essentially, right? But this seems like not the sort of thing you would do if that was still your intention. People talking more about this here on France 24, 22 hours ago.
Vladimir Putin and his army has numerous military bases in the area. Retaliation could come in the form of more...
Sorry. I meant to go to this CNN video. Idiot. From 17 hours ago, we were just listening to the friend. This is what happens when we go through this many clips. Sometimes I just get lost.
Russian-installed officials in Crimea declared a state of emergency today in the face of intensified Ukrainian drone strikes on the peninsula. Now, long lines have been forming, heading to the bridge that joins Crimea to southern Russia. CNN's Ivana Korosova joins us now from London. You've been monitoring what is going on there. What more can you tell us about the situation right now in Crimea?
Well, Becky, the situation is pretty bad. Crimea is becoming very, very uncomfortable place to live. So there are widespread power cuts across the peninsula, and the local authorities are warning residents that their power is not likely to come back anytime soon. And that's because Ukrainians are continuing to strike the power supplies, which makes any kind of repair works really impossible.
Yeah, there we have it. All right, that's it on that situation. Quite an interesting week coming out of Eastern Europe. Let's now go down to Africa for an update on the Ebola outbreak, where things are continuing to get worse. And nobody's paying attention. Which I'm sure won't lead to this becoming even more out of control. In the DRC alone, as of Tuesday, more than 1,000 confirmed cases have been reported by local authorities. That's just the DRC, where there's already, as we know, a serious amount of underreporting and a lack of any reporting in places like the Eastern DRC, where the M23 still basically controls places like, what's it called? Oh, I can't think of the name right now. We were talking about it. It starts with like a K or something. But like, you know, as we talked about, like M23 rebels have continued to control different parts of Eastern DRC. So then there's basically, it's already massive underreporting. You got USAID shut down. Right? And DRC is at least at 100, sorry, not 100, but 1,000 cases reported. And that's one country. And there's at least 4 countries involved in this right now that I know of. DRC, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, where I think there have been cases reported in each one of those countries. And not just 1 or 2, like a lot. And this is now starting to, from what I can tell, just starting to get out of control.
The numbers connected to this outbreak continue to climb right across the board. Those total infections also include more than 250 people who have died. The strain known as the Bundibugyo virus has no vaccine or treatment. To date, at least 100 people have recovered. However, the true size of the outbreak is the bigger question health authorities continue to grapple with. Part of the reason is the difficulty of contact tracing in the region. Just last week, Red Cross workers were saying from their perspective, the outbreak is far from under control.
The peak is, I think, not behind us, but in front of us. We are afraid.
That's a disturbing statement. Did you hear what he just fucking said? This Red Crescent worker right here. The peak is in front of us, not behind us. The worst is to come. It's my interpretation of that statement. Another way of saying that is the worst is still to come.
Immediately, if not sooner.
However, could get lucky. Scientists currently racing for a new Ebola vaccine which could fight against this latest strain that has no working vaccine. Although then you would still need the apparatus with which to administer it. WHO still remains deeply unfunded. But here's Al Jazeera English from 21 hours ago on this topic. You don't want Ebola?
It may look like any other laboratory.
Excuse me, sir. What are you talking about? You don't want Ebola? You're saying you wouldn't like that? That's weird. That's really weird of you to say that.
That's really weird.
It may look like any other laboratory, but IAVI's Design and Development Lab in the U.S. state of New Jersey may hold the key to unlocking the next Ebola vaccine. It's one of just 3 research organizations to receive funding from the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, which was established after the last Ebola outbreak.
It's actually one of the vaccine viruses.
It's the only one that isn't looking to make a profit.
There's a lot of pressure to do it fast, so we're constantly hearing accelerate. How quickly
Scientists like Christopher Parks want to end the current outbreak in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. It's being caused by the rare Bundibugyo strain of the virus.
As a nonprofit research organization, IAVI is willing to study diseases major pharmaceutical companies won't, but they rely on donor funding to do so.
That frees us up to really focus on.
Yeah, our donors are way split up right now because they're all, like, a lot of ways, so they're being asked to make up for the deficits being created by the destruction of the USAID, an agency which could have prevented all this, I would point out. I mean, to some degree. Like, it couldn't have prevented, like, the creation of a new, or like the introduction of a new strain of Ebola into a human population necessarily, but they could have been monitoring for that, the thing that they were doing before they were shut down, or after this came out, they could have been, you know, not just monitoring, but also administering help to people who needed it, right? Medical help. Because that's what you need when you have Ebola, as it turns out. I know that's shocking to many people. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, reduce the tension on all this by joking. But really, it's not a joking situation. It's just so incredibly frustrating to me that we watched, right? Like we watched here, like, together last year as Elon Musk went around the government just dismantling everything, and now we're seeing the fucking real world effects of it. Not that much longer later, right? Where it's all coming to fruition. And they're just dragging us into a dark timeline. The heat is going away today. That's good. Glad to hear that. You all deserve it. Little respite. Though it's supposed to really heat up in parts of the United States right now, so you enjoy the cool while the rest of us melt in the future heat, or in some cases current heat, depending on where you are in the United States. All right, let's move on to the Middle East. We've had a fairly busy week. Thankfully, we already unpacked some of it yesterday. So, we'll keep this reasonable length, I think. Damn, 7 hours into the stream already. Everybody hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. Hit that follow button and like button. I mean, come on. Come on! And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. How will you decide? Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos if you would like your money to go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Amazon. We got Throne, if you'd like to know exactly what your money goes to. Crowdfunding of actual physical items that I would eventually see down at my Earth dwelling. Of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. $3 a month, get you access to a whole bunch of sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, back to the show. Let's do this. Boy, oh boy. And we're going to start with last weekend. Talk about whether or not Israel risks losing the support from Donald Trump by continuing to do its campaign in Lebanon. Which, yes, it has been continuing. Up until last night, where we saw strikes in Nabatea happening in the early morning hours in Lebanon.
Well, a ceasefire in Lebanon supposedly came into effect on Friday afternoon, but Lebanese state media now say 5 people were killed in Israeli strikes on the south of the country overnight. That follows authorities on Friday saying a drone strike in the south killed 2. And in the very first hour of the ceasefire, Reuters reported a dozen Israeli strikes, citing Lebanese sources.
Oh, no.
We got the latest from Renee Davis in Beirut.
Someone's about to get banned from the chat. To Osak. Enjoy the lifetime ban. That was incredibly offensive. That was an incredibly offensive word you just decided to use in my chat. Using the @ symbol was not that clever. Might have gotten past the Twitch auto censor, but I certainly picked up on what you were doing there.
Well, I'm afraid we don't have that for you, but we'll move on. It looks like talks in Switzerland between the US and Iran are happening after all. The two signed a memorandum earlier this week to stop the war, with implementation yet to be ironed out. Envoy Steve Witkoff has flown out to join President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. They'll meet with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. And for more on all of this, we're joined by Yossi Meckelberg, Senior Consulting Fellow at Chatham House in London. Thanks for joining us, Yossi. Good to have you on.
Good morning.
So what's Israel thinking by, saying it's part of the ceasefire, then continuing to drop bombs?
So I think it's a combination of 2 things, at least. One, it's habitual behavior. When ceasefire is declared, one of the 2 sides want to show that they are the last one to being capable of saying the last word.
Yo, fuck this guy. Fuck this Chatham House douchebag. That is not what's happening. Israel just continues to indiscriminately bomb from the south to the central portion of Lebanon in civilian areas, continuing to occupy 30% of the country. It's not some sort of cute back and forth like he's fucking talking about over here. That is nonsense. Don't you let people lie to you like that, okay, Space Fams? That was bullshit. I gotta go fuck himself. But you know what? Israel, it does. I just using this as a jumping off point for this discussion. This point is that Israel does absolutely, I think, risk losing support from Donald Trump, potentially, if that is the reason that the war continues. But that's already been sort of postponed because the United States and Iran have been striking each other, or kind of, well, in the last day, there's been a lot of other sorts of movements within this conflict that I think are preempting the possibility of that. Like, that was the possibility. We saw Donald Trump getting mad about it. And then over the week, we've had some developments occur that I think, really in the last 24 hours, that I think are going to cause that to not be the issue. Now, same day as that one, what did I say, Sunday? Iran military said that it had closed the Strait of Hormuz again after U.S.-Israeli violations of the ceasefire. The pre-memorandum of understanding meeting, post-signing, but pre-meeting of understanding. The meeting of understanding, the signing of understanding. I think we get what I'm saying, right? Somewhere between those two things. Iran claimed that there were violations of the ceasefire.
Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, and I'll preface this with saying that we've got some very new and important developments. James, it's going to be one of the very few times that I know something you don't yet know. Look, we're hearing from the Iranians, and I think to some extent we saw this coming. The Iranians say, and this is being reported by the Iranian news agency Mehr, that they're going to take action over what's happening in southern Lebanon. They see it, as you know, as the United States' responsibility to end Israeli military raids. And they say that because that hasn't happened, in response to that, Iran is going to close once again the Strait of Hormuz. So that's where we are. Let me look at the language. In view of America's blatant breach of promise and breach of contract regarding the failure to implement the very first paragraph of the Memorandum of Understanding. That's something you and I have talked about extensively.
The very first paragraph. The
This
very first
language
one.
from Mehr News. And in response to the ceaseless and continuous violation of the ceasefire by the Zionist regime in southern Lebanon and the merciless killing of hundreds of thousands of the oppressed people in this land, it is announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed.
Yep. And that was the way that we started the week, going into these talks in Switzerland, which were supposed to be happening. And of course, yes, Israel was continuing to do strikes in Lebanon throughout the whole week. They have not stopped for one day since any ceasefire has been declared by the United States or by them. Like, none of it has stuck for longer than like 12 hours. Not even. I think it's probably less. Multiple strikes throughout the fucking week. Meanwhile, farmers in Gaza struggling to be able to even have a crop with which to feed anyone. Israel has actually been doing everything they can to prevent Palestinian agricultural activities both in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. Here's TRT World from 5 days ago.
It takes months to grow, but only a few frantic days to save. These golden stalks in Gaza are usually harvested by massive combines.
For 3 years of war, we were unable to harvest or produce wheat for people and animals due to the Israeli blockade on seeds, fuel, and fertilizers. We managed to harvest some land by hand in western Gaza, outside Israeli-controlled areas. Harvesting is expensive too. About 1,000 square meters of land now costs up to $1,000 compared with $100 in the past.
The harvest serves a dual purpose. It provides flour for families and feed for working animals. Every step in this process costs more now: seeds, labor, and water. But farmers say the greatest burden is the fear of losing their land altogether.
Our area is close to Israeli-controlled zones known as the Yellow Line. When Israeli plans were announced to expand military control to up to 70% of Gaza, we harvested early to avoid losing everything. Any further expansion of Israeli control beyond the Yellow Line will make things even harder.
Yep. Palestinians forced to farm the land by hand. Like it's fucking like 1600 or something. In fact, probably worse than that, because they barely have any animals with which to help. And I'm fairly certain they had livestock back in 1600. Yep. One more story on the struggle for Palestinians to farm their own land. It's from yesterday.
Palestinian farmers in the Gaza Strip are battling for survival against Israel's starvation policies. Farmers here have always been on the front lines of resistance and continue to defy the inhumane practices. Israeli forces have systematically razed large agricultural areas in Gaza to create a buffer zone, the so-called Yellow Line. The farmland that once fed communities here has largely been destroyed. For farmers like Omar Abu Rabi', growing crops is a connection to tradition and a quiet act of resistance.
I'm farming near the Yellow Line, and despite the limited resources, we continue to cultivate our land and remain determined to carry on. We are planting while danger surrounds us from every direction. At any moment, we could be exposed to shelling or gunfire.
Yep. But Palestinians risking their lives just to farm here near the Yellow Line, where it's basically the only place where there isn't people, because the Yellow Line continues to shrink or grow depending on which way you look at it. But Israel's continued corralling of the Palestinians in Gaza gets tighter and tighter. So the land on which to do something like this becomes much less abundant. And of course, much of the land is already fucking destroyed, because it's covered in rubble and concrete dust. Which, I mean, to some degree, if you were able to sit there and wait for many years, the concrete dust would probably be fine, right? But having too much could be really problematic depending on the kind of food that you're growing. Ay, ay, ay. So much fucking suffering. Meanwhile, our co-leader, J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States, was off in Switzerland, trying to do the diplomacy As it turns out, did not go super well for old couch fucker.
I don't know. The news is moving so quick that it's almost not worth necessarily talking about when Iran walked out. But there's been a definitive theme coming out of Switzerland, and it may not matter anymore. All of the parties, it seems like, even our ostensible allies, really tooling on J.D. Vance. I think it was like the Oman a representative took a picture of J.D. Vance on like a little tiny laptop, having to borrow somebody's laptop. That just made it look like he was like an intern.
Gosh, I welcome that. They can do propaganda too, and they're doing it better, honestly.
Well, the point is that like Donald Trump is up there performing for his constituency, and the problem that we have right now is that no one outside of the United States takes him seriously anymore. So even his madman, like, let's start with number 3. Trey Yingst.
He's the correspondent for Fox News in Israel. He'd done some good reporting before, but I believe he got promoted, and now he's kind of just...
Yeah, he's changed.
He's changed. Trey, buddy.
Here he is reporting on what Donald Trump supposedly said. And understand, this is like Donald Trump is performing only for his own people at this point. There was a moment where it's like, oh, he's doing the madman theory. But now they all know this is all taco shit. He is taco because he has no cards to play, as he would say.
And I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember,
the U.S. is a guardian angel in the way that Satan is an angel, just completely fallen from heaven.
And hey, look, if you're gonna do some guardian angel stuff, you still gotta get. I mean,
That's true.
big? You think this red beret
Exactly.
for free? Come on,
I remember. You think the Curtis Lewa pays for those 753 cats in his apartment? You think that's free? 2,000 pounds of cat food a month or whatever he has to buy? I mean, come on.
This is what happened at the talks on the first day when the Iranians said, we're not going to start negotiations if Israel is still bombing Lebanon. And this is a little bit difficult to follow here, but you have the Pakistani and the Iranian foreign and prime ministers.
And by the way,
foreign ministers.
I don't need anybody checking me, and saying, "Oh, StreamLord, that number of cats that Curtis Lewa supposedly has keeps getting higher." I know it does, and it's because cats are always screwing each other. Okay, every time that I mention it, there's more cats. That's how cats work. Okay. If you don't get them spayed and neutered, that's how cats work. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I guess I'll just whip this up. This is from 4 years ago, entitled Exclusive. Mayoral candidate Curtis Lewa's 17 cats. Freedom News TV.
Welcome to the Sliwa household. It's not very big, but it's comfy.
Look at the beret. The fucking
My
beret.
consultant said you don't want to let people know that you have 17 cats. Then they'll think you're crazy. And if some people have told me that, I say, great. You say crazy, I say eccentric. But in reality,
I say eccentric. Just the man in a beret with 17 cats on his dinner table. Okay. Some people say crazy, some people say eccentric. I say eccentric, says Curtis.
And you'll see and I think the two guys standing right there are from Oman, Pakistan and Oman. The Iranian guy comes in and he's like, we're out of here, chief. I just wanted to let you know. And you watch JD Vance come over like, hey guys, what's up? Aren't we supposed to be starting this thing? Like, I noticed the Iranian foreign minister just walked out. What's going on? This is like the worst scene at the high school cafeteria. And JD Vance is just getting completely like, just owned. And look, I say this, I think ending this conflict in a way that brings Iran into the international community would be a good thing. And this is not to support Trump or MAGA, it is to support a better world. Donald Trump did not want it to end this way, and he lost the war by any estimation. And there may be really bad impacts for the United States down the road. I don't know. It's who knows, to sort of like lose more power, but still convince themselves that they're in charge. Those are the worst situations you want from an aging superpower. Nevertheless, watch this as like it's so humiliating, and the entire world is seeing this. So okay, there's the Iranian foreign minister. I think he's talking to Oman or Pakistani, and he's like, "We're getting out of here," and they're talking there, and now and.
Peace out.
Okay,
right
so
away.
he leaves, and then you could see like JD Vance go like, "What's going on? I can't concentrate on the conversation I'm having."
What now?
This is like in L.A. when you're at a restaurant and the person you're with is like, "Oh, wait a second, was that Brad Pitt who just walked in?" Except for the opposite.
Donald Trump's been a
Did
lot
Brad Pitt just
with my
walk
wife.
out? Hey guys, what's going on here? And the best is.
It's not good. They're gone.
He just leaves?
He's gone?
Yeah, it's like
Right.
it's to talk to you, but he wouldn't talk to me. Okay, yeah.
I see. Okay,
And then
that's
watch,
actually what I
and then-
wanted.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good.
And then look at this.
How are the talks going so far, Mr. Vice President?
Great, thank you.
They're going great. They're going
It's
great.
you know what it's like? It's like
They're going great, says JD. They're going super good. I don't, you don't even, why do you even have to ask? Can't you tell how good they're going? Is it not obvious just how good they're going? I love that they peppered that question in right there. I mean, it's fucking incredible the level of incompetence these guys are displaying. I felt we needed the majority report clip again today. I know we watched it yesterday, but honestly, am I wrong, or is this not an incredibly depressing stream? Okay, we need to sit here and laugh at the incompetence of our leaders for just a brief moment. You know, we need to laugh sometimes. It's good to laugh. Everyone's saying it. People are claiming that JD Vance in his post-diplomatic kerfuffle speech was perhaps rather disingenuous and or mischaracterizing the success and or lack thereof which was had here by America.
Let's cross now to Professor Scott Lucas, who's a specialist in American and international politics at University College Dublin. Thank you so much for your time. Interesting.
Okay, just to be clear, I'm not hating on cats either. Okay, I love cats. I think you all know I love cats. I love all animals, actually. I'm a big lover of animals. But with Curtis Sliwa, it's just this weird dichotomy with him. It is crazy for him. For that guy to have 17 cats, right? Like the guy who runs around in like the red beret, who loves, like who has run for mayor as a Republican. How many times now? 4? I don't know exactly how many, but many times. Like decades, this guy's been trying to be mayor of New York. He ran a fucking like a quasi like street gang slash like vigilante, a group of weird like vigilantes who all dressed the same and went around their neighborhoods ensafening everybody. Supposedly, and then also has 17 cats. So 17 cats who I would also point out aren't that well taken care of. That's my other problem with it, right? It's like, dude, you're not, like, how do you have time for you clearly don't have time for the cats. You can tell. You look at them, they look a little mangy, honestly, and I feel like at least 10 of those cats would be better off in another home. Like 7 or less. Like keep it to like a half, actually keep it under a half a dozen cats if you're Curtis Lewa, especially. Because he's got too many irons in the fire, right? Like he's running for mayor, he's still pretending like he's in charge of the guardian angels, and you know, he's an elderly gentleman. He doesn't have the energy like he used to. 17, that's too many cats. And they keep growing. I keep saying 17, but it's really 7,005 cats at this point, right? Like, and he just needs to cut it down to like for him, I think like 2 or 3 cats actually would be a normal number of cats. But like, it adds to the eccentricity of the man, right? Like it really I feel like accentuates like the oddity that is Curtis Lewa. He's just a strange individual. Like, I'm honestly just amused by him more than anything else. Like, he's not dangerous. He's not really on the streets anymore doing the guardian angel shit, right? Like, he's not like trying to arrest people, like do like, you know, civilian arrests or whatever, or like defend buildings from gangs. Although he was still doing that into like the 2000s. Like, he's never gonna be mayor, right? But it's just I just find him to be a strange oddity of New York politics. He's just a fascination more than anything else. It's just fun. He's a great source of laughter.
Announcement there.
Talk
in
more
terms
about the
of
cats.
The Iranians agreeing that they will.
Look. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop talking about the cats. All right, everybody, settle down.
Allow inspectors to come into Iran to investigate and inspect their nuclear facilities. That indeed is a bit of a breakthrough, is it not?
Not in the wider perspective. Sorry that I'm smiling here, but let's take everything that J.D. Vance said. First of all, International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors were in Iran before February 28th, 2026, when the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran. Now, their activities had been limited since 2018 by the Iranians, but that was because Donald Trump ripped up the 2015 nuclear agreement and imposed comprehensive sanctions. But the IAEA has still been inspecting inside Iran. You can read their quarterly reports, which quite often are, come out through the media. So we're just going back to what happened before the war. Secondly, similarly with the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, except, of course, as we talked about yesterday, I'm just trying to weekending report this as fast as I can, although we are getting distracted by cats. Iran, shortly after the Trump administration came out and claimed that we had gotten Iran to agree to IAEA inspections, Iranian leadership came out and said, actually, no. No, we never said that.
Could you drum up?
Hello, I'm Ben Brown, and this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing that brings you up to date with all you need to know on the war and the current peace talks as well. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. Will agreements reached between the United States and Iran actually hold as arguments emerge over what has been promised over nuclear inspections?
Yeah. He would be dangerous in office, though. No, absolutely. But he also, once again, I don't think we're in any danger in New York City for Gracie Mansion to get filled with cats and or Curtis Lewa, because I mean, Zoran would have to fuck up so bad. Like, I can't even imagine what Zoran would have to do for people to be like, you know what, we're going in the exact opposite direction. Like skipping over Andrew Cuomo, like fuck, like pushing Andrew Cuomo out of the way and saying like, you know, lifting like Curtis Lewa. I don't know what would happen. Like it would have to be like, I feel like it would have to be a combination. Like Curtis would have to save the city, and Zoran, like from Zoran Mamdani. Like I don't know exactly what it would be, but it would have to be quite a series of events. Like it would have to turn out that like Zoran Mamdani was actually a supervillain. Like he's got like a mech suit somewhere. You know, he's like building in Gracie Mansion, then he's like gonna like terrorize the city. And then the Curtis Lewa and the Guardian Angels and the 12,686 cats all come to the rescue and save the city. I guess in that situation, maybe you get like a Rudy Giuliani type of deal, but you know, I don't see it right now. I'm just not seeing it. Zoran's doing a great job.
Zohran Mamdani.
Like, is the opposite of that right now. Like I said, a whole bunch of shit would have to change real fast. Sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Talk more about this nuclear situation. What is that?
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Pizza Rat will not approve of this message.
Wow, Pizza Rat doesn't approve of your message or what I just said? I'm confused. Me?
New York City is nothing without pizza.
President Donald Trump says that Iran has fully and completely agreed to allow nuclear inspectors to return to the country long into the future. But this claim has been denied by Iran itself, which says no plans exist and that substantive negotiations on nuclear issues have yet to begin. Well, the disagreement and the uncertainty over what has been agreed and by who has certainly been a feature of the negotiations between the two sides so far. Let's listen to Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on Monday about the nuclear issue.
We have the Iranians allowing weapons inspectors, nuclear inspectors into their country for the first time in a long time. We're obviously going to bolster that inspection regime to make sure they can never have a nuclear weapon.
That's Vice President J.D. Vance. We've also been hearing from President Trump himself. Let's have a listen.
You want to see trouble? Let them have a nuclear weapon. We're doing very well with Iran. They've been decimated, and we're making a deal with them, and we'll see how that all goes. And right now, as you probably heard yesterday, we had 19 barrels of oil, 19 million.
We're working very well with them. They're decimated. He's fucking psycho.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, my God. Wish casting. He's absolutely wish casting. We're gonna get into some more wish casting in a second. Hold your horses on that one. Now, apparently, just for more clarity on the nuclear situation before we move on from that, to quickly talking about the Strait and then other things. So the Trump administration is saying that there are supposedly IAEA guarantees in this memorandum of understanding. The IAEA, some IAEA, I can't remember who it was at the IAEA that said that supposedly there is a plan for that, but it's not clear whether that's part of the memorandum or if that's part of the proposed plan right now. But of course, Iran's saying that no, there is no agreed upon IAEA inspections. And I get the sense that it's just that there is in fact a proposal for that, but it's not yet in the current agreement. I don't know. It's honestly, it's very hard to believe Donald Trump, although he's more believable when the IAEA kind of is backing him up on this particular claim. But I don't know. I have a lot of reservations. I think rightfully so. Basically, everything that the Trump administration has said about this war so far has been a lie. At least 96% of it. Maybe he means literally decimated, as in reduced by 10%. Is that the literal definition of them decimated? That makes sense, I suppose, because of the root suffix, whatever it's called. Trump did say 19 barrels. Yep. It's a lot of barrels, actually. 19, when you think about it. It's like a couple 100 gallons of gas. Actually, I have no idea how many that is. Yeah, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz real quick. Marco Rubio asked on the tarmac yesterday about the ability of the United States and its allies to guarantee safe passage through the strait on Tuesday.
So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Let me ask you about Hormuz, if possible. Can the U.S. and allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation in the strait?
Well, that's the law. It's an international waterway. No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees.
Right. Now, as we mentioned before, I'll mention again, it's not actually an international waterway. It was just an agreed upon. It was a long agreed upon open waterway. An agreement between the two countries who share this body of water via their territorial waters. Iran and Oman. It's just another lie from Little Marco, unfortunately.
Don't worry about it, Little Marco.
Gentlemen.
And as it turned out, throughout the week, the United States could not guarantee the safe passage of ships. Nope. In fact, quite the opposite. Let's go here. Yesterday. Wait, which one did we go to? Does that make sense? Wait, this is in the wrong. I don't like this order. It should be like that, right? Yeah. I think this is in the right order. Let's we're talking about Little Marco. Let's see what he's been up to. Now, that was on the tarmac, I think in Abu Dhabi just now. Oh, shit. This is out of order now. I fucked this up. But he has been on a diplomatic tour of the Gulf to let everybody know everything is fine.
Going to talk to Sultan Barakat. He's a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University. He's joining us from London. Very good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Let's talk about this latest incident that we've seen in the Strait with a ship being hit by, reportedly by a projectile. What do you think this means for the reassurances that the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has been trying to give to the Gulf states over the last 48 hours?
Well, I think the reassurances he's trying to give them is not just about the Strait of Hormuz. It's about the presence of United States forces in the region and the relationship between the United States and the Gulf states. Because as you know, the MOU also referred to the withdrawal of U.S. forces. They didn't use the word withdrawal, they said removal of U.S. forces from proximity from Iran. So that would affect directly the security of the Gulf states. However, the incident that happened in terms of targeting one of the commercial vessels, the cargo vessel, that would probably raise concerns, not only across the Gulf states, but also internationally. The insurance companies, the shipping companies that have started to restore their traffic.
Yeah. So JD Vance left Switzerland with a lack of understanding between the United States and Iran. Little Marco set off to reassure the Gulf nations that everything's fine, go back to normal, no big deal. And then within like 24 hours, Iran reportedly struck a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's CNN from yesterday.
A ship attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first time in 9 it makes. It's a cargo ship that had just passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It was attacked by Iran. A strike that leaves any sort of an agreement between Trump and Iran as shaky and amorphous and undefined, and how many synonyms can I come up with on that, as it already was, is in question tonight. Now, what we know about this attack.
Is that guy a real Sultan, or is it like Major Garrett? Who? The Sultan of Oman? Or who are you talking about?
That a cargo ship was hit by a one-way attack drone, according to the Wall Street Journal, which also reports that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps was responsible. Now, Tehran is just showing the obvious here, though, but this action speaking louder than any word, showing that, yes, they are still in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They can shut it down whenever they want, despite what Trump just claimed.
As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear, because that's an inappropriate word. But as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the Strait.
Now, obviously, if you have total control of the Strait, other countries aren't bombing ships in the Strait. Okay, that's just to state the obvious. And it's not the only thing that we've been pointing out, that Iran and the United States are just having completely different tales about. Trump says there's not going to be any nuclear. I mean, that there will be nuclear inspectors inside Iran. I'm sorry. Iran is adamant that there will not be. Iran's president.
Well, I mean, he's saying there'll be no nuclear dust. So I guess that's technically not wrong. And in fact, I think he's actually literally said the sentence, there will be no nuclear. But he means that there will be no nuclear dust, which is a thing he likes to say that nobody ever said before he said it. Now we're all saying it, even though it's really just sort of a nonsense term that means nothing. I mean, we know what it means technically, but it's very stupid. It does not make a lot of sense. Yeah. And, wait, what happened to this clip? Did I add it to the wrong list? I had another clip because apparently the United States, like within, like earlier this evening, struck Iran. I could have sworn I added a fucking clip here on this situation. Oh damn, the winds in Utah are picking up, and that wildfire is gonna get so bad. Both of those wildfires are gonna get so bad right now. Oh, that's not good. Sorry, I'm looking at my feed. I'm trying to find another fucking clip. Oh, this is annoying me. I'm just gonna search it on a different browser window. Screw it. Oh, it's too much effort. How do I do this? Previous video. What? I don't know what that means. You're just saying the words previous. That does not help me. I'm afraid that does not help me. Yeah, 12 hours ago, NBC News. U.S. strikes Iran after reported attack on commercial vessel in the
We have a
Strait.
bit of breaking news. The U.S. has struck Iran in response to the attack on that commercial vessel in the Strait yesterday we told you about earlier. Back with us now is NBC News. What do we know about the specifics of this strike by the U.S.?
Yeah, so the U.S. military, they're calling this, as you said, a direct response to the Iranian drone strike on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. So the U.S. is saying this is basically a pretty proportional response to that strike. They hit things like Iranian missile and drone storage facilities, coastal radar sites. Why this may sound familiar to you, Garrett, is because this is very similar to the pattern that we were seeing several weeks ago before that memorandum of understanding was signed on June 17th in Versailles. Iran would fire, in many cases, it was these sorts of one-way attack drones. In some cases, it was these small, fast attack boats. And then in some cases, it was even surface-to-air missiles. But they were firing them at ships that were trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military was often responding, often shooting some of those down, even targeting some of those fast boats. And then after a sort of a big...
Yeah, but apparently multiple commercial shipping vessels turned back. Iran wasn't just firing on vessels, it was also warning vessels not to proceed. And I think that the strait has basically gone back to just being closed again. Iran is asserting their ownership over the territorial waters, and to be fair, that is under international law their prerogative to do, at least for half of the strait. But let's not forget the memorandum of misunderstanding reportedly gave Iran the ability to dictate what happens in the strait. So it's confusing. It's a little confusing to me why the United States would have an issue with Iran. It's like we signed something and something we don't understand or weren't actually prepared to hold up or tolerate, I guess. But it's a really weird fucking situation to behold. It's almost like we've been told over and over again that this thing was just going to be real quick, and it's just going to, it feels more and more now like it's going to continue into infinitum. Like, when's it going to end? You tell me. This is feeling pretty never-ending, forever war, I think is the word that's coming to mind right now. Term. Feeling very forever-y, if you will. Let's quickly talk about this. With CNN's Abby Phillips roundtable extravaganza. Whose deal was better? Donald Trump's? Or the memorandum? Is memorandum versus JCPOA? Barack Obama versus Donald Trump?
Republicans criticized President Obama's nuclear deal, claiming it gave billions in cash to Iran. It actually was their own assets that were unfrozen. But Trump today said that he has lifted sanctions on the sale of Iranian oil for the next 60 days. And for the first time in decades, the United States is allowing oil to be imported into this country.
I don't know if it's a breakthrough. I think the reason why it's being framed that way is obviously political. They're looking for a win in front of the American public who've been not convinced that this was the right thing to do. I think some of this is just simply premature, both coming from J.D. Vance, but also critics of this. We don't actually know what the plan is. We don't know what this deal is going to look like in 60
I love this. I love this framing from this guy. You know, look, I could defend it, but I wouldn't want to get ahead of myself by defending a deal that I don't even know. You know, like, I'm not going to defend the current details that do exist in the public sphere, because I could be wrong in a few weeks from now or whenever this deal is actually signed and officialized. It makes sense. I mean, it's exactly what you do when you have the face of this guy, right? Where you have no answer, like that is good narrative-wise, where the actual answer, the truthful answer is, this deal's bad. and it's worse than the JCPOA, and Obama is laughing right now with Michelle.
I hope that it's something different than what we've had in the past. I am amongst the conservative critics of the MOU, but I'm also understanding that that's all it is. It's
just a memorandum. They just keep saying it's just a memorandum. Is it terrible? I can't even say for sure, but it's just a memorandum of understanding anyway, so why are we even talking about it? Yes, I love that. I do love that vibe.
That the economic situation right now in Iran is somehow better than it was.
No, I'm saying that they can survive. But the thing is, they're fighting a different war.
That is a
That's the thing. We're fighting a different war than they are. They know that the war here is unpopular. They know here the war is unpopular. They know that people here are looking at gas prices. They are willing.
And the elections are 4 months away.
And the elections are 4 months. They know all of these things. Those are huge leverage points for them. So they don't care about their own personal suffering.
I was just going to say, I think it's worth pointing out, all of that understood, that all of these proxies of Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, or Israel and the United States have greatly degraded them. And they were attacking U.S. bases, U.S. soldiers, killing them. We were at war with Iran for a very long time.
When Donald Trump reinstated the sanctions on Iran, he said out of his own mouth he was doing so to deny them the capacity to, what does he say? Deny them the funds they need to advance its bloody agenda, which is basically to fund the very same groups that you just described. Now we're allowing them, we're lifting those sanctions that he reinstated onto them. What do you think that money is going to go? What do you think it's going to do?
I think you're correct that if it does end up in their coffers, in this very limited point, I think if it does go to their coffers, that, yeah, it's going to fund the world's biggest sponsor of terror, as it has historically. I don't think this MOU is going to stick.
Do you see what I'm saying here? They're like, look, do the details that we know about, are they bad? Do they not even come close to being as good as the JCPOA? I mean, maybe, but is that the important question? Because it's not going to stick. This is the argument they are all making. It's like they put out some sort of like red alert in the right-wing media sphere. Oh, red alert, red alert. We got a problem. Okay, everybody, this memorandum of understanding, it's bad, but if we just tell people that it's not going to be this way when we actually finalize the agreement, and perhaps people will actually believe us. It's the sort of, what do you want to call it? Creativity, I would say, is lacking in much of Republican. They're just lacking creativity in much of Republican politics. Like they're living in alternate realities, but they're very bad at crafting them. There's really not a lot of good storytellers over there. There's one woman, though, I would say, who's quite good with storytelling, crafting a narrative, drawing in an audience, creating suspense and interest in every single word that she has to say. I'm, of course, talking about the top views getter queen of the interwebs, Candace frickin' Owens, who's got some fascinating theories vis-a-vis Israel, which I think we're going to end the Middle East discussions of the evening on here with the Majority Report. From Thursday.
How about a little Candace Owens? Because she's kind of dragging Tucker Carlson into some deeper waters than maybe he even wants to be in, because she's now claiming that she had blacked out last year when she did a bunch of media, including Tucker Carlson's show, and had forgotten some very interesting tidbits that happened off camera.
Wait, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean she blacked out? From drinking or from...
From having a child, I think, is part of it.
Charlie getting killed.
and the Charlie thing.
Traumatic amnesia, I guess.
Yes.
So she,
soap opera.
so she forgot she was even on Tucker
like,
Carlson. She'll explain all this, right? I just want to prepare people.
Yeah, she'll explain it.
Of course. Well, though?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm trying to give a little bit of it beforehand. So she comes back, she's like, wait a second, I forgot this entire conversation I had. I forgot I was even on Tucker's show. And then I forgot that Tucker, off camera, told me that Erica Kirk was actually even more anti-Israel than any of us. But now she's changed her mind. So that's like Candace sort of, and she apologizes to Tucker for saying this.
This is someone people trust to communicate and interpret the news for them.
Yes, well, this is a principled anti-Zionist, Candace Owens.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, to the extent that we can project forward and guess, does any of this come out? I mean, to a greater extent than it has? I mean, is there ever like a public resolution of this story?
No, because Israel's controlling our government. So no, the answer is no. Trump is powerless against him. We haven't had, I don't think we've been a sovereign nation since they shot JFK. And when I say they, it's like, people online say, what do you mean by they? I'm talking about Israel. I don't want you guys to read in between. I'm talking about Israel. So let's stop making that a taboo subject because they've gone mask down. Everything they're doing is demonic. I want nothing to do with it. I will never support Israel into the future after what they've done to these children. The starvation campaign. I don't care.
Oh my God.
I promise you, I forgot that. I forgot that I had this campaign until I was looking at this Erica speech, and I was like, I know what is bothering me about this speech. What's bothering me about this speech is that when I got off air with Tucker, obviously you just have chatter, chatter in the air, about everything you just discussed and what's happening and everything you said there. We're talking about Epstein. And Tucker said to me, and I'm obviously, I'm not going to get this verbatim, but he was like, yeah, he talked about a SAS speech, and he just said they're taking money from Charlie because of this whole speech. And I was like, yeah, Charlie's kind of coming over to our side. He's really had an awakening about this. It's crazy that I forgot this, but it's the second part of what he said to me. He said, I just had dinner with him and Erica. They were just here. I think he said last night. I kid you not. It was, they were just there in Maine having dinner with Tucker. I remember this. I am 1,000% certain. Days within me, it was like Charlie was there and then I was there. And he had dinner with Erica, and he said something, which is the reason why I was happy when they announced that Erica was going to be CEO, because before we could have ever known that Charlie was going to be assassinated, as we were sitting here in Maine talking about Israel and Epstein and what the pressure that Charlie was under, Tucker was like, I absolutely love Erica. He said this publicly 1,000 times, so I'm not revealing anything here. And he was like, she is hardcore on the anti-Israel train. And that she had gone in on dinner about everything, and that, this is who Erica was. And I was like, oh wow, I actually never got to spend that kind of time with her. I know Charlie's coming on the other side, but I never really speak to Erica like that.
Wow.
And they had this dinner in the midst of all of this SAS stuff, and I happened to be in Maine. And when I look at that and I plot that on the timeline, it convinces me that Erica is a psychopath.
Okay, objection. First of all, I don't remember at any time that Candace was happy that Erica was the CEO. I don't recall a time at that.
Forgot.
Oh, yes.
You were so upset about Charlie Kirk that you don't remember that much.
I also blacked.
Everybody, the entire internet forgot about that because it doesn't. That content does not exist. In fact, there's an entire video series about how she's not happy about it. But the fact is Candace, as I said, she has a gift. That gift is storytelling. Okay, this is retconning. Okay, this is a storytelling device, often used by, I don't know, DMs in a D&D and Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It's like, oh, actually, your backstory actually makes you look into. I can't even think of a good. I'm not as good as Candace. Okay, Candace has it. Okay, and she can craft a alternate timeline in real time on her show in front of a live audience. And I don't know what portion, but I think some large portion of them are like, yeah, that makes sense. And just kind of move about their day. Oh, she is a special one though, really. Well, you know, she can take a situation that doesn't make any sense and rewrite the past in a way that somehow helps her with her narrative doing.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. This is a public announcement. Did you know that the majority of the cat population in the entire world reside in Curtis Lewa small NYC apartment? Now you know. This has been a public announcement.
Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the bits in the public service announcement. That sounds right. Because I'm pretty sure there's at least 11 million domesticated cats living in Curtis Lewa's apartment last time I checked. I know that number's not getting bigger. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, here's the latest on Lebanon. Apparently, according to a Lebanese MP, the government cannot enforce a deal without risking civil war. Here's the latest from Al Jazeera live stream. Yep, we made it this far. Live stream time.
Time showing the violation of the Lebanese sovereignty, it will be difficult with all those elements to consider that there are signs of positive developments in the few coming weeks. So there are lots of elements that will keep us waiting for more details, for more development, and for an evolution on the ground to see whether the US will put pressure on the Israelis to withdraw, to respect some of the commitments, but there is nothing mentioning a full withdrawal until today.
Okay, that's all we're going to do on this. I'm not going to sit here watching the live stream all night. We're already 8 hours into the stream, and I've still got a few more stories left to talk about. Yeah. First, in North Korea, where Kim Jong-un unveiled the latest commissioned 5,000-ton warship, now the biggest in the fleet.
남포조선소 노동계급과 선박 및 국방 공업 분야의 과학 우리 스스로도 놀랍게 인정하고 있는 강력한 획기적 의의를 가지는 구축함의 취역은 조선민주주의 인민공화국 무력의 핵심 군종으로서의 해군의
Kim Jong-un
위력이
in his Luffy pirate hat from the great One Piece anime.
김정은 동지께서는 구축함 최연호가 백전로장의 성함을 아로새긴 전함답게 창군 세대의 위대한 정신과 무쌍한 용감성, 백성의 전통을 굳건히 계승하여 조국 수호의 항로에 승리의 항적만을 새겨가리라는 믿음과 기대를 표시하시면서 구축함
There we go. Kim Jong-un posing like a One Piece pirate on his latest success, 5,000-ton warship. Oh my fucking god. This is one of the funnier fucking moments of the fucking week. Although, I do feel it, you know, we're in a very tense moment right now. Oh, God. Military memes are or laughter now, or place of solace that can't possibly be good. I guess it's anime memes technically, but it's really a mixture of anime and military memes. But it's really, in a way, it almost feels like it's playing into like the current paradigm that's been created by Donald Trump, which is like the memification of government. Like, it really does feel like intentional. Like, he didn't just wear that hat out of the blue, right? Like, and this is the second time we watched this, but I felt like leaving it in here because it's just so crazy, in my opinion. Like, because in my opinion, that's a cognizant choice. Like, he was intentionally posing as a One Piece pirate. Like, in his mind, that's what he was doing. And, like it's just like... It's just fascinating how we've become this weird, like this culture, this memed out culture. Kim Jong-un is nothing like Luffy. I know he's nothing like Luffy. That's the other thing about it. It's rather, I mean, I didn't want to point that one out, but... Yeah, there's a lot of differences between their... There's a lot of really abject differences between their timelines. But I've never seen him wear a hat like that, ever. And like, you know, he's unveiling a giant boat, and all of a sudden he's wearing a One Piece hat. I don't think that's an accident. And supposedly, I've heard that he likes some... He watches some shows, you know, from outside of North Korea. So I don't think it's crazy to suggest that he might actually know what that meme is. Now, down in South Korea, the government announced its intention to train 500,000 drone warriors. What? Yeah. Here's Reuters. Nope. Yep. From 23 hours ago.
South Korea will rapidly expand its drone and counter-drone capabilities to counter North Korea. That is according to Defense Minister An Kyu-baek speaking on Friday.
The Defense Ministry will actively pursue a policy to train 500,000 drone warriors so that all personnel can develop the ability to use drones as a second personal weapon.
The military initially planned to produce 110,000 drones by 2029, but later revised the figure to around 60,000. The goal is to make drones standard gear for soldiers across different services. The announcement comes as both Koreas accelerate efforts to build drone capabilities, drawing lessons from recent conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. The new plan includes expanding counter-drone systems such as lasers and high-power microwave weapons.
Yep, we are now living in an era of drone warfare. North Korea, an unprecedented move looking to train 500,000 pilots. And what is like, I think effectively like a quasi-civilian military, although they have like mandatory conscription. So basically everyone is either a former soldier, a soldier currently, or slated to be a soldier sometime in the future. Now, before we leave South Korea, and actually this is the second to last video of the night. Great job, everybody, for making this far. I want to go back to talking about AI and the lessons that might be learned from the bubble in South Korea's stock market being created by AI. Here's Bloomberg Originals from yesterday.
South Korea may have an ant problem. Although it's not these type of ants,
but rather these.
코스피는 101%예요. 진짜.
There are more than 14 million retail investors in South Korea who are called ants. Individually, they don't have much power, but collectively, they have a greater influence in the market.
And these ants have been busy.
Up by more than 100% so far this year. Just an unbelievable rally.
It's really quite extraordinary what's happening in Korean stocks at the moment.
The Kospi index, which tracks Korea's public companies, climbed 200% over the last 12 months. Compare that to other major markets, like the S&P or even the Nasdaq, and Korea's performance blows them out of the water.
That means it has more than tripled over the past 12 months. Retail investors, they've been the main driver of the Kospi. We can see signs of being a little bit maniac and a lot of people borrowing money to invest in stocks.
And amid the mania is a mounting fear that a bubble will soon burst.
The AI bubble debate is absolutely raging right now.
South Korea is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the global AI trade because it has two of the world's largest memory chip makers.
Korean stocks are really maximizing being beneficiaries of the AI capex bubble. That's the amount of money that's pouring in around the world, but particularly in the US from the mega cap stocks, into building AI data centers.
So, are South Korea's retail investors building towards the future, or will they get wiped out?
I don't have a strong insight of when it goes wrong. But when the AI bubble collapses, the pain in Korea is going to be extraordinary.
Yeah, and just really quickly to take a look at this. If you look at the Kospi, the South Korean index, going back to like 97, so like 30 fucking years. Like it went at like a fairly, normal pace up and down, sort of cyclical trends, and then in the last year, it went from here to here. I mean, that's wild. It's like 300, 400, it's like 4 times. It's from like 2,000 to over 8,000. It actually hit 9,300. Yeah, that's like more than 4 times where it was at right here. It's crazy. That's fucking sick. It's disgusting. As a real bubble.
AI investment is in hyperdrive. 2025 saw the 4 biggest US tech companies, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Microsoft, spending $376 billion on capital expenditures. And the industry is on track to spend a whopping $725 billion in 2026. Data centers need memory chips, the specialized semiconductors that store and rapidly feed information to AI processors. The design and manufacture of these critical components is dominated by 2 Korean companies, Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix.
The scale of gains we're seeing are really quite extraordinary.
At points this year, Samsung has seen its stock rise 500%, while SK Hynix has surged more than 1,000%. In 2025, Taiwan's TSMC outperformed SK Hynix and Samsung, but this is expected to change, with TSMC being overtaken by its rivals.
We're really seeing...
Yeah, and here's the thing about all this, right? The fact is we've been seeing similar gains in the United States' biggest companies, but since the US has a much broader stock market, right? Like the indexes have way more companies in them because unlike in South Korea, we have a little bit more competition here. Although, as of course we all know, that competition is being eroded so fucking fast. I mean, it's crazy. And the market concentration is getting so bad right now in such a small portion of companies that we are hurtling towards a very similar situation right now, where the vast majority of all of the stock market gains have been seen in a tiny portion of stocks that are all dependent on AI doing like the things that it's been claiming it's gonna do. And as it turns out, Koreans are chasing investments gains. Young South Koreans who see opportunity slipping away, see the stock market now as a way of potentially solving some of their financial problems.
보도록 하겠습니다. 지금은 누가 보더라도 불장이잖아요.
Chun Shuk-jae, known as Shuka, is a well-known social media personality or finfluencer. He says the ants are just trying to get ahead.
나도 이번에 성공해야 돼. 이번에 성공하지 못하면 야 나는 뒤처지는 거야. 이런
There's an adversity where people think I have to succeed. Right now, a lot of people are taking out loans, using leverage.
Investing in the stock market can be risky, especially if debt's part of the equation. Despite profiting from the market, this investor didn't want her face to be shown because she hadn't told her family about the scale of her investing or the leverage she'd taken on.
어떻게 보면 도박을 하고 있다라고 취급을 받을 수도 있을 것 같아서.
I feel like I might be treated as a gambler since I haven't succeeded yet. I hesitate to show my face.
한 150% 정도.
I've seen returns of about 150%.
This investor has seen their portfolio's value rise to $655,000. A large part of her portfolio is made up of leveraged ETFs, investments designed to multiply daily returns, but they can also multiply losses.
These are ETFs that offer 2 times or 3 times the return of the market, which are clearly great when it goes up, but not so good when it collapses.
Hold that.
Yeah, so if you're not picking up on what's going on, to chase returns, people like that woman and other South Koreans, and also it's happening in the United States too, but they are chasing returns by going after leveraged ETFs, a investment product that is set up in a way to give the investor outsized returns, right? They have like different ones, but you have like 2, 3, 5 times leveraged ETFs, and so when the market goes up 1%, instead you get 2, 3, 5% on your money, but when it goes down 1%.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hot take, you know why South Korea is having a boom? Because their zombie movies are the best. No one does better zombie movies than South Koreans. Just saying. Oh, and K-pop is awesome.
I see. Yes, right. Good point. Good point. But anyway, when those losses can start piling up quickly, and we've seen a slight downtick in the Korean stock market, and by slight I mean there was like a 10% down day. We talked about it, like it was like the beginning of the week, I think, or was it last week? It was like last Friday, maybe. So there was some very volatile swings in the market lately, and probably people getting all levered up on leveraged ETFs might have something to do with that. One last clip of the night, all the way in Australia, where the failure of Australia's government to ban children from the internet by instituting draconian policies is now weighing even tougher enforcement in the wake of their failures. Here's Reuters from yesterday.
Australia is considering tougher enforcement of its world-first social media ban for children. The ban, which took effect 6 months ago, stops platforms like Instagram and YouTube from allowing under 16s to have accounts. However, a new study found it has had little impact. When the ban started in December, millions of accounts were reportedly closed, but parents and studies say teenage use has barely changed. A paper published in the British Medical Journal this week said 85% of Australians aged 12 to 15 were still using social media 3 months after the ban. The study of 408 adolescents showed that many simply lied about their age. On Friday, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained why the government will review the law.
What we want to do is to make sure that the laws are as strong as possible and that they will withstand any legal challenges which are made. These are not uncontroversial. When I say that, though, they're not controversial amongst the Australian public and amongst parents because
they're not uncontroversial, but they're also not controversial. I'm sorry. What?
A what now?
Anthony Albanese saying a bunch of incomprehensible gobbledygook here in defense of his government's intent to try and double down on a failed policy to prevent children from being on social media. You know how you prevent kids from being on social media? If you got a problem with being on social media, don't give them phones. Don't give them devices. Don't give them iPads. Don't give them tablets. Don't give them computers. Give them blocks and bikes, skateboards, books, games, you know? I know that sounds archaic, but that is an option if you don't like what your children are seeing on the internet. I'll say Sam's has a weekending report. Boy, oh boy. Quite a week, to say the least. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moen Up, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphe and Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Laurie Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, GND, and Sweet Chewy Forever. I gotta update the Patreon stuff. Sorry, anybody whose stuff is wrong. But you too can help produce the stream, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying on Patreon. $3 US a month. That's all it takes.